WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever.
Depping podcast.
This is WINO Forever, the Depping podcast. We are getting straight into the day 4 of the Depp UK testimony. My name is Sarah. I am joined by Mr. Arm. First, we got a little bit of news, some audio that we're going to listen to from, again, one Doug Stanhope. This will give me some background on this, but this is when he was on the Howard Stern show in
2016. Oh man, June
of 16. Okay,
20th. Did I write the date on it? June 20th.
I think that's I think that's what I saw. Yeah. So this
I should say we also do with Howard. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, context. This is right in the middle of the divorce kicking off, and he wrote a letter, it was a letter that was published.
Open letter, yeah.
Okay.
Which we read on here, and I don't mind reading again, perhaps.
Yeah, he'll talk about it in this, won't he?
Yeah, he'll talk about it here. I am going to read for you, stuff you won't get anywhere else, all the charlatan podcasts that have jumped on the bandwagon. I'm going to read the foreword I'm going to put it here somewhere. Depp, I'm going to record it myself. That Depp wrote for Doug Stanhope's book.
Dear reader, he is a depraved, reluctant, visionary, and debauched, accidental guru who wears old suits that were likely once some dead fucker's Saturday night prowling outfit. He is a man of the people who says what must be said, for no one else will. Total honesty. Consequence be damned. No fluffy outside, no creamy inside. You get what you get and deal with it. He's our savior. For here in this life, where the only guarantee is the ceasing of breath and a healthy death tax for our loved ones, he is the one man who dares to plunge the cold dagger of truth deep into the collective brain-dead psyche of our species for the ultimate benefit of all humankind. And certainly not since my dearest friend and mentor, Hunter, have I known an individual with such a profoundly strong sense of moral justice. It makes me sick, so I suppose I must ultimately admit that I do not like this man I speak of. I fucking love him. Him being Doug Stanhope. Johnny Depp, Los Angeles, California, 19th of February, 2016.
The only way it should be done.
Yes. It all hits the fan with the succubus and Scamber, and Stanhope can't take it anymore, and he decides to go on a outlaw rampage and write an open letter kind of essay explaining what he knows, and he's been led to the circle, and what he's heard to defend his friend, and then he has to face the wrath of her legalese team after this. And he goes on Stern. He's been a regular guest since the early 2000s, sitting in the Jackie chair. And even though he's not considered to be a massive celebrity, somehow it's stories like this that Starfucker Howard will keep having him on for, and the little things he's obsessed with. The Howard show has gone downhill mightily at this point. You could hear the phoniness in his voice. as he's fake concerned for Stanhope, as if he gives a shit about him at all. And just doesn't want the headlines, the Buckwald headlines, that he broke this story, because Stanhope has not spoken about this anywhere else but here. And this is as far as he can go without getting sued. And I don't know what, we don't know what wrath he faced after doing this, but he speaks a lot longer than I would have imagined. You can stop it whenever you want to comment on it as we go. So I went and I recorded just the time of Doug talking about the succubus situation and the open letter and being sued by the succubus in this, because he's gotten threats and what he can talk about. And I went through this 1.5-hour interview and I just took out the Depp parts.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Last night.
All right. So we'll jump right in here. Starts off, I did hear the first few seconds, starts off with a very great curse word. Okay.
Did you ever
fucking
go
lawyers? How much did lawyers finger fuck your book?
Oh, all
I had
the
to
time.
change every name.
Well, you're one of those guys who's completely uncensored. I mean, you don't know the difference between the legalities of the you are very, very honest. I noticed that with all of your interviews.
Yeah,
so, and it's to a detriment.
I know where we're going.
No, we'll get there.
Yeah.
And I read your Johnny Depp thing. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
We're working our way to that. I imagine everybody wants to interview you because of the article you wrote about.
I had a fucking paparazzi dude, like tabloid internet guy, walk into my house and then come out to our fun house, it's like this studio out back. Hey, I went into the house and no one was there. Can I talk to Doug Stanhope? And I thought he's a fan.
Yeah.
Like, my address is out there. If
Right.
you Google search Doug Stanhope address, the first thing that comes up is my address.
Yeah, in case anyone doesn't know what Doug's talking about. Recently.
Some weird fans show up.
Yeah, Johnny Depp was.
Let me, before we have to pause.
By the way, stop it whenever you feel like it. Don't worry about me. I can deal with anything. Because I know this a little bit. I have listened to it.
Mm-hmm.
Stanhope's not a household name. I'll say it again. He's a comedian's comedian. He's very respected in the comedy community. You wouldn't know him from anything really on TV. He actually was the fill-in when Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel left the Man Show. He and Joe Rogan, who's his other best friend that's famous, were the Man Show replacements. So I don't know what you'd know him from on TV. Depp sought him out. He loved his stand-up somehow, and he thought of him as a real, genuine, insouciant comedian, truth-telling outlaw. And when you're that rich and famous, you can just summon someone and they can come visit you in England
Mm-hmm.
and befriend them however you please, because you're rich and famous. And that's what Depp did. And now they're really good friends to this day. And Stanhope's someone you want as his friend because he defends his friends, and he fucking put his ass on the line here by doing it.
I'm dreading Howard. I'm dreading Howard saying, "Let me explain this to you." He doesn't know anything about this.
He doesn't know anything about it, and he's trying to kiss his ass in the most phony way here to get him to open up to him, so Buckwald can release this as bombshells.
Yeah,
smoking guns from his show, because he's giving him the exclusive here.
That's all he's got left
but he's
now.
giving it to him. Yeah,
he throws shit at the wall and hopes it becomes viral.
His interviews suck now. They used to be hard hitting in the 90s, probably up until the mid 2000s, but this is about as salacious as it's getting. And Stanhope's a kind of a fanboy, so he's giving him the scoop he doesn't deserve.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what he's got going down in that Fairfax stand-up date he's doing underground?
I don't know.
What he has. Apparently, he has all this written down, all the dirt and all the things he wants to express himself with that he's legally not allowed to. Can you imagine what's coming out?
I don't. We'll hear about it shortly after, I'm sure. But yeah, I cannot imagine. I can't wait.
Foolforaclient.com is my sponsor. But
so what drove you? In other words, I consider you brave in the sense that most people would have kept quiet about Johnny Depp and the friendship and what you might have heard around his house and stuff. But without asking about the case, you've spent a lot of time with Johnny. When did you meet him?
2013, I think it was.
And I think you'd even said on the air.
talked-
Yeah,
like
we
you
talked
spend,
about
yeah, we talked
going
about
you
it.
would go to his
visit
house
in
and
London.
you would visit him and you
Yeah.
spend time.
It's in the book.
Yeah.
Do you have that note?
Yes, I do. I do have notes on the book.
Because there was a girl that I was so in love with that it ended up being my pseudo wife. And I
you're
talk
talking-
about
You're talking about this dominatrix you dated.
Sarah?
Right?
Pandora.
Yeah.
Sorry, drop
Yeah?
that a little bit. If
Oh,
drop that a
okay.
little bit. Just after he said dominatrix, it dropped that. But don't worry. I mean, it's still going. Don't
Okay.
worry about it.
All right.
Adjust.
That's
Pandora.
earlier. But there's a passage where I talk about Johnny Depp has all but given me the keys to his fucking house, and I'm still scared to call him. And I said, I'm more scared to call Howard Stern to promote something.
Yeah.
It's better to not call than hear no.
Right. Are you?
And I was that afraid to call that girl.
Is he the type of celebrity friend that you have to be careful because you don't want to blow your association with Johnny Depp? You enjoy knowing him, so you got to be careful. It's not like having a regular friend when you have a famous friend, right? Regular friends you can kind of let your hair down. With Johnny Depp, you got to be on good behavior.
I've never had. Rogan is my only famous friend.
Joe Rogan.
Mm-hmm.
How jealous is Howard about this friendship?
Of course.
Do you think Depp would get him to leave his house? The agoraphobia. It should be let your hair down. You don't know what a double entendre pun that is. It's all about the hair plugs and the wig, right? He can't travel because you'll be exposed.
Well, he finds a
Will be
way.
exposed.
Mm-hmm. All right.
No, go ahead. You're about to.
That's fine. He finds a way to leave the house with no mask to make it to Jerry Seinfeld's house
That's right.
or Billy
Depp
Joel's
is
house.
just famous enough for him to lift all his weird agoraphobic. It's right. It's germophobia unless you're famous enough. It's I honestly think he's massively jealous of this. And by the way, Howard's poser persona with the fake rock and roll outfit and the skater boy do and the wannabe goth garb, almost like Trent Reznor blackface, is very much modeled after a lot of Depp's outfits from his stylist Ralph, I should say.
Exactly.
They sit around and they concoct different Depp blackface to put him in.
Very right, because that's the same era that it all started.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And we're kind of famous together.
Right. You guys came up in the clubs together.
It's still kind of awkward, even that kind of fame, much less Johnny Depp fame.
Right.
I don't get how that world works.
And Johnny's been good to you and your girlfriend Bingo. They always invite you in, and he's always solicitous and he's friendly, and it is a close friendship. But then again, I don't know how much you can talk about, but Amber Heard has said she's never heard of you. She doesn't know who you are.
First of all, I blame you for this because last time I was on, I misspoke and I called her Amanda Heard instead of Amber. And you, king of all media, should have had some 5-second delay.
Right.
That corrected. I think the whole lawsuit is just about me calling her Amanda on your show.
You're kidding. That's the proof?
Pretty sure.
But you have a lawyer now.
Yeah.
Do you think he's kidding?
No.
That she's so ridiculously self-obsessed that him just getting her name wrong in a national venue pissed her off so much that that's the gist of the lawsuit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She couldn't handle getting her name wrong.
No.
I almost believe
that. Absolutely. That's what it's about.
I love Howard's projection, too, about his obsession with trying to become friends with famous people, placing it on to Doug. It's utter 100% Howard projectionism on Stanhope as Howard tries to befriend every effing celebrity on the planet now.
Yeah.
Especially in the Hampton Circle.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I would love to how many requests for interviews have accrued after and he can't talk about it, but this is the most by far he has spoken about this in length, and this is how far he's gone. You can hear it. He's kind of leaking this and that, and he's giving you more, and you could just kind of read between the lines of what he's going through. Initially, they accused Depp of making him do that Depp would somehow write it. Stanhope would put his name on it, so Depp had a gag order on him at that time as well.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. I don't know what to say about it. I wish he could get more, but of course he's being sued, so he can't.
Well, he's kind of the key. And we always wondered, like, where is he? He can't be used as a witness because he has this ongoing gag order on him. And he devised this thing in Fairfax to do a stand-up special. He's going to leak all that he knows to the various media outlets via this underground stand-up show.
Well, he can't really be used as a witness because of his history.
No, right. And so then they're going to go, oh, well, you're wasted like he is all the time. And what kind of credibility do you have when you're bragging about being drunk and on drugs, on hallucinogens all the time in your little Bisbee, Arizona compound? Why should we believe you?
Yep.
You're in his production company, Infinitum Nihil. He produced your stand-up specials.
Mm-hmm. Same reason Marilyn Manson can't be called as a witness.
By the way,
even though
Howard
Marilyn
made
Manson probably knows many things.
Yes, I know. How could he not be in this? He definitely knows as much as any. He's a godfather of his daughter, for Christ's sake.
Mm-hmm.
No pun intended. For Antichrist superstar sake. Howard made $50,000. Howard made as much money as the succubus and her friends staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel in the time this audio took. So they talked to him for, I think it was 13 minutes about this. Howard made $50,000 talking to Doug about what he can't say about that.
Yeah. It's crazy. Hold on. I have this technical issue. Okay, there we go. All right, let's resume. Sorry, I cut you off. Before I do, you want to finish that?
No. Keep
right.
going. Let's see what else we can mine from what he's dancing around masterfully.
All right.
Right. I would have had so much fun with this to make Good Morning America fly me out and then act like it's all about my book.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about that. Do you, now this is kind of odd, but do you have anything of value that you can be sued for? I mean, you are notoriously broke.
That's the funniest idea, and I'm saving it in a notebook for when this lawsuit is done.
Right.
Amber Heard is going to go after Bingo's feather boas. That's about the only thing of value they may have.
It's really hard. He is a guy, and I don't use this loosely, who really lets it fly. He's really brutal honesty. And I don't say that without meaning it. Some people say they do that. He really walks the walk. He doesn't give a shit. He's uncancelable in this age of Me Too and cancel culture. He's uncancelable. He really doesn't really answer to anybody. He's managed to not be beholden to corporate anything. You can't cancel Doug Stanhope. So it's a pretty hardcore threat when he's not willing to let it fly. And you could hear how pained he is by this because he prides himself on letting it fly.
Yep. I'm pissed off none of my pictures are showing up.
That's okay.
I have to put them over the video. Okay.
Because I need new material.
That's
but
it.
Just the idea of some Hollywood supermodel lady.
Don't say that.
Winning all of my
assets.
She would be locking the doors driving down my street, even without seeing a person.
Don't you live in like potholes? Don't you live in like a log cabin and shit? You know,
I live on the Mexican border in this dirty, pothole-ridden, riddled neighborhood.
So there's nothing.
What? Sorry.
As Andrea Burkhart said, the London Fields residuals.
Yeah, I know.
She's just rolling in it. The London Fields residuals.
Yeah, they wouldn't even pay to fill that pothole.
For to take then.
Well, she's going to donate it to.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, some woman's.
No, I don't know anything about this.
I'll donate it to the Innocence Project. That's my charity, and
it is a touchy,
fitting.
But Doug, it's such a touchy subject. You know, when a woman says abuse, I take that seriously.
I do too.
Yeah, and it's weird, but and again, I don't know if you can tell me. Stop me if I can't talk about this part.
Off the air.
Off the air. I can't wait. I can't wait to get you off the air.
Wouldn't you kill to know what he said? And it just went in one ear and out the other.
It kills me. Howard doesn't deserve to know. He doesn't deserve to know.
He's already forgotten.
He's not gonna have his back. He's not gonna confide him. He's not gonna do anything. He's just gonna run with the publicity he gets from this interview.
Yeah.
Nobody has your back less than Howard. Just ask all the people who no longer work for him anymore. And talk about he really takes women's issues seriously. He is the godfather of Me Too. He could be canceled tomorrow if he wasn't his own boss at 112. Just ask Emma Bunton from the Spice Girls, Carney Wilson, Erica Durance. That fucking hypocrisy. I'm cringing listening to this.
Yeah.
You know how seriously I take women abuse.
Just not, ripping their bikini tops off when they're on the Channel 9 show.
Yeah, throw baloney at her ass. That should teach her. That'll Gloria Allred will send you an award.
Yeah.
But you in the article said you visited Johnny the same day.
It was that day
that the dispute happened where she was allegedly beaten, and you said you saw nothing.
He was alluding to the fact that she was going to do something like this. So and she didn't come out till a week later.
Right.
That happened. So, but it happened that night, and he was alluding to she's going to do something like this.
So if you're coming forward with the fact that he said to you she's going to do something like this, what is there really to sue over? I mean, what is she saying?
I think what she's trying to do is make me shut the fuck up.
I see. And it worked.
I can't say anything about it because
she shut you up.
It shut you the fuck up.
So now I'm talking more. Thanks, Bush Mills.
Get back to your book now.
Go back to the book.
You talk about your mother in Doug Stanhope's book, Digging Up Mother, a Love Story. And find tour dates and other info at DougStanhope.com.
And follow my legal case.
We're all
at LegalZoom.com.
We're all worried about you. I mean, with this legal case.
When those Hollywood people
honestly,
come after you.
Aren't you, seriously, aren't you a slight bit nervous? I mean, being sued is never fun.
It's not fun.
Right.
You should know.
Yeah, exactly.
How many lawsuits have you had thrown out? How many people have you sued in the last 15 years? Everybody you've ever worked for, every company. If Howard works for you, he's going to sue you. He's going to feel entitled and sue you at some point.
And
he's
then badmouth you when he loses.
Interns at Sirius. That's why interns are paid at Sirius, because they all sued him.
It's not fun because I can't make jokes about it.
Right.
Everything in comedy for me that sucks in life is funny. My mother dying, there was part of my head when she was killing herself going, you're going to get at least 7 minutes out of this. And it was an honest feeling that, everything that sucks, but when it's fucking lawyers don't care about right or wrong, they care about winning. So anything I say, they can fuck with and spin that into their case. I can't wait till it's done so I can make it fucking funny.
How many pills did your mom have to take in order to end her life?
I believe it was 90.
First,
Let's review. The book just came out.
Don't let
comedian.
One thing.
Are you an accomplished comedian?
The shit I can't talk about. Thank you, the comedians that came out and backed me up. That I'm
talking about the.
Okay, let's jot these down. These are a list of comedians who've kind of spoken for him, because he can't. So I think he mentions here. Some of it's muffled. I couldn't. Bill Burr is one of them. Bonnie McFarlane, who you know from the Opie and Anthony, Rich Voss wife.
Yeah.
Canadian broad. And Rogan's not brought up here, but he does defend him. And let's go on, because I can't remember who else, but it's something I've never heard of.
Okay.
Johnny Depp stuff.
Fucking lie. I'm not. Yes.
Make a final statement
Bill
about
Burr,
Johnny Depp.
Bonnie McFarlane, Dustin Chafin, a lot of comics came out and had my back, and I really.
What did they say? Did they say that you're an honest guy?
That I would never bullshit.
You ever seen this picture? Sorry, I know you wanted to listen. This picture of Depp in Target.
Yes, Target. Yes, that's great. You found that.
It's so weird.
I forgot about that thing.
I got to
Is
put
that
a better
in Arizona
quality.
or LA?
I have no idea, but it comes up as Doug Stanhope took the picture.
I don't know why they're there. There's some joke behind it, or
Oh, okay.
I forget
There's a lawn
what the hell they're
chair.
doing.
It's like a lawn chair that's unfolded in the aisle. They're probably
Yeah.
just being deviants. Okay.
Oh, Johnny, you're at Target. You're so down to earth.
He looks
I can't
fine
believe.
there.
Yeah, he looks good.
Yeah. All right.
About
Anything like that.
Right.
So thank
Bingo, you involved in the lawsuit?
No.
No.
Will you be called to testify?
No, she will not.
All right.
She's fucking mentally ill. She's nothing to do with this.
Your book should have been called "I'm in Love with a Mentally Ill Woman," and I love it. The book is called "Digging Up a Love
Put meat on her
Story."
bones. It's good.
Congratulations on the book. And Bingo, thank you for being here. And I'm glad to see you don't think Johnny Depp's people are dressing you right now. And we will follow the lawsuit and see what happens. We will all see if something happens between you and Johnny Depp and Amber. Wouldn't it be crazy if they got back together again?
And now you're out.
And now you're out.
Like, they can never see you again.
That was the fucking scariest part. Like, I kind of. All right,
But by the way, don't you think you should? But Doug, don't you think you should have contacted Johnny Depp before you wrote the article to see if he
Johnny
wanted
Depp
you to?
is as hard to get a hold of as I am.
Really? So how do you get a hold of him?
You text,
Right.
and then 3 months later,
He goes,
Some celebrities may not have a 10-layer phone system that their friends have
right.
to call just to get to their home.
You think Depp is hard to get to. Listen to someone on Howard's show try to get a hold of him on the phone for something that benefits him. How difficult that is. They have to call his agent. There's exactly as Sarah said, a 10-layered phones. I forget the name of the phone system.
Yeah, I don't remember.
He is the worst. And by the way, if you want to see how Howard really treats women and what he thinks of the whole Me Too movement, listen to our Radio Gunk Dana Plato episode. She committed suicide the next day after doing a show.
Yep.
For the abuse she got. That's what he really. That's how.
That's the feminist Lena Dunham's proclaims.
That's the world's greatest feminist. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, I'll get through this here.
I thought I hit send on this. I thought I hit send on this too.
Did he write the intro to your book? I think.
Yeah, he wrote the foreword for the book.
That was very nice of him.
Yeah.
All right.
Some people do that.
We'll see what happens. All right. And we'll be back right after these words. Did you ever go to
lawyers?
Okay. Let me get rid of that.
Sarah had a great sarcastic dig there. Howard is a absolute prickly, awful pain in the ass about writing forewords for people. It's like this 4-paragraph mediocrity screed that he's probably not even writing anyway. Goes 2 weeks complaining and ducking these people who've provided hours and hours of heavy lifting entertainment on his show while he makes $4,000 a minute. And you can't write a fucking 4-paragraph foreword for Jackie or Artie or Greg Fitzsimmons or whoever. Fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what else do we got? I wanted to think of a snazzy anchorman name for you because it's Depp's News. It's Arms Depp News. I can't think.
Like Stone Phillips kind of person?
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Bry. Hello, this is Big Bry, and welcome to Arms News. Do you want to go over his homes?
Yes, please.
I found this article. It just popped up. I don't know why. I think it's just my crazy Google. You know how Google stalks you with your little interests and throws shit at you and you don't know. So it kind of goes over his homes, kind of a history of it and kind of where it's at now. I think it's updated. Correct me if so there's 7 residences. It's the title of the article is Johnny Depp's Homes, an erudite collection of mansions, islands, and a village. I'll make this the last one because we got a long ass transcript to read. I think
my brain is
looking
already
at
fried.
5-something hours.
It's been a long day, so yeah, let's jump into it.
You're
but
obsessed
this should
with
be a
this.
good one.
Okay, so first it goes Johnny Depp's house in the Hollywood Hills. It is an overhead shot. This is the Sweetser place. Johnny Depp's house in the Hollywood is an abstract amalgamation of 5 mansions. This is where the actor mostly spends his days. The actor has spent about $19 million on these homes. I mean, this, Sarah, you know LA really well. I mean, you know it as well as like Duff McKagan. This is like right smack dab in the middle of ground zero of like Hollywood, right? This
The Sweetser house.
yeah,
Insane. It is right over Sunset Boulevard. It's a
like
massive
someone
mansion.
who doesn't want to hide. Like this, this is not off the
Well, you
grid.
can't
This
see
is
it.
in the grid. Yeah,
You have to
you
drive up
can't
into the
see
hills
it, but
a
it's
bit.
in the grid. It's
Yeah, you can't see it at all. Even from like the front gate, you can't see it. But yeah, it is right there. If there weren't the trees there, you'd see it from every angle in Los Angeles.
is it walking distance to the Viper Room or
Oh, yeah, probably. It's right on Sunset.
okay, and it's also walking distance to the penthouses on
I gotta
the Columbia
familiarize
Building.
myself.
I thought I had heard them say it's a mile and a half away.
Oh yeah, it's not far at all. I did do
Okay.
a distance search. Yeah, go ahead.
Reports also suggest that Johnny's willing to form a tunnel under the surface that would connect all the houses with his main house, where he mostly resides. These houses total and cover an area of about 7,430 square feet. I don't know if you know Depp's history. As a kid, he teased about digging a tunnel from his room to the backyard.
Yeah.
So he's obsessed with tunnels, and doing that whole thing, which is actually a good idea. I think it would be really cool to see someone try that, to actually, of these cavernous tunnels that connect all these different compounds to the statutory rape house with Lily Rose and her 24-year-old boyfriend. The house has 8 bedrooms along with 10 bathrooms. The interior of the house is designed as a signature Gothic. The house is a big swimming pool along with a huge yard and parking areas. There's also a really cool basketball court. Not that's not cool, but it's just the actual backboard goals is very high end, and I will put a picture of Jack Depp and his friends posing in front of it.
Oh, will you?
Which I found. Yeah, I will.
Uh-huh.
You are an unbelievable filmmaker and an
Oh my God!
unbelievable fraud.
This list is already insane for this episode. So yeah, let's go.
I know, it's easy for me to say. Interesting fact: it is assumed that all 5 houses collectively have 35 to 40 bedrooms and somewhere around 40 to 50 bathrooms. Second, the Kentucky Ranch, which involves his mom and the stuff with his nephew and the horse farm and stuff. Kentucky Ranch is located in Lexington, Kentucky. Lexington, which is just 2 miles away from the Keeneland Race Course. This ranch is made on a total land area of 41 acres. This apartment is said to have 3 barns along with 15 stalls and 10 water pad.
Not to interrupt you, Edward Armoro, but I did a Zillow search and did a room by room of the ranch.
Right.
It has carpet in the kitchen. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, good. I like carpet.
No.
Sleep in the kitchen. I love carpet.
No. But it does appear that there are quite a few barns.
Does the carpet match the drapes, Betty Sue?
You are going to hell for that.
She's already in hell, apparently, right?
Oh my God.
She's a bitch on wheels. She's a hellion.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that.
The apartment is said to have 3 barns along with 15 stalls and 10 water padlocks. Apart from this, the property also consists of a guest house and a manager quarter. No word if Isaac Baruch has used this guest house. On the other hand, the main property is 6 bedrooms along with 7 bathrooms, a dining room, a bar, a huge hall-like area where the family gathers for some fun time, some Depp fun time, for some Kentucky fun time, some Owensboro fun time. This area is further connected to the sunroom. Additionally, the house also has a pool, a separate entertainment room, and a garage that occupies 4 cars at a time to enjoy his weekends with his friends. Depp also has a separate compound that consists of a guest cabin housing a 1-bedroom bathroom cabin along with living and kitchen space. But later it was reported the actor had sold this property. Account of 5 penthouse. And it shows the overhead with a pool, like just made really bigger pool than I pictured. really long.
We have an episode that I want to do about the penthouse stuff.
Has Depp ever entertained at that Kentucky place? I don't think so. Has he ever been in the way they're
Did he even
describing?
live there?
I don't think he's ever lived there. They're taking liberties.
Yeah,
She'll
I know
find
his
some
sister's
inconsistencies here, I'm sure.
his sister's glommed in and moved in.
Yeah.
But
The Rassels, William,
yeah.
that's the nephew that owes him $400,000 or something.
Mhm.
$250,000. But now, it's understandable that when buying a property, Depp does not compromise on personal space and prefers to have almost the entire area or floor under his name. Same goes for when he bought these penthouses. Like in Hollywood Hills, Depp's house in Los Angeles is not the one penthouse, but a collection of 5 with a breathtaking roof and a swimming pool. These penthouses were bought between 2007 and 2008, which cost him $7.2 million when counted all together. The total worth of these penthouses comes to about $12.78 million. The penthouses are situated in the Art Deco style Eastern Columbia building in LA. He thought of joining these penthouses for a long time to make it into one superstructure. The penthouse covers an area of 11,500 square feet that collectively has 9 bedrooms, 14 bathrooms, with zebra wallpaper attached to it, like Helen and Tom Willis from the Jeffersons. One of the rooms in these penthouses has also been transformed into an art into an art studio. Guess who that's for?
Yeah.
Or was.
Let's not forget. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go.
Keep going.
And the other has been assigned, or a guest room. Apart from this, the collection of penthouses also incorporates 5 kitchens in total.
Okay, I was going to say one penthouse, and we're going to talk about that. I think, in this episode, has been converted into a wardrobe for Miss Lady of the Manor penthouse level Amber Heard. Go ahead.
And Whitey's living on the moon.
On the moon.
Yep. Somerset Mansion, Johnny Depp's house in England.
I've never seen this.
Castle.
I have to look it up.
No, this one. This one, I think, is the place where they had the Rolling Stone interview.
Oh, okay.
So if you read the Rolling Stone interview again, you get a little more taste of this in that. And I believe the GQ interview, the follow-up, was done there as well.
That's in France at the
GQ one was in France?
Yeah, that was in Village.
Okay, so England is the Rolling Stone one, I guess, exclusively, right? Okay. Another of Johnny Depp's mansions is located in England near Quantock Hills in Kingston, St. Mary. It is known as the Somerset Mansion. The 150-year-old mansion is made on 850 acres of land, although this, Johnny Depp's house, was worth $2.5 million when he purchased it. The actor had to spend an extra $5 million on its renovation. The Somerset Mansion consists of 12 bedrooms along with 8 bathrooms. I believe Tim Burton lives very close to here. I'm almost sure about this. And it's something to do with he befriended Paul McCartney, like any civilian can, in the 90s somewhere. And I think he may live around there as well.
I'm pulling up a photo of it.
Okay.
If we can do this.
It looks like a typical mansion. You see it in the ending credits of the Benny Hill show. Johnny Depp's Deppstein Island. In the eccentric collection of Johnny Depp's homes, next in line is the very beautiful Little Halls Pond Cay Island in the Bahamas. It is located in Exuma Land. How many different names do we have here? Little Pond Cay, Exuma Land. You know what I mean? Like, what is the setup there with these names? And it was located at Exuma Land and Sea Park, which is also known to be the first protected reserve in the entire world. Reports suggest that Depp bought the island in 2004 for about $3.6 million. He spotted this paradise while shooting for the Pirates of the Caribbean. Now, that's definitely what Jack Sparrow would have done. In 360 degrees panoramic view of the sapphire Caribbean, the azure sky. Every sight of the island is to die for. Depp also owns the neighboring island and this location known as the Osprey Bird Rock Island.
Okay. I'm pulling up pictures. I apologize.
And you, I believe, directed me to a video of a kid had infiltrated the island by boat, right? And walked around and filmed
Yes.
some stuff.
Yes.
That's. Do we want to save that for another time, or
We played that. That was in the last testimony. It played over the
right?
island
If you
footage.
don't get a
We're
chance,
gonna
a kid infiltrates Deppstein Island. How long ago you think that was?
I
Or
don't know. I didn't get
he
a
actually
date
did
on
that?
it. I didn't get
It's
a date on it.
and I mean that's the thing now. People do is they film themselves like infiltrating these famous. I think Epstein Island, right? There's two dudes that went to that
Yeah,
and
they
then
ran
filmed
around.
it and ran around and stuff. And people do this and kind of jump on their boat and get out of there. It's interesting. It's an interesting thing a ballsy thing to do. I mean, you don't know what security is waiting for you and what. I can't understand how the setup there.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp's house in France, which I believe he stole these, right? I mean, this is and he's trying to recoup his money. He had to sell off so much stuff. So you don't know where it's at now. When you think of a house, you might imagine a property with several rooms and a roof and a garden. Maybe to Johnny Depp, a house can be also an entire village. Johnny Depp's house in France is neither a ranch nor a mansion, but a village. This village is located in another name. I hate these names with all my heart. The village is located in Plan de la Tour, 10 miles away from the yacht harbor in Saint-Tropez in the south of France. Depp bought this property in 2016. Purchasing cost of this village is not known, but he invested about $10 million in renovating the place as it originally was during the 1800s. The key features in Johnny Depp Village is the village concludes all the 19th century small provincial houses, including 12 structures that cover 10,000 square feet. It consists of 15 bedrooms along with 14 bathrooms. The main house in the village is made of an area of 4,300 square feet, includes 5 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms. On the other hand, the guest room consists of a bathroom and a kitchen. The main house also has a big swimming pool on the rooftop. One of the main house rooms has been transformed into an art studio. Johnny Depp also has a private restaurant known as Café Marceline in the village itself.
This building here, the old church, can you see that?
I do.
Okay, that is where his bedroom is.
Really?
Yeah, like each building is a room on this place apparently. So this is where the reporter walked in to use the bathroom and saw
right. Yes, that's the
the book being written.
The book when he was writing it's pages from excerpts from the book.
Yeah.
When he's pounding on a Miramar palm tree with a baseball bat.
Exactly.
So this is it. Johnny Depp's homes are not just bizarre but extravagant, definitely alluring. While its delightfully charming persona is reflected through the humble abodes, there is more to the man than meets the eye. So let's take a look at some of the rare facts about. Now we know all this. It's nothing I don't know. Nothing we don't know. It's just Nicholas.
I'm going to pull up a picture of the Sweetser house. Give me a second. I don't even know how this is showing up. I can't see the. Oh, all right, cool. Let's see if I can share this.
I'm not sure what the status of all these homes. He sold off a lot of this because of the debt, losing the $650 million to his managers, and I'm not sure whether finances. I'm sure we'll all learn that this week because it's all over the place.
Yeah. Can you see my mouse moving around?
Yes.
Okay. I'm circling the house. So if I move the map down, here's Sunset Boulevard.
Okay.
So if you can still see my mouse, I hope you can. You drive up Sweetser here and keep going up the hill. Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. I cursed. Okay. Go around this little bend, and that's his driveway right here. I think.
Wow.
Oh, no. Or that's another way to get to. Anyway, that's the idea. This house here weirds me out. This curved one.
Wow. It takes up that whole kind of. Yeah. It's a virtual compound beyond. It takes up that whole area.
Yeah.
It's like a block. It's like I mean, they were exaggerating when they said it's a block.
Yeah, this right here, this building here is a shopping center.
Oh my God.
So it's so weird, the location, but you can't see it from Sunset because all these trees.
Look, I know. Yeah, it's. I'm trying to
So,
picture the tunnels underground.
yeah, let me go. I'm going to close out of this. Let me go to the Columbia building. God, hold on. I'm so slow at this.
I didn't know you were taking us on the Hollywood Hills tour.
Well, this might be easier than me having to overlay a picture of every single one. Okay. Well, I love this building. Oh, here's the pool. Okay. Bear with me. Oh, my Lord. I still have to think it through way too much. Can you see that?
Now I do. Yeah.
Okay. So
I kind of
let
like
me
the
see.
front of that. Oh,
Here's
that's
the
the
pool.
back.
This is the penthouse level here. So this
Jesus.
is the pool that they have access to. I don't have any more pictures. Oh, yes, I do.
Now you see why
More
she wouldn't part
pictures.
with that lifestyle.
Of course.
Yeah,
Here's
the
the
first thing she said is,
outside down here.
just blackmail him with this, and I get to keep the penthouses. And she's like, I mean, there's no. Once you get a taste of that,
Yeah.
the
Let's see
lifestyle
what
you
else.
don't deserve to be accustomed to.
Of course. Here's the lobby. So yeah, I would be thrown out within a minute.
That's the lobby.
This is the lobby she
Okay.
comes down to demand her
Yeah.
packages
I know. I love
and leave them. All right, let me get rid of that.
give her a
Okay.
package
All right.
that she can demand.
No, please do.
All right, let's go on to our main event. It's day 4.
We're going to
of,
begin with Ms. Wass finishing up her cross-examination, and then we are going to move into Sherborne. I'm playing both Wass and Sherborne. I apologize in advance. They will sound the same. So
it's the clarity that we don't need the British mumbling. You'll be thankful, because if we did it, you just wouldn't. It's just no way. We'd have to put closed captions to understand the real Sherborne and how he speaks.
Yep.
It's not that different than that.
You're not far off. All right,
No.
so let's get started because we're going to be here forever.
All right, Toots.
Okay.
Roll it.
All right. All right, so we are on day 4 of this transcript, and we are picking right back up, I think 10 a.m. in the morning UK time. All right.
Yeah, apparently they don't. That's the earliest they go. Is that
I
what
think
I'm
so.
to believe?
I think Fairfax
And
is
you
going to be the same
said
thing.
you told me that state by state, in the United States, the court has different. It seems like they got Howard Sirius schedule. They take Fridays off a lot of times.
Fairfax is Fairfax. They're not going to have court on Fridays.
And that's
So
it's a Virginia thing, or is that a Fairfax?
I don't know if that's just for this case. I don't know.
It seems like it's. I feel like it's not universal, but I feel like that's a trend going around now.
All I know is, I won't say why, traffic court in Oregon starts at 8:30 in the morning. So I couldn't tell you. I know it's a completely
And you're
different
there
type of
at
court.
5:30 waiting for the door to open.
I am there because I want to go home. So if I can get first on the
everybody
list.
just wants to go home. That's everybody's goal in every facet of life. I just want to go home. Nobody wants
I've
to
been in
be
traffic
anywhere.
court once. One time I was at traffic court, by the way. All right, let's move on. Okay, let's get into this.
No, let's get into your traffic court. Let's read that transcript. I heard Nick Wallace was at the court when you went to traffic court. He's transcribed
the first ticket in my life, and I agreed to go make an appearance before a judge to get it dismissed. So I said yes to keep my stellar driving record.
You know why? Because you always do the right thing.
And don't forget.
What did you do? So what did you do? You said you took a. You made a right.
I didn't stop completely on a turning right on a red arrow.
Oh, that's such bullshit.
No, a red light.
Done that.
It wasn't a red arrow.
I've done
I
that.
couldn't go. Yeah,
I know. You have to come to a full stop or something, and if there's a camera, they must make so much money off that. Nobody does that.
It's the intersection right near my the parking lot where I live in a parking lot by the where I live, and that it was 6 a.m. I was going to get groceries, God forbid, and I didn't stop completely, and that intersection lit up like the 4th of July once I went through it.
Oh, you saw the
Like, oh,
camera go
shit.
off? Like, was it dark
There
out?
were 4 cameras that went off as I
Can
saw
you
on my
publish these
ticket.
pictures? Can you post these
No.
pictures on the? Do it like right here, just as the great filmmaker
No,
that you are.
I will not do that.
Slip it in,
Nope.
superimpose. Oh,
Nope.
come on. Who cares? I
All
know you
right.
have them.
You see enough on my avatar there. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, Mr.
But anyway,
Depp.
if you want to see Sarah's court transcript, Nick Wallace has masterfully written it down in the thing, and we could maybe do an episode on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard it was a hard-hitting case. I heard it was just dragged on into the late afternoon, and the jury was crazy conflicted. So
I was first in line for court. I didn't get to go home until 10. It was a nightmare.
very
8:30 to
controversial.
10. Yeah, I know.
The state's never going to be the same. It's never going
They
to
needed
be
that.
city and the state.
They needed that $300 anyway.
Oh God, the money they must make. I don't even want to know.
Oh God, yeah, of course.
Just off that infraction.
You think
Off
if
the right turn.
we'll get past this in a second, but do you think if I got it dismissed because I had such a clean driving record, they could they cut half of it down, so it was like 150.
Matthew Broderick killed 2 people.
I know, but
in Ireland.
You would think if they dismissed it, they would not charge me for the first one. That's okay.
Right.
All right, let's get to this because we're gonna go crazy.
Matthew Broderick killed 2 people
Oh,
in Ireland and got less of a
yes.
slap than you did. Less
Mhm.
repercussions than you did.
I think his fine was
crazy.
lower too. Okay. All right, let's go. All right, Mr. Depp. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I ask you a question about the hoax, which you have put forward as an explanation for Ms. Heard's conduct? As I understand it, she's put her head together with various other people to make it look as if you were a wife beater, when the reality was you were not. Is that correct?
Well, I've been up this early since 21 Jump Street. That is correct.
Could you go to file 7, please, and go to tab 22A? Now, IO Tillet Wright, is he one of the people who is part of the conspiracy with Ms. Heard?
Yeah, it sounds like a wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks, doesn't it? I believe that to be true, yeah.
We see here a text exchange. My lord, it's H134.1 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Tillet Wright. It is a bit difficult to read, so let me know if you get lost. If you could go to the first hole punch, you'll see the name IO and then a question. Quote, what the holy fuck happened this time? Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
This is just for the avoidance of doubt an email exchange on the 11th of February, 2016. So we're now moving into 2016. Mr. Tillet Wright says, what the holy fuck happened this time? Miss Heard says, he just lost it, literally switching personalities like channels on a TV. It was nuts. Mr. Tillet Wright says, did he hit you? I thought you guys weren't seeing each other. Then Miss Heard says, no, he didn't touch me. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
It would appear that Miss Heard is making a complaint about you losing it.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
But not making a complaint that you hit her on that occasion. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. It is a rare occasion, yes.
A rare occasion that you did not hit her?
A rare occasion that she says I did not hit her.
That's what I was going to ask you. How does this fit in with your idea that she was making up untrue evidence about your violent behavior? She's denying you hit her on this occasion.
Yeah, well, she's denying that I hit her on this occasion. I would not begin to be able to understand exactly why. I suppose she just, maybe she's telling the truth for once.
All right. Now, Miss Heard's birthday was on what date?
I believe April 22nd.
And on the 22nd of April, 2016, she would turn 30?
Yes, that's about as old as I go.
So obviously a big occasion for her?
Yes, ma'am.
And, when just for a second, I turned 30.
That's okay. You're allowed to stop it.
I don't want to because we have so
50
much
times
to do.
more than you. I got to get this done.
I do have to get this done. Okay. I turned 30. I didn't give a crap. I don't understand the whole, oh my God, it's my birthday month. I don't get
I didn't
it.
want any attention to it. I often don't. I just don't. I've stopped. Who gives a shit about their birthday after? And I know people do. I mean, I let people in my family make too big a deal out of their own or whatever. But this is the most insane. It's like Howard's birthday bash, right? This is more pomp and circumstance
Hmm.
than you can't possibly live up to her expectations of celebrating her fucking stupid grifter fake bohemian friends, and they're planning this. And I mean, I remember, and I think they might go into it here, the 5 layers of Coachella
Hmm.
and that stupid Hicksville camping ground. And
Well,
good
this is
Lord,
also,
someone who celebrates their birthday for a month straight.
well, she took a big crap in the bed too that night. So,
Right.
all right. Let's see. And the night before, she gave a little party at the Eastern Columbia building with some guests. I think it was a party of 12. Do you agree?
Something around there, yeah.
It was also an important date for you, was it not? Because you had a meeting with your recently hired business manager and his accountant.
Yes, ma'am. You sound really concerned.
And one of the accountants is Mr. Edward White.
Yes, ma'am.
I think your sister Christy was also there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The meeting
Yep.
took place at the production company something Infinitum Nile.
Yeah, you pronounced that right for once.
Shut up. It started at 7:30.
Around the meeting?
Yes.
I do not recall. I believe it was somewhere in that area. I don't really need to know what time it is often, so I don't
Yeah. Well, let me
care.
just help you. That's what Mr. White says.
Oh, good, right.
Mr. White says it ended at about 9 or 9:30.
Yes, ma'am. That's good.
You would not have missed your wife's 30th birthday celebrations unless it had been important, would you?
No, I would not. I mean, I desperately tried to get out of the meeting, in fact.
I think you were given some rather unfortunate news about your financial affairs,
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
which is obviously stressful.
Yes, ma'am.
And after leaving the meeting, did you ingest any recreational drugs to relieve your stress?
This is very likely. I would have smoked some marijuana to calm myself.
Yes, because when you arrived at the birthday party and you arrived about 10 o'clock, a couple of hours late, does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I arrived around 10:15.
All right. I think they were just finishing dinner, were they not?
They were all at the table, yes.
Yes, but the food had been consumed?
I do not recall.
You cannot remember, okay. Were you under the influence of cannabis?
I do not remember. It's likely that I may have smoked a joint of marijuana after the meeting. Now, this is what Sarah's talking about. He doesn't remember. I honestly don't believe he doesn't remember this. Like, I don't understand. This day, you would remember every effing detail.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the worst day of his life. Truly. I mean, a triple pronged effect. He doesn't remember. He's constantly going back to, I don't remember. And so they're using this I don't remember against him as just being constantly zooted.
Well, next week,
How do you win when
he's going to have to fill in the blanks.
Go again. Yes, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And he's got to be having, from Zellner to Chew, and you got to stop with this I don't remember shit.
Yep.
Remember.
Yep.
It's going to
If
just
you don't
throw that
remember,
in your face.
Craft a story if you don't remember.
Right. Because, I mean, I don't even believe that he doesn't remember there. It's almost like trying to sound cool. How could you not? That day
That's
is the
not
worst.
the time.
Yeah. There's never not time for him not to act cool. There's never a time.
Mm-hmm.
Know that.
Know that.
If you know anything about the Depp man, there's never a time where cool isn't the order of the day. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Think Thompson and think act cool in every situation, no matter what it is. I'm sorry. I didn't quite catch your answer. I've been keeping your voice nice and loud most of the time, but it kind of dipped there, old chap. I'm sorry. It's starting to die, my voice. Sorry. If you need water, then is that me?
Yeah, that's you. Sorry.
Is it
Go
me or
ahead.
you?
That's
Okay,
you. Go
that's
ahead.
me. If you need water, then No, I'm fine. I'm good. Sorry, can you repeat the last answer? You were under the influence of cannabis when you arrived at the dinner party. I do not recall whether I was or whether I wasn't, but it's not, it's likely that I would have left the meeting and smoked cannabis to calm down. And the recent news from my business manager. Thank you. Well, thank you, sir.
When you got there, when you got to the party, you were exhausted, were you not, after the events of your day?
Exhausted? I do not recall again.
I know.
But I was not most assuredly in a low state of mind. Yeah, it was not a pleasant thing. I just been through.
Right. There was alcohol being served at the party?
Yes, there was wine. Yeah,
Wine. And you drank some of the wine as the others did?
I believe so.
And were there magnums of wine, were there not?
Yes, I believe so.
You know, a lot of people only stick to the 75 milliliters, but there were magnums, much bigger bottles on this occasion.
She's such a bitch.
I know.
Yeah.
And you just portray her so magnificently. The way you said it was that delivery is so great. A lot of people only stick to the 75 milliliter wine.
I couldn't even identify if there
I
was
know.
what they call a magnum bottle of wine. It's a bottle of wine. I would not
She
even
might be
know.
a booze hound, Wass. She might be a booze hound herself.
I couldn't tell you how many milliliters.
I thought I drank wine.
I couldn't tell you how many milliliters were in a
I
regular
know.
sized bottle of wine. I don't care.
That's where you like a lot of like drunkards master the metric system that way, where they're
Yeah.
converting milliliters into and in every bottle's milliliters and liters in it, and staring at the bottom, crunching the numbers.
Yeah, when they're like a group of, say, 12 or more, magnums just make a lot more sense.
I always think of condoms whenever they talk about magnums here. Okay.
Somebody in the gunk chat the other day had a great question. We were talking about the depening to start off, and I don't know if you listened. You probably didn't.
No.
You're lost. You're lost, Toots. You're lost.
I've been told.
Somebody said that I wish I could quote the right person. I so wish I could. It could have been Tenuta. Could have something like that. Who has a bigger wine cellar, Depp or Beth?
Depp.
I go with Depp too. I think it's his first priority.
She's into more of the cheap.
Too.
She's more into the cheap wine, so she can send out a minion to go to Walmart and get a $2 special, and he's got the $10,000 bottles of wine lined up along the wall. So I would say his is much better.
That's so funny. You Long Island Walmart. Just using the Hamptons. So they're in Southampton. To go to Walmart you have to go to Riverhead and snake up. It's quite a little bit of but she doesn't drive and doesn't have to do anything. So
she doesn't care.
As you said, some minions doing it. What?
Yep, she doesn't care. All right.
Security's doing it. Where are we?
Line 9, it's me. Yes, I understand that. Your account of this evening is that you went to bed after the guests had gone and you began reading?
Yes, ma'am, in bed.
In bed. No conversation with Miss Heard as far as you were concerned?
Even that, you're so good at saying, she just said like sarcastically, little subtle sarcasm in your voice. You go, yeah, in bed. You stop. It's so good. It sounds like such lawyer, sardonic. Everything is like condescending. In bed, yeah.
Miss Heard was voicing her, voicing how upset she was that I was late for her birthday dinner, and that I had made a fool of her. And, I didn't care, and everyone was talking about how awful it was of me to do such a thing, and all that. And then she ramped it up, as it were. Became like a bit more aggressive, and she was very, very upset, very, very angry.
You were just reading, were you, when she was getting upset?
I was lying in bed. After the birthday dinner, we went back to the penthouse. I got in bed and just started reading. Of course, trying to avoid any confrontation with Miss Heard.
You were really reading a book on her 30th birthday celebrations when she had just expressed the fact that she was upset that you turned up to her party 2 hours late?
Wow. That's
Big whoop.
some question. Oh, no, I thought that her behavior regarding the subject of my tardiness to her birthday dinner, and I thought it was just too much her anger, her rage, for my tardiness, which I had been texting Miss Heard, telling her, "I'm so sorry, I'm going to be late. I know, I know I'm going to be late, and I'll get out of here as quick as possible. I swear."
Can I help you on that? I accept fully that you sent such text to Miss Heard that you were going to be late. There was no dispute about that. I've not gone through them because I am under pressure of time, as you understand. What I'm asking you, Mr. Depp, is not whether you told her that you were going to be late, because you clearly did, and not whether you may not you have been, oh my God, have had a very good reason to be late, because it may be that you did. But that when she expressed the fact that she was upset, your evidence is that you simply read a book. You went to bed and to read a book. I can't even talk. I am challenging
It's
that.
okay.
Do you
It's a lot.
understand?
It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I understand.
Tell us what you were reading that you were able to absorb while Miss Heard English, oh my God, was expressing her sadness and upset that you had not been present at her 30th birthday party.
I don't recall the book I was reading. Could have been Oh My Dog, I think, something like that. Or if I was a published book, or if it was a journal of mine, or the reason that I went straight to bed and started to read was because I was trying to avoid yet another confrontation with Miss Heard about something that did not go exactly as she had planned or expected, and I just didn't want to discuss it. So she was not talking about her sadness in the sense that she was devastated by my hour and 15 minutes of lateness or whatever it was. So she's rather angry and aggressive, and therefore I just tried to avoid the conversation or the fight. Now, can you believe he doesn't remember the book he was reading?
I know.
I mean, that's a detail that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember books I was reading 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I told AJ Benza on the Gunk podcast, I was reading his book on the toilet, the Depp part. In fact, I think I quoted it, that Weinstein was supposed to produce the Fame Ain't It a Bitch movie, and he wanted Depp to play AJ Benza in the movie.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, do you really believe he doesn't remember the book he was reading?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm
I
baffled.
so badly want to hear the title, too. I want so badly want to. Damn. Montel Williams, Mountain, get out of my way.
Okay. Did you not explain to her why you had been late? Did you ever explain to her that night why you were so late?
Yeah, several times, even in the text.
Leaving aside the text, I'm asking you about the time when you went to bed. You say you were reading. She was upset, and let me see. And you must have been ignoring her by reading. Why did you not say, "Look, I'm really sorry I was late. I did not want to upset you"? Why did you not have a conversation like that?
Well, I'm sure we did have a conversation. I'm sure I did have a retort of some kind. I did say things like, "Look, I could not help it. It's beyond my control." I was again trying to calm her down. So there was an exchange, but anything I said was not getting us anywhere. Other than as I said, she was quite ramping. She ramped up, and I was like, I think she herself had probably drank quite a bit of wine. So everyone there was drinking wine,
Including you?
Yeah. Yes.
Can I put you in? Can I put to you an alternative scenario? Do you remember, Mr. Depp, that I was explaining how this worked, and I will suggest to you what happened, and at each time, if you can just say whether you agree or disagree.
Of course.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
What I suggest is that Ms. Heard did raise the issue of you being late to her 30th birthday party, and she was upset.
Yes.
And I suggest you took that as criticism.
It was indeed criticism.
And you do not like being criticized?
I do not mind being criticized at all, but that's just beyond criticism. It was like she's lighting me up.
This provoked you to become angry?
No, ma'am.
You were very near, at the time you became angry, a magnum bottle of champagne. Do you remember a magnum bottle of champagne being in PH3 flat that night?
No, I do not. In the bedroom or anywhere else.
You got out of bed in order to argue with Miss Heard. You went to bed, and then you got out of bed in order to argue with her?
No, ma'am.
As you have accepted, you were very stressed about the news you had received. I think you agreed that?
Yes, I agree.
The last thing you wanted to be told was that you were disappointment to your wife?
I believe that's the last thing any husband would want to hear.
The argument picked up pace, and you picked up the magnum bottle of champagne and you threw it at her, but it missed?
No, ma'am.
And glass
I don't
smashed?
miss. No, ma'am. Like Hawkeye, I don't miss.
That, I suggest, is how you express yourself when you're angry. You smash things. I've said this to you more than once.
Yeah, yes, you have.
You have disagreed before, I think, and what do you want to say now?
I disagree.
I understand. After you threw the bottle and the bottle smashed, you grabbed Miss Heard by the hair and pushed her onto the bed?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When she tried to leave, you blocked the bedroom door?
No, ma'am, I did not, once again.
And you tried to grab her hair?
No, ma'am, not at all.
And she has very thick, long hair, has she not?
Who wrote
Another
that? Did she
compliment.
write that first?
I know. Romance
She has
novel.
very thick, lustrous, almost impossible hair that is just the envy of generations to come. Did you not?
And when you
Yeah.
spun her, when you dramatically spun her around, ripping her top from her breasts, you threw her onto the bed, and she was very beautiful as she screamed for help.
Cheekbones glistening in
Mhm.
the LA moonlight.
Her high cheekbones glistening from tears.
That casting agents all over LA were beating down the Columbia building to cast her in another Aquaman movie.
Ugh. Yes.
No. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. We're repeating. And you grabbed her by the hair and pushed her to the ground?
No, ma'am.
She went out of the bedroom and then around your desk in the office, back to the bedroom. And when you and she were near each other, you bumped her chest. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like Steph Curry and Klay Thompson celebrating.
Pushed your chest toward her to collide with her.
No, ma'am.
And you walked out of the apartment. I think you got your security, phoned your security to take you away. Or were they in the guard's hut there already?
Sarah, can we do an NBA chest bump right in there if you could jot that down?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thanks for indulging me.
Mm-hmm.
Just a goof on how stupid that is. No, security is just down the hall. In fact, and I called and I said.
Okay, I call that the guard's hut. Is that the right word for it?
Yeah, sure.
There was a little area where the security lived on the penthouse floor.
Exactly. It's like penthouse 5.
You went to them and said you wanted to go home to Sweetser?
I texted and I said, gotta go. Time to get out of here.
You left a note for Amber saying, "Happy fucking birthday."
I do not know that I did, but it's very, very possible. See, I don't believe him.
I know.
I think he knows.
I would say
exactly what
yes,
he wrote.
I did, because she just attacked me.
I would have said yes, exactly. Own that. Absolutely. Who wouldn't write that back?
I
Who
know.
the hell wouldn't? I don't believe he doesn't remember that.
All right. That's me. All right. Now the dogs were with Miss Heard in the flat?
Yeah.
Pistol
Yes.
and Boo?
Yes, ma'am.
And Boo, as we know, had a problem with her toilet habits?
No, ma'am. Not at all. Just a minute. Yes.
You deny that Boo would defecate sometimes without control all over the place, including on you at times?
Boo and the other dog, Pistol, both had, I would not say they were accidents.
They were not very well trained in the toilet department. Is that what you're going to say?
Well, no, they were very well trained. Pistol was very well trained. Boo was not as trained as Pistol, but there was not a problem with the dog. It was not a constant thing.
All right. It came to your attention the following day. You did not, of course, sleep in the bed that night. As far as you're aware, Miss Heard did sleep in the bed. You have no reason to suggest she did not sleep in the bed.
I do not know. I left at 4:30 in the morning.
All right. It came to your attention the following day that is the day of Amber's birthday, that the cleaner, Hilda Vargas, found feces in the bed in PH3.
It was on, I think it was Saturday, I believe. Saturday the 22nd.
The 22nd is Miss Heard's birthday.
Yes, I believe it was a Saturday.
Miss Heard herself had arranged to go to the Coachella Music Festival.
Okay, here we go.
I know.
Oh, sorry. I think you asked the question, Miss Wass, that it came to your attention that Mr. Depp's attention that Miss Vargas had found feces in the bed. Do you agree with that? I do agree with that, but I did not find out myself until the Sunday, which is the following day.
All right. The means of communication was that Ms. Vargas, the cleaner, found them. She said she was quite unhappy about this for reasons which are probably obvious. She photographed them and sent a message to Kevin Murphy, and Mr. Murphy sent a message to you with the photographs.
Mr. Murphy sent a message and photographed Sean Bett, and on the Sunday I got them.
All right. These messages that were going around, at first, you thought they were hilarious. First, you thought?
Yeah, yes, I did.
It was hilarious. I think they're a text. We can look at them if you challenge them. But you say things like, not sure I've laughed this hard for years. At least the photographs are hilarious. And there were jokes like Amber Turd, Amber and Dumps, that sort of thing, going between the two of you.
It was one of the most absurd, unexpected statements I've ever witnessed in my life. So initially, yeah, I mean, I did laugh because it was so strange.
You later tried to blame one of Miss Heard's friends. You suggested one of Miss Heard's friends had defecated in the bed.
I hate to make fun of it as a mystery grumpy, if you will, left on the bed, and it was not left by 3 or 4 pound. I tell you, it wasn't a 3 or 4 pound dog. No. By the way, Sarah, I should say. So here's another one, right? That mystery grumpy. Is this another with the what was the other thing last time?
Porky Pie.
Porky Pie. So right, this is where he confuses, like, where he thinks he's British. Can we assume this is British speak? This is Brit speak. This is Brit nomenclature. Anybody that listens to this, mystery grumpy?
I'm assuming a grumpy is a log.
This is Paul Bettany speak. Yeah. Snap a log. Right.
Sorry, I'm vile. Okay. All right. Let's see. What I'm going to ask you is whether you accuse Miss Heard's friends of defecating in the bed.
I was convinced it was either Miss Heard herself or one of her cohorts. He's involved in leaving human feces on the bed. Yeah.
You did not accuse Miss Heard, did you? Do you accuse IO Tillet Wright, the person you say is part of the conspiracy to further this hoax?
To be quite honest, IO Tillet Wright seems like the only one that would be crass enough to commit such an act.
All right, we'll come to that in a minute. The next time after this argument is on April 21st, the day before Miss Heard's 30th birthday. The next time you actually saw her was on May 21st, was it not?
Yes, ma'am.
You had arranged on May 21st to go to the flat PH3 to discuss the relationship?
I was going to retrieve some of my personal things, the more sensitive things, and so now Miss Heard wants to talk.
What you said in your witness statement is this, and I want to know if you stand by this. Since the incident on April 22nd, 2016, Miss Heard repeatedly tried to contact me either directly or through her sister, Whitney Heard, who continually asked me to get back in touch with Miss Heard.
The fangirl wives on Twitter, they call her. This is it's so immature, but it's not. I mean, it's clever and it's not clever at the same time. But it's so immature. It's funny that I laughed when they call her Shitney.
It's just so, you know what I mean? It's so immature, but it's just such a guttural laugh when they just, and they can't even say her name. It's just Shitney now
Yeah.
on Twitter. And you know how one person takes one thing and everybody copies off them and it just runs amok. Like Scamber became, everybody has to say that now. Even I say it all the time. I feel like I created the succubus. I just know it. Yes, ma'am.
And you are suggesting that Miss Heard was pestering you, but you did not actually want to contact her. Is that how things were?
What? Wait, where are you?
Line 23.
Oh God, it's so, I hate the way. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I did not feel pestered. I just wouldn't describe it as pestered at all. I mean, there were attempts to get me from Whitney Heard and from Amber, or Miss Heard and other associates were to try to go and talk and work out the relationship. It was just what they wanted.
You were also keen to be in contact with her, were you not?
With
Miss Heard?
With Miss Heard, Whitney, or who?
Miss Heard, I suggested to you, Mr. Depp, that the witness statement, the passage I've read out, gives the impression, and it may be an impression I've wrongly drawn, that Miss Heard was somehow pestering you. Let me read it again. Since the incident on April 22nd, Miss Heard has reportedly tried to contact me either directly or through her sister, Whitney Heard, who continuously asked me to get in touch with her.
Oh no, that is true. That is true.
It would be wrong to suggest she was pestering you and you wanted nothing more to do with her. Is that right?
I was in the mindset that I did not want anything to do with her anymore. Yeah, I thought it was like a fitting, strangely, oddly fitting end to that relationship.
You wanted nothing to do with her. Is that right?
As difficult as it was, I had very strong feelings for Miss Heard at the time. I was in a pussy fog, and it was not an easy decision to make. But since we'd gone back and forth for years now, so now I had to leave.
Right. So it was not a question of her, you saying in effect, look, she can contact me if she wants. She knows how to get a hold of me. And you not wanting to get a hold of her?
I did not really. I was not ready to go back there and get myself in the same situation. So I'd been in for all those years. I wasn't prepared for that.
Okay. All right. Can you go to file 9, tab 110, please? K114 at the bottom.
114 tab.
110 tab, 114 at the bottom.
Oh, thank you. Okay. K107 at the bottom.
No, K114 at the bottom.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, sure.
You're right. It starts at 107. Can you go to K114?
I like when he's right about the paperwork. I don't know why I get off on that. I don't know. It's a few times he's kind of like sharp. He's a really good observer. This is you. Yeah.
All right. This is a text you sent on the 4th of May to somebody called Christian Carino.
Here we go. This is good. Yes.
Who was he?
Christian Carino was Miss Heard's commercial agent.
He was?
God. CAA?
He was your commercial agent as well, was he not? He was acting for both of you, or certainly wanted to be your commercial agent.
He later became my commercial agent, yeah.
At this stage...
So, think about how this works, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
This Hollywood weird fucking cronyism, nepotism. So she's like, how she thinks, like she's going, okay, so I'll get this agent because I'll promise him that he'll land Johnny if he agrees to get me. So she's like working him all away. She's sort of like going, I don't really want to represent. What are you going to sell? Who gives a shit what you endorse? Who gives a shit about you? It's like, well, then you can get Johnny because I'll make him go on with you because he's on the outs with Tracy Jacobs now.
Yeah.
You know that's how she laid that out.
Yeah. So at this stage, he was something who was courting your favor. Would that be fair?
Courting my favor. A Hollywood agent, yeah, sure, of course.
Okay, so you seem to be confiding in him by May in terms of your relationship with Miss Heard. Do you agree?
Yeah, yes.
So the text that you sent him on the 4th of May said this, and I suggest it's about Miss Heard, all right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, quote, "Look, brother, if she needs me, she knows exactly how to get me. More potent and more durable than her most legitimate and most deeply felt emotions," end quote. So you were upset, were you not, that Miss Heard had not contacted you, not the other way around?
I if you're suggesting that I was upset because Ms. Heard was not contacting me, I was upset because everything we'd hoped for and tried desperately, the two of us, to make it work was now dead.
Yes, but I just want to clarify the position. Do you remember I suggested to you that your statement appeared to give the impression that Miss Heard was pestering you between the 21st or the 22nd of April when you last saw her and the 21st of May? What I'm trying to establish is that it's not the case. And in fact, we see the evidence that you were upset that she had not contacted you.
Based on one line here, I, I've heard nothing from her. It's her ego and her pride more potent and durable than most legitimate and most deeply felt emotions. That was a valid question in terms of Miss Heard's attitude towards things.
Go to the text schedule in file 6, tab 119 at page 156. You know the text schedule I'm talking about?
Yeah, yes, I have that.
Page 156 at the bottom.
Oh, hold on a second. Nearly there. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, yes, ma'am, I got it.
You say at 5 from the bottom, there's a text communication between you.
Yeah, yes.
You say, "Call me when you get this. Good night." May 15th. Then she then said, "Just woke up. I'm assuming you're still asleep. Sorry I missed you. Was shooting." She was obviously doing a film. Quote, "I will try later." End quote. "Are you still in Europe?" You said, "Still in London."
Yeah, yes.
So over the page, "Can you talk?" You say, "In a meeting. I'll be out in a half an hour." Good for you.
Yeah, see that? Yeah.
So this was not Ms. Heard asking her sister to try and get back in touch with Ms. Heard, as you said in your statement. You were in touch with Ms. Heard.
We were in touch, though it was not the same level, as our relationship was not. It was virtually, it was non-existent.
Do you see the long text in the middle of 157?
Yes.
Again, I do not dispute that it's quite clear to you that the relationship was really on its last legs, but you end by saying, "All my love and my regrets. I wish you nothing but good, Johnny."
I'm looking for it.
Okay, do you see the long text?
On 157.
Yes,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yes, I see it.
the last line.
Last line. The big text. I wish you nothing but good.
Yes, before that it says, "All my love and regrets."
Oh, yeah, yes.
From you to her?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were talking in a civilized way. It was not a question of pestering you in any way, was it?
I never used the word pester.
I accept that. I was just talking about the impression one might have got from the way your statement was phrased.
I wish you nothing but good. All my love and regrets. I wish you nothing but good, Johnny. That that's what I felt. I didn't think there needed to be any more poison at the time. Because part of that bad part was over. So, which is obviously the relationship. So now we just had to finish it.
Okay. Please go to 158. And just to put that in context, I think, sadly, your mother lapsed into a coma.
Wow. Let me just say, Sarah, for going through her mom. I'm fascinated what's to come in Fairfax in a zillion different ways, but the relationship he has with Shitney
Hmm.
is a weird one, right? Because it seems like it just goes up and down, and she's on his side, she's on her side, and she's a double agent,
Hmm.
seemingly, right? She's playing both sides. She knows the power and fame he has and how he's the
Well,
kind
she got a
of
lot of drugs from him, so.
that too. Good point.
Mm-hmm. He was a good
But I'm
connection.
fascinated by the double agent side of Shitney because she
Mhm.
seems to just go. I just don't know where she's coming from,
Yep.
and now she's latched on to us. Now there's no going back, but still,
Mhm.
I can't wait to see David Hurd's stupid hick face in the try. You know he's going to be there.
I'm sure.
Can Jack Tell snap
No.
David Hurd at the trial itself?
No.
At
Jack's not going to be there.
19? How
Remember?
great would that be?
Mm.
Well, we don't know for a fact. I'm just assuming they're not going to be there. And I had this rant last time. The kids need to fucking be at that trial. You need to be with your dad in the. I don't care about your dumb anonymity. I don't. Hey, leave the kids out of it. Nope. You got to be there with your dad. You stand to lose $100 million if she countersues and wins. That's your money. Even from the most selfish of things, selfish of motives. You need to be there with your dad. If that were anybody we were related to, you know you'd be there, and I know I would too.
Mm-hmm.
For Christ's sake, his fans are going to be there outside. Doug Stanhope's doing a stand-up special. Kids need to be there. No excuse.
All right. So, in fact, it must have been just before then because you arrived back from London. You were working in London and you got a plane to bring you back to LA?
Yes, ma'am.
You arrived back on the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
You sent Miss Hurd a text, 158, please, telling her that. At 58 in the middle, 4 from the bottom, your mother was called Betty Sue?
Yes, ma'am.
You sent Miss Hurd this text. I'm with Betty Sue. This will be it. The end is nigh. I've spoken your words of love and respect for her and then some. She's ready to split. Thank you for loving her.
Yes.
In fact, Miss Hurd had been very kind to your mother, had she not?
Yeah, she had.
Sadly, your mother passed away shortly after that on the 20th of May.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you deal with the stress and the sadness of losing your mother by numbing the pain with the usual methods?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am. There's quite a lot going on, aside from the fact that I was in very bad financial straits, as my business managers and lawyers had conspired to steal a lot of my money. So my mom, God damn it, he just cannot decide if he's British in every other fucking even text to her. It's just always Lord Byron, Brit speak, and so my mom was in a coma. And she passed away. So Amber and I were on the outs at that point. So now I was looking for like forever on the outs. I tried to maintain a good relationship with Miss Hurd, a friendly relationship at that point.
My question was, and you've answered it partially, there was an awful lot of stress going on in your life, business-wise, your mother, your marriage.
Yes.
It was all coming on top at the same time, was it not?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. It's crazy, right? Imagine getting hit with all that right at once.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
I'm suggesting
like your whole, like you just go from top of the world to a downward spiral, unlike you've a Bermuda Triangle-esque Marianas Trench downward spiral. Like, I mean, completely bipolar, like the height of bipolarity. You can't say that.
Well, he's about to meet with her too after he gets his stuff, and she's going to fake abuse in front of people.
I know, it's going to keep coming.
Yep. Oh, yeah, he's just beginning. Okay, now where were we?
6.
Okay, I'm suggesting to you that the combination of those things would have created a lot of pain and a lot of stress, and I'm suggesting that you dealt with the pain and the stress in the way that you've always done, which is by hitting controlled drugs and hitting the alcohol.
I'm going to hit you in a minute, Wass. My answer to that is that this is not the case. So much to deal with on such profoundly important, sensitive levels that I couldn't escape into my usual drug-induced pain-free setting. So I did not inebriate myself to the point of numbness. I had too much to deal with, and I had to be on the ball, if you pardon the expression. He's right. Have you ever, as someone who drinks, and there has been times where I have drank because of stress. I don't do that. I usually drink when it's a positive thing. I don't drink to forget. I just drink. It's usually done in the drinking coach stuff. Will go in. I go into that. That's like chapter 4. But there there are times where life hits you so hard that drinking is not even like, it's so bad that you're so numb that even you don't even think about alcohol. It's past that.
Mm-hmm.
Drugs and alcohol cannot are not strong enough to take you out of whatever that is. Like, that's how you know it's bad, when you don't even think of someone like him, especially. You're not even looking at the stuff you usually go to. It's way past that.
Mm-hmm. Oh. On the 21st of May, you went to see Miss Heard in the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
You said because you wanted to collect some of your private belongings?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you said sensitive belongings, and you came with 2 members of your security, Jerry Judge, who, as we know, has passed away, and Sean Bett.
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the flat, the floor where the penthouses are, they would have waited in what I have called the guards room. Is that the proper name for it?
Guard's room or a security shack?
All right. That's where they would wait when you were in PH3. Then if you needed them, you could.
Well, on this particular occasion, I didn't. Not in the security shack, guardhouse, as it were. I asked them if they'd wait outside the front door of Penthouse 3 with the door unlocked, so that the second they heard screaming, I was worried Miss Heard was going to start screaming. Some histrionic fit, start a fight. So I asked them to stay outside the door. And the second they heard any sign, any screams, just please enter and stop whatever's happening.
So you went there expecting trouble?
I went there and I knew that I had to be cautious of what might occur under the circumstances.
When you said in your statement, my lord, it's paragraph 92 of the second statement, once I arrived into an apartment, I telephoned Mr. Murphy from downstairs. That's downstairs. The penthouse is in 2 floors. There's a downstairs kitchen living room area, and then upstairs where there's a bedroom in PH3, your offices were?
That is correct.
Right, quote, I texted Mr. Murphy from downstairs to confirm to Ms. Heard that that he had earlier told me about her confession that the defecation incident on April 22nd was just a harmless prank. All right?
Yes.
Is that the first subject of conversation that was brought up when you saw Ms. Heard on this day, that you went round to the flat?
I do not recall exactly what the first conversation was. I remember arriving and there was a bottle of wine open. What was this? There were glasses. We didn't have any, or I didn't have any wine, I don't think. I sat down on one side of the couch. The couch was like L-shaped. So I was on one side of the L and she was on the other side.
Can I just ask you about the conversation rather than where everyone was sitting?
I am explaining it was from her phone that Mr. Murphy was contacted.
Right. So I'm asking you not about that. So can you try to take this in the right order? Was the first topic of conversation that you had with Miss Heard that night on the subject of who had defecated in the bed?
No, ma'am.
How long after you were there did that subject come up?
It was not very long because I was not there very long.
How long were you there for?
I would say I was there for no more than 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
At maximum, yeah.
So within that 30-minute time, you considered it appropriate to bring up the subject of one of her friends defecating in the bed, which is what you believe to be the case?
Ms. Heard brought up the subject. And I said, let's call Kevin Murphy, see what you say about it. She then dialed Mr. Murphy and we spoke to him on the speakerphone. I asked Mr. Murphy to tell her what she told him. And he said Miss Heard had told him it was just a harmless prank, which she denied to me.
She denied to Mr. Murphy as well?
Yeah, quite vividly she denied it, yeah.
The point I'm asking you, and may I make it plain, as your statement says, once I arrived into the apartment, I telephoned Mr. Murphy from downstairs to confirm to Miss Heard what he had said earlier about the confession of the defecation incident. Is that what you raised? Let's see. Is that you raised what is here referred to as the defecation incident pretty much as soon as you arrived at the flat?
No, ma'am.
You did that for the sole reason of provoking an argument?
No, ma'am.
I mean, looking back now, feeling sensitive about whether Ms. Heard might get angry during that meeting, do you think it was sensible thing to do to start accusing her friends of defecating in the bed?
I'm sorry. Do I think it was?
Was it a wise thing to do? You say you were worried about her conduct, and most of the meeting actually involved discussions about who had defecated in the bed. As it turns out, did it not?
We had conversations. Yeah, I mean, Miss Heard she's very much looking forward to clearing that matter up. So by saying that it was the dogs who had done it, which is just physically impossible, that's when I suggested we call Mr. Murphy.
Right.
But within the context of what I was going through, this is a day and a half or two after my mother had passed away. So I can promise you that I was not going into Miss Heard's space looking for an argument.
Right. Now, what I'm going to ask you now is to say whether you agree or disagree about what happened next so that we can get through this part of the evidence. Do you understand?
Sure.
I suggest you arrived at the apartment around 7 o'clock. You had had a drink and you were under the influence of some drugs.
Not correct. Not true.
You were not incapacitated by drugs, but you were angry.
No, ma'am.
You were spoiling for a fight.
No, ma'am.
That is why you immediately launched into accusations that one of Miss Heard's friends had defecated in the bed. Yes or no, if you possibly can.
Someone had defecated on the bed. A human being, actually, had defecated on the bed. And that was in question, and
Can I ask the question again because you're not answering it?
you launched. Okay.
You launched the conversation
No, ma'am.
that someone had defecated in the bed.
No, ma'am.
You did that in order to cause a fight.
No, ma'am. Miss Heard brought up the defecation and the incident of the defecation on the bed, trying to explain to me that it was
I do not think we need the explanation again.
the dogs. I'm terribly sorry. You're asking me a question.
I said I was going to put the allegations to you, and I asked you, if possible, if you can say yes or no. You've already explained.
I have your evidence that Miss Heard who brought up the issue of defecation. Well, thank you.
Can we try to stick to that in order to get through this because there is a pressure of time?
It is not a race for me.
Sorry?
This is not a race for me. I do not mean to be disrespectful in any way, but this isn't a race. It's my life.
No, it's not a race for you, but by the same token, I am sure you do not want to be obstructive or appear to be obstructive.
No, ma'am. I do not mean any disrespect by that. Mr. Depp, let us move on to Miss Wass's next question. Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were actually in the flat for the best part of an hour and a half, not 30 minutes.
No, ma'am. That's just not true. Sorry, can I just stop for 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
I like the way he says that. I think you should take a lesson if you're ever in court and in trial and you're being grilled like this. He flatly says, fuck you. This is my life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not rushing. I don't care about your stupid schedule.
Yeah,
This is my life on trial here. I am laid bare. I'm not interested in your little itinerary and you rushing and for expedience sake or whatever you're trying to do. Fuck you. It's my life and I'll answer it as thoroughly as I want to take the time I want to take.
Exactly.
I couldn't agree more. And you all should say that to every lawyer you're dealing with.
Hopefully you don't have to deal with one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would do the same thing. I'm sure I would. I'm sure I'd snap at some point. I'd be worse
I'm
than him,
sure
and
you
I wouldn't
would.
apologize.
Yeah, you would have every right to, though, like we're saying.
Yep.
Okay, so once the subject of the defecation in the bed came up, you were ranting and raving?
I believe Miss Heard was screaming at Mr. Murphy when I asked her not to.
You arrived at 7 o'clock and Mr. Murphy's call was at 7:45?
I do not know what time the call was, but I did not arrive at 7 o'clock.
You are sure you did not arrive at 7 o'clock, are you?
I'm fairly positive that I was there for a very short period of time.
At 8:06, Ms. Heard sent a text to Rocky Pennington, who lived in PH1,
Yes.
saying, "Can you come over now?"
Okay.
Have you seen that text?
I have seen the text, yeah.
So you know about it. I'm not going to take you to it because
Time, yeah, I understand. I mean, the time is 8:06.
no, the time is 8:06. Can you think of any reason why Ms. Heard may have asked for her friend to come over now immediately?
I can, yeah.
You can?
I can think of a reason why she would ask her to come over immediately. Yeah, yeah.
And it's part of the hoax?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Heard sent 3 texts then to Mr. Tillet Wright after she sent the text to Ms. Pennington. But before Ms. Pennington arrived at the flat, the text to Mr. Tillet Wright was saying, "Call me, please."
I am not familiar with those texts.
Do you accept there was a telephone call between Ms. Heard and Mr. Tillet Wright?
Yes, there was.
And the phone was put on loudspeaker by Ms. Heard?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Heard repeated the suggestions that you had made that it was Mr. Tillet Wright who had defecated in the bed?
Yes and no. It was. She used the term that we or someone. She may have also said he quote thinks you did it, but I do not recall exactly.
I think we can accept that certainly, as far as you're aware, she said to Mr. Tillet Wright, he thinks you did it. Something along those lines. And Mr. Tillet Wright was laughing at your suggestion, was he not? And laughing at you? You could hear this on the speakerphone?
I was upstairs at the time, gathering my things. I came down and heard them. I saw Amber, misheard, rather laughing.
At you?
Yeah, yes, and Mr. Tillet Wright, yeah, laughing.
They were laughing at you, the two of them. What you said in your statement was this: "So I took the phone in order to speak to Mr. Wright, and told him, 'You got what you want, you can have her. I don't care, it's over.'"
Wow. I mean, he immediately goes to cheating. Like, no matter what, she's fucking,
She probably slept with
sexually
Tillet.
fluid. What?
She
Yeah,
probably
what?
slept with Tillet.
Be confused by this. This is an actual female who thinks she's a man, transgender. IO Tillet Wright. It's not a wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks, which it sounds like it should be, but that name. So now he just accuses her of cheating with any and everybody. He's probably right most of the time.
Yeah.
And this is, who knows?
Yep. All right. So is that what you said?
Yeah, I said, quote, you got what you want, you can have her, it's over, something to that degree, yeah.
You were angry even on your own account at this stage?
Peeved, yeah. Very angry, yes.
And you were screaming insults at Mr. Tillet Wright?
I had very little conversation with Mr. Tillet Wright, as it were. Mr. Tillet Wright and I have not spoken in probably 2 years.
Then you threw the phone on the sofa?
I was walking away, and then I sort of flipped the phone on the couch next to Miss Heard.
Miss Heard retrieved the phone?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
and
ma'am.
And Mr. Tillet Wright, still on loudspeaker, was telling Miss Heard to get out of the flat?
He may have been. And what I recall is Miss Heard, or at a certain point, Ms. Pennington had arrived.
I'm coming to that in a minute.
I do not recall Mr. Tillet Wright saying, "Get out of the house."
All right. I suggest at that stage you grab the phone from Miss Heard for a second time.
No, ma'am.
And you threw it not at the sofa this time, but you wound your arm around like someone bowling a baseball, and you threw the phone at Miss Heard's face, and it made contact with the right side of her face.
Bowling a baseball? Is that
I think
British
it's a mistype.
sports?
I think they meant throwing.
Yeah, they meant throwing. Because, you've seen that quote over and over again. It says, he wound up like a baseball pitcher and threw the phone. That you see constantly. Bowling. Although in England, who knows the way they can't convert it to American sports. Cricket. She wants to speak. By the way, and I should say, and this is Depp Nerd speak. Finding Neverland. J.M. Barrie is obsessed with cricket. The character, and there's a cute cricket scene in the movie with Depp in cricket garb. Not correct.
Okay. Let me see here. The phone call was still live at this stage, and you said you wanted to see her face where she said she'd been hit.
No.
And then you asked her how she would like it if you pulled her hair back.
No, ma'am.
And Ms. Heard then shouted to Mr. Tillet Wright, who was still on the call, to call 911.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Tillet Wright sent a text saying, call 911.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Tillet Wright sent, okay, I think we're repeating. And Mr. Tillet Wright sent a text saying, call 911.
I do not know that. I'm not familiar with that at all.
There were texts, I suggest, between Mr. Tillet Wright and Rocky Pennington, who we will come to in a moment, saying, JD attacked Amber. She told me to call 911. Have you got the text messages in front of you?
I do, yeah.
Go to 162, please. It's the third from the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
JD attacked Amber. She told me to call 911. I am doing it. This is all from Mr. Tillet Wright, yes?
Jeez, where am I?
12.
Oh, God, it's muddled up here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, I see that.
As I understand it, your suggestion is that these series of texts are a carefully choreographed hoax?
A choreographed hoax for sure, yeah.
Ms. Pennington, so Rocky Pennington, who lived in PH1, arrived at the flat at this stage and physically put herself between you and Miss Heard so that you would not hurt Miss Heard anymore. Did Miss Pennington come between you and Miss Heard?
Miss Heard was on the couch at the time, and I was about 20 feet away. So in the kitchen by the island. So between us, no, she did not.
And you pushed Miss Pennington out of the way. At that stage, Miss Heard was collapsed on the sofa, and at that stage, Miss Heard was comforted by Miss Pennington. I realize I have put three things on to you, so let me just put them one at a time. Can you say whether they happened or not?
Amber Heard's account of this, as far as she knows, she have you believe every female from the ages of 18 to 35 is between them in the middle of this, trying to hold him back. It's his sister. It's Rocky Pennington. And it's just all bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You just know exactly when she's lying. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Miss Pennington was pushed by you?
No, ma'am.
Miss Heard collapsed onto the sofa? Man, it's so
No,
dramatic.
ma'am.
And was being comforted by Miss Pennington?
She was being comforted by Miss Pennington.
You were screaming at Miss Heard to get up?
No, ma'am.
You picked up a Magnum bottle of wine and started swinging it around and smashing things with the bottle?
No, ma'am. That'd be a waste of wine.
It was only at that stage that Sean Bett came in with Jerry Judge?
No, ma'am.
And as soon as they came in...
Sorry, swinging a bottle of wine and
smashing things with it.
And you disagree? I disagree, sir. Thank you.
As soon as the guards came in, Miss Heard said to Mr. Judge, if he hits me one more time, I will call the police.
Mr. Judge and Mr. Beck ran into the flat when they heard Miss Heard screaming, stop hitting me, Johnny. Stop hitting me, Johnny. They ran in and she was still screaming, stop hitting me, Johnny. And I was like 20 feet away from her at the time. So standing in front of the refrigerator by the kitchen island, when she saw them, she then changed it to the past tense. So you'll never hit me again, and you'll never hit me again. So then Jerry Judge said, boss, let's get out of here. And we left.
That last bit is agreed. So security took you out of PH3?
Yes, ma'am.
We know that the police arrived later. Can I ask you to look at some photographs, please, in Bundle 6?
Bundle 6?
Yes, that's the one with all the text in. But go behind Divider E, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my lord, can I make the observation that we have hard copies of the photographs? The photographs are much better quality on the electronic form, and it may be that when we come to submissions, I will ask the court to look at the electronic copies as well, but not now.
Oh, yes.
You have gone behind Divider E. Can you see Ms. Heard's check at the front of that?
Yes.
Do you see a slight red mark on that cheek? Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Check.
I
I
thought
was
it
like,
was
what
checked
the hell
too.
does that mean?
I
Okay.
thought it was checked too. I can't see the difference. So small.
All right. Do you
If
see a
anyone's
slight?
listening to this, is transcript we're reading from is so microscopic. Like
Mhm.
Sarah's got it even smaller than me. I have horrible eyes as it is. I have this blown up, I think 200%, and it's still small. So an E looks like a C, and you just lose your place because it's paired up where two passages are clumped together.
He
So it's
has
even
4
hard. And
pages of transcript on one page, so it's
like
shrunken. But
Brits drive on the wrong side of the road, he has it in a different
yeah,
sequence. So in America, like it goes left to right. This guy goes up and down.
yeah. Oh
So you're
well,
like, what the
we'll make
fuck?
it.
Right.
The
Okay.
end is near. Okay. So that was caused by you throwing the telephone.
I'm sorry, but it was not.
You've accepted there's a red mark on her cheek.
I see a red mark on her cheek.
You see a red mark, and we know that the photograph was taken. If you turn over the page on the 21st of May 2016, so the date we are talking about now.
The time looks like midnight, I guess.
Do not worry about the time. It was taken on that date. Can you explain the reddening on Miss Heard's cheek?
No, I cannot.
When Miss Heard went to the court for a domestic violence restraining order, the mark had come up considerably more than that, had it not?
It was a mark of a different nature, yes.
It was a bruise that had come up later. Have a look at page F894.222. It's in the same section, but you'll have to go through the photographs.
Oh, yeah, yes. For some reason, my pagination is on one side. Was the page reference again, please, Miss Wass?
F894.222.
Yes, ma'am. I've located it.
Have you got that? It's on sideways.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see from the metadata on, it's all fake, by the way, on
Yeah, right.
F894.221 that it was taken the following day on the 22nd. And you can see the red mark becoming more pronounced, yes?
I cannot say that I see the red mark becoming more pronounced.
All right, but you can see a red mark?
Yes, ma'am. I've seen that red mark.
That's on the 22nd. Go to F894.233.
Yes, ma'am.
That is taken at court when she went to get the domestic violence restraining order on the 27th of May.
233. 233 is the metadata, and that's what I have on mine. That's what I have as well.
Okay, my 233 is different. What about 237?
Yes, ma'am.
Or 235? There are all series of photographs, are they not? A series of photographs of Ms. Heard?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All taken, I suggest, on the 27th of May, all showing the red mark on her cheek.
That this is the 27th of May.
Yes.
Yes.
Again, do you accept that there's a red mark on her cheek?
I see a red mark, yeah.
On her cheek. So the 21st, 22nd, and 27th are photographs of a red mark on her cheek. I suggest that you caused that red mark when you threw the phone at her.
No, ma'am, it's just not true.
After you left the flat that night, you went to PH5, did you not?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I left around 8:29, 8:30. You can remember 8:20.
Yeah.
8:29, 8:30.
We've got the
I went to Penthouse 5, yes.
you saw Rocky Pennington there? Sorry, you saw that Rocky Pennington had been working there on some bead making that she'd been doing. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, the very lucrative bead making. Miss Pennington, who lived in Penthouse 1, had set up a beading business in Penthouse 5.
It was not her beading business. Penthouse 5 was where Miss Heard kept her wardrobe.
And why the terrorists hate us, ladies and gentlemen. Penthouse, she has a wardrobe, a penthouse for her shit. This succubus does. Penthouse 5 upstairs was Miss Heard's closets. Penthouse 5 downstairs was another place, another dwelling, if you will.
Another dwelling which was not occupied?
No.
In any event, let us not argue about whether it was a business or she was simply using it that night. But that night,
I believe she used that word.
I'm sorry?
I believe she used that word. Miss Pennington, Rocky Pennington used words like her bead business.
She had a bead business and was running a bead fair the next day. So let us not get diverted as far as that's concerned. Do you see Mr. Drew, who was her fiance?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Liz Mars,
I saw
another woman who I think you did not know?
a woman. I did not know who she was. She was beating very long strands. Yes.
Were you very angry at that stage?
Yes, ma'am.
By the time you came to leave the flat, you said you left at 29 minutes past 8?
Oh, 8:30.
We have the timing on the CCTV, which we are presuming is correct, but we will be corrected if that's not right. We can see you here leaving the flat. You were about to come in. I'm going to suggest, just so that you know, that you were wired up and angry in this footage. That's Mr. Bett, is it not?
Yes, ma'am. That is Sean Bett.
And that is you there with the hat on?
Yes, ma'am. And Jerry Judge.
Okay. Do you accept that you were angry? Were you clenching your fists? You can see them when you go forward toward the door on the lift.
I can safely say that I was very upset. I was angry and upset.
Okay, all right. I thank you for that. So angry that you left the building without your phone, and I think Mr. Judge had to go back and Mr. Drew gave it back to him. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you, please, at 167?
I'm sorry, 167 of.
Sorry, of the text bundle.
So we're going back to 119, still in volume 6? Oh, no, 167.
Yes, you sent an angry text not only to Miss Heard, Slim, 167 at the top.
I hate that
I'm
so
looking at
much.
Mr. Depp, but to Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew.
Yes.
This was sent in the early hours of the following morning. That was it, the last encounter forever. You were always ready to strike.
You love what's coming next, right? He's about to kick him out, I think.
Yep.
Perhaps. Well, already, you were already ready to strike.
You were already ready to strike?
Oh, thank you.
Why did I even come there in the first place, to be yelled at by you? I'm an idiot. PH5 is Rocky Studio. You are shameless. I tried to make it work, and you just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You are not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything I could, but you never fucking loved me. It was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it's as painless as possible. Sorry you were unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever has gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all merit. And signed, the former him.
Good job, Sarah. But how bad do you want to hear him read that?
I know.
As it goes,
Mm-hmm.
I tried to make it work, and you just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally here. I'll never be able to understand how I ever fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you, and I hope your divorce goes as quickly as possible, and that it's as fucking painless as possible. Sorry you were unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, purity of whatever the fuck has gone on for a long time. I'll miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? And I wish you with all merit and sign the former him.
Bravo. Much better.
No, I'm just, but that's how you, in court, it was read by her. So, but you could picture him saying that. Like, it sounds like a lot of the tapes
It's
that we heard.
gobbledygook it's the Depp gobbledygook.
Deppledygook.
There you go.
I wish you all merit.
And it's signed, the former him.
Oh, the former him, yes.
You also contacted Miss Heard on a number of other occasions. Can you go to 169, 2 days later on the 23rd of May?
23rd. Which page? Sorry.
169. It's the penultimate text, second from the bottom. Let me just know when you have a minute and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say should elicit anything but a sense of ease. All my love and profound apologies.
Yes.
You explained yesterday that you would apologize to Miss Heard simply to placate her, to keep her happy, to humor her. Why were you placating her at this stage? There was no need to placate her. Why did you apologize? Let me answer that. This divorce hasn't even started yet. He's trying to keep
I
the
know.
peace. You got to wait until those papers are signed and filed by the court before you can give your true feelings.
Yeah.
Been there. Okay.
You should have advised. They needed you as a
I know. I told you years ago that you and I need
advisor.
to
I'll be
go
the
in
drinking
there.
coach. I'll be the drinking coach and the script chooser, and you be the
I'm the life
divorce
coach.
life coach. You be the advisor, or what's the other word? Life coach, divorce,
No, life coach in
consultant,
general.
consultant. Everyone's a consultant now. That's what I'm saying. Consultant.
There you go.
Well, there you go, Fred
Shut
Norris. Yeah, you're on line 14,
No, you are on 18.
or am I on 18?
Mine 18.
Okay, that was a no. That is a sincere apology. I wasn't placating her at that time. There was no need to.
It was a sincere apology
Yes, ma'am.
for hitting her in the face with the telephone.
No, ma'am, not that. That's not what I was apologizing for. I was apologizing to Ms. Heard to essentially, because the relationship was gone, it was dead. And that's what I said. All my love and profound apologies. I couldn't make it work at that point. So she couldn't make it work.
By June 4th, you had become very bitter toward Miss Heard, had you not?
June 4th,
Yes.
I was feeling quite bitter, yeah. Who wouldn't?
Go to 188 of the text, please.
I'm sorry, which page?
Page 188. Do you see that third one down from you
Yes.
to your sister,
Yes.
who is also involved in your business life? Quote, I want her replaced on that WB film.
Ooh, here we go. This is one you don't come out, the Depp heads won't bring up.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the WB film?
Mm-hmm.
A certain king of
AQ1 and
Atlantis.
AQM1, AQM2.
God damn it! This is just the fourth wall of Hollywood you always heard about but never could prove.
Well, unfortunately, he didn't get his way here.
I know.
Would have been a better movie.
Well, he obviously thinks he has enough clout with Warner Brothers
You know what, though?
executives
I've said this
to even lay this.
I've said this 100 times. If I had his power or perceived power, I wouldn't have stopped here.
Oh God, yeah.
I would have burned her down to the ground.
That's
Not
Sarah.
literally.
That's so honest of you to say. I couldn't agree more. Would any of you? You'd be thinking about all these things you could do at that point. You're like, wait a minute. I got her this, and this, and she's just going to go on in this Aquaman franchise. And she's not going to get that if it weren't for me and all the connections made. Now I'm supposed to I'm going to burn this. I'm going to just burn this to the ground. Anything she has career. I'm going to use all my resources to do so.
Yep.
I would do the same shit. I completely agree.
Yep. Vengeance
That's one
is
thing
mine.
nobody says, right?
You F with me in life. You humiliate me, lie about me, try to ruin me. Vengeance is mine. I won't stop.
That's what Arthur Curry would do to Black Manta.
I make your grandchildren suffer.
Ocean Master. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I see that.
That's a message about Ms. Heard.
Yes, it is.
And it's a message from the Warner Brothers film she did, Aquaman.
Yes.
There was going to be a sequel of Aquaman that was originally going to have Ms. Heard in it.
I did not know at the time. Oh yeah, right. Yes. She is. Yes, I see.
After this date, a petition was formed which attracted 400,000 signatures that she should be removed from that film.
I believe the petition happened years later. She's right about that, right? I mean, it is years later.
Yeah, but it's 2 million.
It wasn't. Yeah, at least. What?
2 million signatures now.
Is it
okay,
up to 2 million?
Yeah. You orchestrated that, did you not? You wanted to get get your own back on her, which is why you said, I want her replaced on that film?
No, ma'am. I mean, I didn't orchestrate the petition. So by saying I wanted her replaced on the Aquaman film, I'd been characterized globally as the Sun put it, a wife beater. So I went on from, if you pardon the analogy, Cinderella to Quasimodo in 0.6 seconds. And I was without a voice at that point. So Ms. Heard made sure the news media had caught it. And sort of that is where in my life I was at that point. So it was a very just unpleasant place for me to be.
Okay, go please to text 193.
Sarah, let me just say for a minute here. One of the things that, and I know she just gets off on this incessantly, is Aquaman has beaten every movie he's been in internationally.
Yeah.
It's the global box office take, and even though she has nothing to do with it, and she is insanely replaceable, she's taking credit for that, and the glee she gets. She's staring at those box office receipts every fucking day. And the moment it passed, I think I'm trying to remember. I think Pirates 3 was the number one. I think that was the highest grossing Depp film at that point. It's the Pirates movies are all in it. I think it was the third one. I think that had made the most, 3 or 4. Alice in Wonderland made a lot, so as soon as Aquaman passed that by, she went crazy, thinking she had anything to do with it. And that fucking delusional twat took full credit for it.
Yeah. All right. You're Mr. Judge Nickel.
Ms. Wass, it was a matter for you, but I've said you need to finish your cross-examination by 11:30.
Yes, my lord. Can I just explain where I'm going? I'm going to put...
Well, as I say, I do not want to take more time. It's a matter for you.
I am aware of that. I'm working to that deadline. I'm grateful for the reminder. Mr. Depp, I'm going to read this text out to you on page 193.
Yes.
194, my fault. The top of 194. In fact, let us read it out first before I ask the question. This is dated August 15th, which is the date of the divorce settlement. Do you agree?
Right. I don't recall the exact date of the divorce settlement.
That's a matter of record.
Right.
Quote, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need you texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask when I slice it off, end quote.
By the way, Sarah, do you think they're going to use the Aquaman box office receipts versus his as somehow she doesn't need him, or she is something that she's going to, I'm telling you, she's going to attach herself to the success of Aquaman's box office receipts, that somehow I can't kill him. I passed him by. Maybe.
She's going to be throwing so much diluted garbage next week. It's going to be insane. I don't think she has anywhere to go with this. So I've said it before, she's throwing everything under the kitchen sink, and she's unscrewing the kitchen sink from the pipes and throwing that as well. This is desperation mode.
How do you think I feel in the middle of this?
I know.
I think what people lose sight of is me and Aquaman and my love for Aquaman and Depp, and it's this crazy,
you're forever tainted,
push and pull of it. That my favorite DC character is involved in this in any way. That it has to get sullied, and there's protests. How do I feel? People lose. I think we need to think about me. I think more than anything in this whole scenario, I'm the one suffering here.
Well, I did think about you when I got the Amazon premiere a month earlier before you got to see it. I did think about you.
Coincidence of this whole crazy coincidence that he and
you were
Aquaman
forever connected to Johnny Depp.
I know, it's great. I know,
and it's 1 degree of separation.
I'm sitting here and I'm just going, and the crossover you could do between the Pirates and Aquaman, a killer crossover.
Yeah.
No Allen Iverson intended there, but the plot you could write with Aquaman and Jack Sparrow and the whole. I mean, it's just it was just primed to be done. Some fanfic,
Mm-hmm.
some fan fiction thing could do this.
Yeah.
To write the ultimate comic book plot between pirates and Aquaman crossover.
Mm-hmm.
It's there. It's there. Hopefully she gets killed in the end, and
The Kraken rises.
Sparrow and Aquaman team up,
Yeah. Yeah.
kill Mira. It's funny because I love the Mira character, but it's got nothing to do
It's
with her.
ruined forever.
I know now, and I can't look at it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
trying to separate the two. Where am I?
14.
Yes, ma'am. It's
You
all
wrote
good.
that. No. You wrote that text to Christian Carino. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
He was the person who was very keen to get your business as an agent and did get your business as an agent.
Here we go. We were right. And he called it. He did indeed. Christian Carino was attempting to be the mediator between myself and Miss Heard.
In fact, he was present at those July meetings, which I do not have time to deal with.
Make time. He was present at the first meeting, yeah.
Just one question, since you've raised the meetings. Do you remember a passage when you were playing with a knife during those meetings in July?
I could see that. I could. Where was I playing with a knife?
Yes.
No, I do not.
I'm going to ask you that is played then. My lord, it's in the media file.
Is this a transcript?
It's not a text. There's a transcript, and I'm going to find it. It's file 5, 146, 161L.
Sorry, I'm not there yet. Yes.
Within that, I will ask you to go, please, to F1009.12.18.
My section does not have that page number.
I'm going to ask that we listen to it.
I think I may have the wrong one here.
Have you got L, Mr. Depp? 161L.
Yes, I do. What is the page?
It's F1009.12.18.
Oh, yes.
Can we, in that case, just play it? The passage should begin at about the second hole punch down on that page. Okay, so they play the audio that we played in our The Devil and Misheard Part 3, where they meet, and he asks her to cut him with a knife. She says she knows how cutting is an option, but it doesn't help. Blah, blah, blah. So we've heard that. Go back to that episode. Okay.
Cut me. Do it. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy.
I know
It's
it
easy.
hurts. I know.
You talking about douche chills, that whole exchange. Yuck.
Cut me.
Cut me. Do it. It's easy.
Yeah.
Do it. Cut me.
It's a very creepy recording. I suggest. I think it's the last of the 3 recordings we play in that episode. All right. And you'll notice other channels don't play that. But anyway. So, okay, pause it there. Now that you've heard that, more importantly, we have seen the transcript because the audibility is bad. Do you see you were threatening to cut yourself in front of Miss Heard, and you were actually holding a knife at the time?
Where the hell are we?
Line 5.
Oh, okay. I was asking her to cut me, yes.
Yes, all right.
If she was not going to, I would just cut myself because, I felt that's what she's going to do anyway.
And can we just go into private for the last 5 minutes, please?
Yes, this part of the trial is going to be in private. Therefore, we will terminate the link, spill over courtrooms, and other than courtroom where the lawyers are, we will announce when it's going to be coming back in open session. Thank you.
All right. So what is suspected is Amber Heard has accused him of sexual assault. And
which is started to leak out now.
Yes.
That they're teasing. This is going to be her big supernova blast, we believe, in Fairfax. But I'm sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, all of the references that they make to going back into chambers and having private discussions, they're discussing the allegations of the assault. So, real quick here, they come back into the courtroom.
How much do you think we're on line 17? But that's me picking up as
I'm going to be Mr. Sherborne.
You're going to be Sherborne here?
Yeah.
Okay. How much you think this is going to be effective for
I don't know.
going into Fairfax?
I don't know. This is what makes me the most nervous. But if the jury can see that she's lying, which is pretty obvious, just listen to the audio. She's lying.
Yeah. Yep.
I would assume they would also
Depp's
believe that
team knows it's coming too.
she could be lying. I think they're prepared.
Yeah, I mean, his team definitely knows she's gonna.
Thank God
attempt
he
this
didn't
Hail
sleep
Mary.
with her in San Francisco.
Yes, I know. You have a sadistic mind. What he was up to with that.
What she was up to, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what she was up to. I mean.
So line 17, and then we're going to wrap up this part.
I understand we're back in public session and the other spillover courts are linked up. Yes?
I'm Mr. Sherborne, Depp's attorney
Yeah.
here, from this point forward.
Try to be
My
less
lord-
sarcastic, I guess that's all you
Yeah, I'm going to be gentle. My lord, can I raise then two matters before I begin my re-examination of Mr. Depp? They are procedural matters, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're going to take a mini break, and we will be back with the re-examination of Mr. Depp by Mr. Sherborne. And after that very short bathroom break, we are now going to resume, but we are going
Speak
to
for
begin.
yourself.
I won't comment on how long it actually took. We are going to resume with the re-examination by Mr. Sherborne, played by me. I will not be doing a male accent nor a British accent here. Just pretend I'm a boy.
I think it's advantageous, even if you did spot on, I think eventually I could do a great impression of him. It's so muffled. Did you hear the when he appealed it? They actually filmed the appeal of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did.
I think Sherborne's in there, and it's an accent that
so.
is almost inaudible. Like you go,
Yeah,
and that's how he sounds. You can't do that. You want to really have it,
people would
articulate,
probably
clear.
rather you read this entire thing as both people, because that would be way more entertaining.
No, I think you need to be clear.
You need to have a moment to breathe. So, okay, so let's get into this.
Breathe again.
This part is going to take a bit, and we have a lot more to do with comments. So, okay, here we go.
By the way, I might refer to you as Sherbs or the Sherb man.
However you need to get through this, because this is going to be involved. Okay.
Big Sherb. I might call you Big Sherb.
All right.
See what happens.
That's what every woman wants to hear, is big, followed by whatever.
No, I'm talking about Sherborne, not.
Yes, I know.
Sierra.
Okay, let's get going here. Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you a number of questions that arise from matters that were put to you by Ms. Wass, and I'm going to do so in the same sequence as she took them largely, not least because that's easier for the court and his lordship to follow. I'm going to take this as quickly as I can because you have heard on more than one occasion that the court has expressed the view that we need to keep up the timetable. So I hope you're going to forgive me, given that if a number of times I may say to you when I ask a question, can you answer yes or no? If you need to expand, please do. Otherwise, if we can follow that process, it will probably get things done much, much quicker.
Certainly.
I'm grateful. Now, your cross-examination started with the suggestion that people who you employ, it was said, you surround yourself with a group of people who all say yes to you about everything and never say no or stop you. Now, first of all, Mr. Depp, do you accept that as a characterization of the people who work for you? Actually, to be fair, you said work with you. Do you accept that as an accurate description, yes or no?
No. It's not an accurate description of the people around me. What is he supposed to do? Go, yeah, everybody says yes.
I know.
I'm an international A-list rarefied movie star who gets whatever he wants all the time. Nobody says no to me ever. I haven't heard the word no since Private Resort.
I know. All right. And a number of them are obviously going to give evidence. So Ms. Wass can put it to them, but let me ask you this. If you were being violent to a woman, would you expect your security team or assistants to turn a blind eye or let you get away with it?
Never, no.
The next topic Ms. Wass turned to was the suggestion that you are a violent man, something which you have repeatedly denied to this court. Ms. Wass took us to a number of old press cuttings on this subject, and can I just touch on them quite briefly? The first one, and we may not need go to all of them in terms of the actual documents, was a press report where it was suggested that you were arrested on suspicion of assaulting a male security guard in 1989. Do you remember this? You were shown that press report?
Yeah, yes, sir. You know how excited I get
I know.
about 21
Jump Street
21
era.
Jump Street callback in the Jump Street era,
Yeah.
and having to talk about this,
Mm-hmm.
which I never got a full. It was back then. There was not even 1,000th of the media there is now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's little reports you would read. I don't think there was ever video. It would be a much bigger story today.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he assaulted, I believe, during his Jump Street stint. I think he was almost exclusively living in some luxury hotel. I think the whole cast was.
Well, didn't we watch some blurb about how they had rented a house on some residential street, or was that Benny and June?
That's Benny and June. That's
okay.
Washington State. Spokane,
I should know that. Spokane.
Yeah, right. And that's
ignore the E.
They rented a cul-de-sac apparently, and I guess the neighbors that were there were complaining.
Yeah, because they
What was
built
it
a
about
wall.
the hours they were keeping? It's a really
no,
cool
it was the
story.
wall. They thought that.
Oh, okay, he built the wall. Right. He built the privacy wall.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, I don't care. No one's going. No one's noises here bothers them anyway. We don't.
Yeah, it's like
Jesus
we're gonna
Christ.
go in. We're not gonna go.
You're bringing
swim
more
in your
attention
pool.
to it, right?
Yeah.
You're bringing more attention to yourself by building a wall.
Mm-hmm. We of the Northwest, we're not intimidated by your celebrity. That's what she said. Okay,
You're just too cool for school, Seattle and Portland.
Yeah. All right.
By the way, I do remember one person that did say no back. I should have said Oliver Stone. Oliver Stone said no to him on Platoon because he cut out most of his scenes.
That's not his employee,
though. Well,
but I'll accept it.
I just said the word no. I didn't say employer.
All right. Okay. So what happened? Were any charges brought against you?
Well, 1989, security guard took me to court. So I hired a QC, and this is in Vancouver, Canada, British Columbia. I hired a QC and went to trial for about 2 or 3 months later. When the security guard had arrived with his representatives, he had a neck brace on, like Mike Brady. Remember that Mike Brady Bunch episode? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The guy, as a Brady Bunch court scene where the guy threw his lawyer threw the briefcase on the ground, and the guy with the bad neck spun around. He's like, "Ah, we got him!"
Well,
I think it was like a fake hit and run or something.
It reminds me of the 90210 episode where Brenda rear-ended the woman who was pulling a scam.
Yes.
And she wanted money. So anyway, Brenda caught her doing jazzercising or whatever they called it. Yeah, in the living room without her neck brace. Anyway, who cares? Okay.
I had a guy who in my neighborhood was a cop, faking seemingly we were too young to fully understand faking disability, like he tripped over a railroad track or something. And they suspected he was a scam artist, and they had people poking around the neighborhood, just like checking out and he would walk around with a cane, and then he would strategically put it away. And you knew he was up to something, but we were just too young to fully grasp it. And as you thought about it later, oh yeah, I got it now. I see.
Great example.
Thank you.
All right. Essentially, it was thrown out. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Depp. You were then taken to an incident some 5 years later in 1994. Ms. Wass put it to you that you trashed a hotel room. Do you remember that? And that was put to you?
Essentially, it was thrown out. Yes, sir. I do remember that.
Okay. You explained that you believed you had broken a vase and you had shoved a sofa across the floor of the hotel room?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were shown an article, and I do not need to take you to it now, which suggested that $10,000 worth of damage was done, and it was suggested to you that the vase and the sofa was a deliberate underplaying, given the $10,000 that was said to be the damage. Do you remember that was put to you?
Yes.
Can I just take you to a further press report? It's in Bundle 5. I do not know if it's the bundle you have in front of you.
I do, yes.
It's page 168.
Do you have the tab number, please?
I just gave your lordship the tab number by mistake. It's tab 168.
Yes, sir.
We have here another article about this hotel room incident. You'll see here. Do you see the final paragraph? Depp's lawyer.
Yes.
Okay, quote, Depp's lawyer said the damage to the hotel room only amounted to about $2,000, but that Mr. Depp agreed to pay the larger amount, end quote. I think that is the 9,000 odd, quote, to make up for leaving the hotel before his reservation was up, end quote.
Yes.
And to be fair to you, you did say to Ms. Wass that the $10,000 when she put it to you was a total bill. Does this article help you remember or not what the actual figure of the damage was?
Yes, at the time, I was pretty sure that the damage was far less than what had been reported. Let me just say something here. So he's promoting Ed Wood
Mm-hmm.
in New York. This is the whole thing where the Kate Moss fight, or now it's his friend that screwed him, and she's sleeping in another room. I don't know what to believe in this, but they made like a really big deal out of it. Like I said, I think it was like, Jesus Christ, somebody from the Who had the room next to him, and the irony of the Who, which was notorious for wrecking hotel rooms, would complain about him.
So it must have been a disaster if somebody from the Who was complaining. Yeah, I remember all that.
My question is, how Ed Wood, I think it made like $4 million internationally. So the movie's paying for him to stay at this $10,000 a night hotel on a movie that made no money.
Yeah.
It's weird, right? Like I've said this on here a few times. He's always, even when he wasn't a moneymaker, he acted like he was. Like, you would think he's lived in that rarefied kind of 1%er air without even bringing the box office in back then. Like, how is it lucrative for a movie to spend $10,000 a night on a film that made $4 million total internationally?
Well, at the time they didn't know what it was going to make, but you also
I don't think it was supposed to. I think they tracked it where, I know what you mean, but right, you don't know, but still.
But you also remember at the time you had, oh God, rental sales. This is going to go crazy. And VHS sales are going to go through the roof too because it's a Johnny Depp movie. So I don't know. I'm sure they were relying on that and then international audiences, but who knows? I don't know. I'm not in their head.
I can't remember if it was Roger. I think it's Roger Daltrey that was next to him.
Mm-hmm. The most boring member of the Who.
It could have been Townsend. I think it was Daltrey.
Townsend was busy. He was upset because he wanted some peace and quiet to peck away on his computer.
I knew you were going there. I knew it. And you got it, right? You just got it.
He got distracted. Yeah, you have to. I detest those people. Okay.
He's watching Nickelodeon.
Oh.
In his room, quietly.
His research. It's just for research.
Schneider. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Did you refuse to accept responsibility for the damage you caused to those items?
I'm sorry, sir. Okay. I'm on line 22. Line 22.
Mm-hmm.
No. I actually told the security guard, when he came to the room, that I was more than willing to pay for everything that had been broken.
So you volunteered that it had happened and that you were going to pay. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Wass asked you next about the reason why you caused this damage, and you said that a friend had screwed you over. That was what you said was the reason? Sorry.
That's all new too, by the way. That he had been asked about that hotel room from Letterman to just over and over again, and this is the first time this has come out. This is completely new alibi. I don't know what to believe with this shit. Yes, sir.
She asked you if Ms. Moss had been there and witnessed the damage, and you explained. Where was Ms. Moss at the time that you caused the damage to these items?
She was in the bedroom sleeping, I believe.
Before we leave that incident, which has been described a number of times as trashing the hotel room, can I just take you to an interview that was put to you by Ms. Wass? It is an ABC News interview. Do you have it at tab 171 of the same file?
Yes, I do. I believe F1370 at the bottom, right?
Yes. If I can just take you to a particular part of that, F1041 is the part that we need to start with. Do you have that?
Yes.
Right at the bottom of F1041, you have Elizabeth Vargas saying you were not really a bad, or asking you were not really a bad boy. You say, quote, "Oh, I do not think. I mean, I do not think so. No. Ask my mum, you know. I don't think so." End quote.
Yeah. Yes.
Then you have Elizabeth Vargas, and it says voiceover. No one was laughing when Depp trashed a fancy New York hotel room after a spat with his then-girlfriend model Kate Moss, causing nearly $10,000 worth of damage. What was all that about? You will see, you say, quote, "It was a bad day, you know, you have bad days," end quote. And then you make a reference to, quote, "you know, some guys play golf, some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms," end quote. You described yesterday that it was a joke, and I'm not going to, ask you to repeat your evidence, but it was said to you by Ms. Wass, instead of putting this chap who was interviewing you, in fact, it was a woman interviewing you, instead of putting the record straight, you went along with the suggestion that it was just a spat with your girlfriend. Now, Mr. Depp, just answer this. Were you going along with the interviewer's question, yes or no?
What are we referring to now?
Right at the top of page 1042, there is a voiceover. That was said by Ms. Wass to be a question put to you by the interviewer. When she took you to the answer and said that you were not putting the interviewer straight, when the question was asked about whether the incident in the hotel room where you'd caused the damage to some property was about Kate Moss, you did not mention, she said, a friend screwing you over. I ask you this. Were you in your answer going along with a question from the interviewer, yes or no?
I was going along with my truth. I did not. Miss Moss was not involved in any of it. So there was no spat. So I was reacting to Elizabeth Vargas as, we're not in front of one another, if you know what I mean.
My lord, can I then just play the actual broadcast that is transcribed in front of you?
This is the point where we are discussing before the break.
My lord, yes. It is about 20 or 30 seconds long at most.
Yes.
Okay. Before it's played, just to show you where it's on the transcript, my lord, I think it starts at the bottom of 1041. And if we now play it, and they're playing the recording, and we have that in one of our first UK, probably part 1, we have the Elizabeth Vargas clip. So go back to that
I know.
video.
We put the actual...
Because you are the greatest researcher ever. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, I had it on
I know, of course.
Obviously there was a time I had every single interview I ever did on VHS.
Because makes it even more impressive because you didn't need it. You wanted to have it.
No, I didn't need it. I mean, I knew, it was an interesting, I wish it was longer. I always wish it's longer. His interviews are never long enough.
Yeah.
I think he was promoting Secret Window.
Mm-hmm.
At the
he
time.
had that Secret Window look.
Yeah, or he was filming it. I want to say he was filming Secret Window and promoting Pirates 3.
Okay.
That's how it went, I think. Okay.
All right. Can I ask you this, Mr. Depp? How long did you go out with Kate Moss for?
About 3.5 years. Let's crunch the numbers here, right?
Mm-hmm.
He breaks up with Winona Ryder. I want to say somewhere in 93.
Mm-hmm.
They goes and films Gilbert Grape, and then has this huge downward spiral of drug addiction, and it infiltrates the movie, and you kind of see it in his pale face.
Mm-hmm.
It's all dilapidated and
Translucent.
anemic. Yeah, translucent's a better one. The Invisible Man. It looked like the Invisible Man. Said about seeing in Gilbert Grape. And in there is a supposed, and I guess this is something you'll never hear from a tryst with Juliette Lewis.
Yeah, I remember
who
reading
is
that.
a co-star in Gilbert Grape. That was never out there at the time because the celebrity gossip was much weaker than it is today. You only got little things here and there in newspapers and magazines, but that was, you just assume, oh, he co-stars with her, that means they had an affair. They hooked up because they're when don't they? It's such a cliche, but it seems to happen with him. It happened more than anybody knew, and they claim it's much more ubiquitous That list of, they literally rattled off anybody he'd ever co-starred with, from Holly Robinson to, what wasn't a weird one? Well, Christina Ricci, who might have even been barely 17 the first time they worked together.
Mm-hmm.
And Christina Ricci was in Mermaids with Winona Ryder.
Yeah. I apologize. I'm looking up the dates when Juliette Lewis dated Brad Pitt, because it was around that time.
That's right. I think that predates if Depp got...
Yeah, it looks like it does by about a year. Okay, so
that movie California, remember that? That's how
I love that movie, and I shouldn't because it's not a great movie.
Yep.
Yeah. I even had the movie poster at one time. Okay.
I bet you did.
Because he looked really good. All right. And given the insinuation, did you at any time during those 3.5 years ever hit Ms. Moss?
No, sir, never.
So just then, moving from that one, we've looked at an incident in 1989 and that one in 1994. You were referred to a third press report in February 1999. I do not need to take you to it. Do you remember you were in London for filming, I think, Fear and Loathing?
No. Yeah, he's such an idiot. He doesn't know anything about movies. Yeah. That filming Fear and Loathing in London, you moron.
Yeah.
Sherborne, lunkhead. No, in fact, it was Sleepy Hollow.
And you told this court that you had dinner with a very pregnant Miss Parody?
Yes.
And some close friends who were going to be the godparents of your unborn baby?
Yeah. They had just arrived in town, so we went out for a celebratory dinner.
Ms. Wass put to you that you were yelling obscenities at these poor photographers who were just doing their job because they wanted to get photographs of you in a public place. Do you remember that part? Remember that was put to you?
Yeah, yes, sir, I do. What they wanted was the novelty photograph of my pregnant fiance or girlfriend, whatever the fuck I'm calling her this week, and my French albatross, and myself, and I was not comfortable with it being turned into a circus.
Can you just tell the court how many photographers you're talking about that there were?
There are about 15, roughly.
And you described how, when you were in the loading bay, they were trying to force open the door and you were trying to stop them?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask this? Was the loading bay a public place or not? Yes or no?
The loading bay was, it was through the restaurant's kitchen and down the other side. They're outside trying to pull the door on the street. They're on the sidewalk, and I was inside trying to hold it.
Where did the door take them to?
The door?
The door they were trying to open. If they had got through that, where would they have got into?
Just a, very dark little area that I was standing in. It was like pitch black in there.
And you said that they were yelling obscenities at you?
Yeah, yes.
Can you help the court as to what kind of obscenities they were saying?
Sort of the usual, when you run into the aggressive sort of paparazzi, they attempt to, poke and prod and get you to do something out of character, or, they want an interesting photograph, and what's more interesting than someone screaming or freaking out? So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Depp.
Well, the obscenities, I can't remember the exact words, but they were quite aggressive, pretty snotty about it.
You described that there was a degree of unpleasant feeling, I think is the way in which you put it when Ms. Wass asked you about what was going on between you and the 15 photographers.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. They were ravenous, and they were also quite upset that I had ruined their opportunity for the photograph, because I distracted them at the loading dock or at the loading door. Miss Parody and our friends had just come back from dinner, and they were safely in the car at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Depp.
Well, they were upset that they didn't get the photograph.
Just moving on from that incident. So we have the security guard allegation in 1989, the hotel room in 1994, fending off Paps in 1999, and then there was one final press cutting that was shown to you by Ms. Wass. We have to fast forward, I think, 20 years from the last incident to 2018, and a claim being brought against you by someone called Greg Rocky Brooks.
Yes.
who is said to be a crew member who claims that you punched him. Do you remember you were asked some questions about that? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to take this fairly briefly, Mr. Depp. Unlike these other incidents we're talking about, you said that you had not in any way physically touched him.
Yes, sir.
You explained the circumstances in which you encountered Mr. Brooks on the set of the film City of Angels.
It's a city of lies, Sherborne. You dunderhead. You get
It
one
was-
more film wrong, you're out. You're out of here. That's Nicolas Cage.
Well, you've already
By the
paid
way,
me, so.
Depp actually turned down the City of Angels film that Nicolas Cage did.
Oh,
I should
good.
say.
Glad to hear that.
He should have. And I don't want the
No,
world
not
to
needed.
see me, because I don't think that they'd understand.
I'm glad he did that, and I don't want you singing that ever again.
Ah, too bad. Cut me down.
Okay, it
I
was
just
because you.
want you to know who I am.
I can always edit it out. It's fine. I'm just kidding. Okay. Oh God. All right. It was because you said of his bad behavior towards, I think, an African American lady. You said.
Yeah, she was very, she's a little elderly African American woman who I was not quite sure if she was an extra or actually a homeless woman. We're shooting downtown, and he was very, just incredibly rude to her.
And I'm not going to ask you. I can tell you would rather not say it. I'm going to ask. I'm not going to ask you exactly what words he used, but can you describe the nature of what he said?
Line 20, page 589. Before I get to that. By the way, good for him. If this is true, and I remember reading this as gossip, thinking I don't know what to believe, and then we read, cut to this and reading that it is true, and I'm starting to believe everything I read now in gossip.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so much of this was snipped and leaked as rumors, and I'm finding that it is. So much of gossip is more true than people even want to care to admit it.
Yeah, it can be.
It can be, right? Sometimes they just nail it. They said this. I go, this is, and good for Depp if he did. More people should do this. I mean, if you're going to root for this guy, this is one of the, we showed you the autograph montage in the last Depp versus DiCaprio and Dave Grohl. It's just ridiculous. The polar opposite of ways to treat human beings as equals. And the lack of pretentiousness and arrogance in him, and the humility. And by the Keanu Reeves is another one that you could put into Depp's category with this. You could put the two of them.
Absolutely.
He is incredibly generous with fans, like giving money. The two of them. No wonder why they're so beloved, and they deserve this stuff like this. I'll give him a pass on anything. I love that he did this, and I can see, and that this is kind of what has inside of him in a lot of ways. So line 13.
Line 20.
Line 20.
Mm-hmm.
He was very, very rude. Essentially, he was hurling around what I suppose he felt was his position, his power as a location manager, and he's brushing her off as like an incredibly disrespectful way. And I just approached him about it. I should say this. Infinite Nile is a production stake in this movie. He is a producer on it. So he's a boss. So don't act like, it's just some actor. But he really does have pull and power in this, and he should be doing this. This isn't some actor pulling some. He is a boss on it.
He's responsible for what happens on that set as a producer.
Right.
All right. And you approached him and you told us yesterday, well, perhaps you can just say in one sentence what you said to him as a result of hearing this.
In essence, what I said to Mr. Brooks was, what gives you the right to speak to this woman in this way? What gives you the right to be so disrespectful to this woman? What gives you the right to be disrespectful to anyone, for that matter? It is a film set. You are not in control. And then he was rather feisty and unpleasant to deal with. So, but I never did touch him.
It is suggested, but you have very clearly stated that you did not touch him. Can I ask you that, of course, is his allegation against you and this claim he's bringing at the moment?
Yes, sir. I also want to say, and mark it down right here, there's a picture of the two of them hugging with their arms around each other at the film wrap after this.
All right.
supposed whenever this was. So it's like, the 2 days later, I think as the story goes, I don't know if he says it here, I can't remember, that he asked for pictures with him and stuff, photo to send to his family and shit to prove who worked on the movie or Depp was in, just that they knew each other, something, just some kind of typical fucking star fuckery.
Okay.
And so I do believe online there's a few pictures of them with their arms around each other, posing for a picture during the
All
wrap
right.
of the movie.
I will put it here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you to look at one document? It should be in your bundle 5, tab 5.1.
Sorry, volume 5.
Yes.
Sorry, what page? Sorry.
Give me one moment. I do not think it has found its way into the bundle yet. It was disclosed this morning. It's one of the documents Miss Wass says has been disclosed.
Sorry, is this in 5.1 yet or not?
No, it should go behind 114.34.
Which tab number?
It should go behind tab 181. However, your lordship wants to number it maybe 114.3A.
Just a minute. Rather, a lot of documents have been handed up to me.
I think your lordship may have multiple copies, so I apologize. You may have more than one person's copy. That's all I can say. Does your lordship have a photograph and then a text below the photograph?
I'm not willing to show you what I have, but I do not think it accords with what you have said.
Oh, sorry, did you?
No, I do not have the text on the photograph.
I think there's a similar document that has been.
I'm going to pass down the bunch of documents that was given to me.
I am sorry. It should be one page, but I think one is a slightly better version. I can see they are all in there. I think your lordship, for some reason, may be the only person with. I do not think Mr. Depp has.
Mr. Sherborne, I'm very tolerant of glitches that occur with the witness, and I need to be able to see the document you're referring to, and I'm unable to arrange that stage. Can I suggest you move on to another topic and come back to this after lunch?
I can do it without both versions of this. I can do it with just one version. I think Mr. Depp now
Well,
has that one.
I'm waiting.
Yes, there is only one copy of the actual text one, but we do not need the text, my lord. Can I ask you to explain? I think his lordship has a copy already. Mr. Depp, you should have in front of you now a large color photograph. Can you identify two people there?
That is myself and the location manager, Rocky Brooks. Oh, this is the picture I'm talking about, I guess.
Okay. So you are on the right. So you're on the right-hand side, and Mr. Brooks, who is the person who has accused you, is bringing a claim against you for assault. He is on the left-hand side.
Yes, sir.
Can you help the court in this way, Mr. Depp? Was this photograph taken before or after the so-called incident?
It was taken after the incident and at the end of that night.
So this photograph of the two of you with your arms around each other was taken after the incident for which he is suing you?
Yes, sir.
Can you just explain very briefly how this photograph came about?
Well, at the end of the night, when I was wrapped from work, I had asked my assistants to grab a bottle of wine and find out if Mr. Brooks was still on the location. He was. So I went and I found Mr. Brooks. I had 2 cups, plastic cups, and I wanted to apologize to him for having reprimanded him for his actions. I didn't want there to be any kind of bad blood, continuing animosity on the set. So I went to speak with him and make sure we could be, we were okay. So then, we toasted one another and the wine, and he asked if he could have a selfie with me.
He asked you for this photograph with him?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Depp. You see, Mr. Depp, the reason I'm asking you about this is Miss Wass put this to you to suggest that you are the type of person who becomes extremely angry and then violent when you're challenged.
Yeah, that's her suggestion, and it's not true. But it is her suggestion.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you a different question, but one that Ms. Wass hinted at on a number of occasions. However angry that you have been, Mr. Depp, in your life, have you ever hit a woman?
Never. Just a minute. You You said no? I said no. Yes, sir.
Other than Ms. Heard's allegation, which we are here to decide, has any woman ever accused you of hitting them in your 57 years?
No, sir.
It was put to you, Mr. Depp, by Ms. Wass, that you had anger management issues. You had anger management condition, and you said, quote, I laugh. It does not mean I have a humor condition, end quote. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes, sir.
You also said that Ms. Heard on occasions was angry. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Can I just ask you then to look at file 4, tab 108? It is page F622. Is that a box collapsing, or is it okay?
I should say I did hit Anne Heche and Donnie Brasco
Oh,
in the
God.
climax. The proper slap. You can see it.
Mhm.
I really reared back. I wanted to slap her back into heterosexuality.
Oh, my God.
So-
All right. I think you did because she's now married with kids.
I think we're okay, thanks.
I will warn you if I can see it about to collapse. I don't know what they're talking about.
11?
Tab 108.
Yes, sir.
And it is page F622 on the right-hand side.
Yes, sir.
These are medical notes that we have seen various of them before. Is this in relation to Ms. Heard?
Yes, sir.
You will see Ms. Heard, I think, is just, you have the date at the top. Do you see?
27th of August, 2014.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the 27th of August of 2014, it has, quote, the registered nurse has been hired to provide private nursing care for Amber Heard, end quote. She's the client?
Yes.
Quote, Amber Heard will hereafter be referred to as client, or AH.
Yes, sir.
Then it says that she is currently under the care of Dr. Kipper and is attended to by the private nurse Debbie Lloyd.
Yes.
I do not think there's any dispute. This nurse is Erin Buren.
Exactly. Erin. Sorry, who is Erin Buren?
She was a registered nurse who looked after Ms. Heard.
Oh, yes.
I do not think there's any dispute about this. She became friendly with Ms. Heard, did she not?
Yeah, she did.
Just fast forwarding for a moment, she is one of the people that was at Ms. Heard's birthday dinner in April 2016.
That is correct.
And here she is taking a patient history from Ms. Heard. You will see in the third paragraph, if we go in the middle between the two hole punches,
Yes.
you will see that what?
Go. No, not keep going.
Okay.
Sorry.
You will see that AH reports, that is Ms. Heard, her history of substance abuse.
Just a moment. Where are we now?
In the middle between the two hole punches, client discusses moving from Austin to New York when she was 17 to pursue a career in modeling, moved to Los Angeles in her early 20s to continue her modeling career and pursue an acting career. Client states she works on 1 to 3 films per year. AH reports history of substance abuse, end quote. This is in 2014, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor, end quote. Just pausing for a minute there, you will recall Ms. Wass said to you that it was a lie when you denied the fact that Ms. Heard was saying she had not taken any cocaine since she was a teenager. Do you remember it was put to you that you were lying when you said that she had?
Yes.
So here we have the registered nurse. Ms. Heard is telling she reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. Client reports abstaining from cocaine for a couple of years. Now, this is in 2014, but was unable to report exact dates. Client does not smoke cigarettes. She reports consuming 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day. And I will come back to that in a little while. Then she reports a familial, I can never say that, history of substance abuse.
I know it's tough word.
Both her mother and father abused, became dependent on stimulants, opiates, and alcohol. Then it refers to your history of abuse, and then it says, client admits to a history of anxiety, eating disorder, bipolar disorder, insomnia, end quote, and so on. Then a report from JD, Debbie, registered nurse, Dr. Kipper. Client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage, end quote.
Wow. Yes, sir.
And then says this, her mood has been labile. Labile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go with labile. I've never seen or pronounced that word in my life.
All right. Her mood has been labile. Now, this is in 2014 of August.
It's probably like medical
Yeah.
vernacular
Yeah, I'm sure.
we wouldn't use as civilians.
Yeah. All right. Quote, both client and fiance report an increase in verbal disagreements. Now, verbal disagreements resulting from client's anxiety and emotional lability. Okay, great. Reads the words and expressed she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband. Now, to your knowledge, Mr. Depp, does this accord with how you experienced Miss Heard or not?
Yes.
Can I then return? That was a slight side route just because we are on that topic. It was then put to you by Ms. Wass, or there was a deposition put to you by Ms. Wass from Ellen Barkin. Do you remember we looked at that?
Yes, I do.
We were shown some excerpts, so we are dealing with this in the right context. To be fair to Ms. Wass, it was not remotely suggested by Ms. Barkin that you had ever hit her or tried to do so, was it?
No, it was not.
Even though she gave unfavorable testimony against you in her deposition to support Ms. Heard, was it in the Virginia libel trial?
I believe that is what it was for, yeah. Just a minute, please. I think you sent a trial, but it's Virginia libel proceedings. It has not even gone to trial yet.
No, my lord, it is not. There is no trial date as far as I'm aware. Maybe sometime next year.
January.
No, May or April. In 2
I know,
days.
and it all just, I know, I was so crestfallen when the trial got delayed.
Yeah, but now they're making up for it with you. Okay, so let's see. It has been fixed in January?
I believe so, yeah. Early January.
Ms. Wass put to you in a particular incident, which I think is the most we hear from Ms. Barkin, that a bottle of wine, she says, was thrown, not at her, but was thrown by you, and you denied that?
Yeah, I do deny it.
In her deposition, and I can take you to it, but it may be quicker to do it this way, perhaps for the moment. We were told that she used a phrase, nothing more than a phrase. Quote, there's just a world of violence, she said. Now, can I ask you this? Was there any so-called violence in your relationship with Ms. Barkin, yes or no?
No, not at all. You know, we've been friends for like a number of years.
Can I
let me
take
just
you?
say, before you go into line 16,
Mhm.
there, perhaps we can find it, there are weird lapses, shall we say, in his serial monogamy.
Mhm.
In between Winona and Kate Moss, I want to say there are pictures of him with Ellen Barkin at various movie premieres.
Mhm.
That you just, I mean, I didn't think anything of it at the time. I remember thinking, oh, he's just, look at him with the hanging out with a cougar, like look, I'm a fan. Like it was almost like patronizing.
Mhm.
But I guess they did hook up. I didn't take it seriously at the time. Maybe you can mark this here and could throw a picture of that. Because I think it's from like the earliest of 90s. And they would go to like, I'm trying to remember. Could have even been Single, Sarah, your favorite movie. The Seattle grunge scene.
All right. Yeah, I'll put that in.
If I got that right, I'm sick. I am mentally ill that I
Well,
remember that.
in terms of Depp, we already know that you are.
I already, right. But I'm kind of backwardly rooting for myself to. It's something like that. It's one of those premieres you'd see him at. One of the hipper movies at the time. I want to say it's Singles. It's just I don't know why.
All right. Oh, go ahead. Line 15.
No, not at all. I mean, we'd been friends for a number of years.
Can I take you to? I will actually. Is it probably easier to do it this way, my lord? Do you have file 4 still open?
Yes.
Can I take you to tab 107? It should be the deposition.
Yes.
Can we go to? I do not know which is the easiest way. It's F573, internal page 39. So, Mr. Depp, you will see that on each page there are 4 pages of deposition.
Yes.
If you turn to F573.
Yeah, page
39.
Page 39. It is just line 8, I think, is the best place to start. These are questions being put to Miss Barkin. It says, did Mr. Depp ever hit you?
Sorry, just a minute. Yes, I found it.
This is a question being asked. Did Mr. Depp ever hit you? No, he did not, said Miss Barkin. Did he ever kick you? No, he did not. Did he ever cause anything to physically touch you in an assaulted way, to actually touch you? No, he did not. Then it moves on to another subject. Now, you made it clear to Ms. Wass that you took issue with the evidence of Ms. Barkin in terms of the throwing of the wine glass or the wine decanter. You were asked about whether she had a reason to lie, and you said you did not want to call anyone a liar. Quote, but I can tell you that that did not happen. End quote is what you said.
Yeah, and that is correct. Let me give you a break for a second.
Mm-hmm.
That is correct. Like we've probably said here a few times, like for the succubus to go as far deep looking for Ellen Barkin is so crazy to me. Like it is like I said, the Barkin booty call on Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. For anyone listening to this, it's new and doesn't know. Ellen Barkin has a very interesting kind of it's almost like sexual misconduct-y sexual harassment scene, which would not fly today in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. She plays a waitress, and Depp and Del Toro are in there and kind of harassing her. I'm trying to remember how the dialogue goes. I'm not sure if it's of sexual, but it's harassment nevertheless. And they terrify her in this diner in Las Vegas. And that's pretty much the extent of her. But she stayed on the filming of it for far longer than what that scene calls for,
Of course
which
she did.
begs that the Barkin booty call was in effect the whole time. None of this ever had got down until this transcript.
Mm-hmm.
So for the succubus to go sniffing around for anyone with a torch to bear for him that's they're really, I wonder who, I mean, it could have been her, but she doesn't know his films according to Depp. So it could have been anyone she deployed for this. That knew him,
she put the bait out. This is the only person that bit back.
And Ellen Barkin is a piece of work. And I don't know her history of lying and telling the truth, but she is a spitfire, that one. She is a cougar cubed of loose cannon. Go look at her. If anybody, again, listen to this, go on Twitter and look up Ellen Barkin on Twitter, as she's just vitriolically spewing about politics all day and social issues, and she's not she's that special kind of older actress crazy, but she's phenomenal in Animal Kingdom on TNT, and you could see that kind of little bit askew mental illness in her during that, and you kind of see someone who would have no problem lashing out, just being humiliated. She just was looked upon as, Miss Right Now, Barkin booty call, and he disposed of her and moved on to the French albatross.
I have no doubt that he used his old world Shakespeare terms of love to get her in the bed. She took it seriously, which, I probably would too. I would buy what he was saying because he would seem very genuine, I'm sure, when he's spouting these words. And you got this much younger man coming after you, telling you how wonderful you are. You sleep with him.
Who's at the height of his artistic hip persona. He hadn't even done Sleepy Hollow yet, which is the first 9-figure hit he actually has had. So he still has that independent spirit, perpetual artiste, one after the next, that 90s maverick, outlaw, independent darling. And that's also hip.
Yeah,
I mean, cool for her to say.
The only woman coming forward is this spurned former lover, who he wanted to sleep with. He didn't want anything else.
Who nobody even knew he had a relationship with.
Yeah, but the worst thing she says is he threw a wine bottle. And he had yes men around him.
They are stretching that thing like...
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking Reed Richards and Dr. Doom.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it was put to you then by Ms. Wass that if Miss Barkin was coming along to give this evidence for Ms. Heard in this deposition, then on your account, she must have some sort of grudge against you. You said that she did bear a grudge, but you were not asked what the basis was for saying that. Can you help the court, Mr. Depp, as to what you believe was the reason for Miss Barkin holding a grudge against you?
Yeah, this is good.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. I was so shocked hearing him talk like this. Was like this. I said this is one of the moments where I'm agape in the
Yeah.
transparency of his life. I was like, holy shit, what the hell? I
just
thought I knew
pictured
the
that.
guy.
All right, go on.
You
Sorry.
don't know Johnny at all. You thought you
Mm.
knew Johnny. You don't know Johnny at all. This
Mhm.
week on 21 Jump Street.
Mm.
Miss Barkin and I had been friends for a number of years. In fact, I had known her and her former husband, Gabriel Byrne. Oh, by the way, I should say, this is what you don't get on other shows. Gabriel Byrne was supposed to star in the film he was supposed to do with in Ireland with Marlon Brando, and it fell apart. He's Irish, obviously, so he was going to. I think he had the third lead in that movie, and it fell apart. Never got filmed. I think it's funny. They probably filmed like 20 minutes of it. I know that the production got started and stopped. So I wonder if there's actually footage out there of this movie.
If there is, you'll find it.
I know. I feel like everything's going to surface these days.
Mm-hmm. Run for.
When they were divorced many years ago, a couple of years later, Ellen and I were hanging, just spending time together, and a relationship sort of, continuing the friendship, of course, but a sexual element began with Ms. Barkin. It lasted for a couple of months, on and off, really because she was making a film at the time with me, and I was making the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and I suppose her desires were she wanted more than she wanted I suppose a relationship. She wanted a proper relationship with me, and I just did not want that. I did not feel really the same about her as she did me, which is want to happen. And I suppose from the moment on, she became very, very angry. And since then, I've not spoken to Miss Barkin, nor has Miss Barkin spoken to me.
Fair enough.
That sounds honest, right? I mean, like that's
yeah. I didn't want to be with her, so I ended it.
Yeah, I mean, at least he owns that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Those were what I would call the examples, the incidences that were put to you by Ms. Wass to suggest that you were a violent man. Then Ms. Wass took us to footage, I think is the only footage there is, of what is said to have been you being violent. We saw a very short clip yesterday of you're slamming a cupboard door and pouring yourself a large glass of wine.
Yes, sir.
You remember the footage?
Yes, I do.
Can you help us in this way, Mr. Depp? Where was that footage taken?
The footage was taken on the kitchen of my of the main house where I'd lived for a long time.
Is that Sweetser?
On Sweetser, yeah. That was in the kitchen of Sweetser.
I gotta say, I have looked at his house, overhead maps. I'm obsessed. But I'm very unimpressed with the kitchen. I know you don't care. You're a guy.
No, it looks very civilian. It looks very
it's very dated.
Normal.
You
dated.
would think, looking at that.
I would think a school teacher lives there.
Yeah, I'm not impressed. But
a tenured school teacher.
Yeah, that's for all the ladies.
I'm sorry, an administrator. No, I'm not even. I thought the same thing. It's not big. It's not modernized. It's not anything. It makes you want to kick a cabinet in.
And throw a glass after you yell. I don't think so.
You'd have no problem. Even that door. Remember, I told you the Miami Dolphins sticker is on that the glass door, and that looks super old.
Yeah. Can you recreate that video real quick? That famous line.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
I laughed over it. I'm so sorry. Okay. All right. When do you believe that footage was taken?
I believe the footage was taken much earlier, and it was somewhere around the time of the film. that I'd made, and the misheard had accompanied me too when I was making the film The Lone Ranger. I believe the footage is somewhere around that time because the length of hair on the cowboy hat that I was wearing.
I got to tell you too, and I'm going to mark this down. I got to put a picture and what my thought is here, and most
Tonto
people
Man?
will understand. Most people will understand what I'm saying. I can't put those Tonto Man pictures, and I wish, but he looks so much like Jim
Oh, the
Moore.
fappening. Right.
Old.
Shit, that's right.
Yeah, I can't put that in. He looks so much. This is like the lowest point for him, I think, during the marriage physically. He's got it's that way too tight denim shirt on and the cowboy hat, and he's a bit bloated probably from the alcohol. He
Yeah.
just looks like Jim Morrison roaming the streets of Paris. So, and I'll put a picture up. Probably a waste of time because I think everybody knows what I'm saying. But all right, let me see.
He's bursting out of it like Peter DeLuise after a Aoki buffet in Vancouver.
All right, so I know. Let me see. Oh my God, where are we?
17.
Okay.
I think I'm Nichols.
Yep, you are. Go ahead.
Just a minute. The length of your hair. Yeah.
And I think that's the judge. Sorry.
Is it me?
Yeah.
And you were wearing the cowboy hat? Yes, sir. It was through that period, having been in New Mexico for a long time. I thought it was Robert Rodriguez all of a sudden. And
that was the look you were sporting?
Yeah, sort of consistent with the role I had played.
It was suggested to you that footage was from 2016?
Yes.
Am I right in saying, and I'm sure it's not a matter of dispute, that the Lone Ranger was in about 2013 that was being filmed?
Yes, sir.
When you were asked some questions about it, why had you slammed the door and so on, you said that you were having a bad day?
I had a bad night, and it was proving to be a very bad day already, yeah.
Do you remember why? I appreciate it, it's an incident, one isolated matter in 2013. Do you remember why you were having a bad day?
I do not remember exactly off the top of my head, but if I had, no, I don't believe it had anything to do with Miss Heard at all at that point. She was, well, I wasn't angry at her yelling back at her. I was in my kitchen and slamming things. And she arrived in the morning. She came downstairs in the morning and found me there and then started filming me.
Does it look like she felt you were being angry at her?
Well, that's a matter of further comment, is it not?
Sorry, my lord. Mr. Depp, do you have any reason to believe that she thought you were being angry at her?
No.
Can I ask you this, more importantly, Mr. Depp? Did you know that you were being filmed?
No, I didn't at the time. And that is clear from my reaction to it. She kept trying to either hide, you could see the step in front of the phone to hide it when I got close. And then she would change the angle, and then she finally saw that she was filming me. I saw that she was filming me. And it made me very upset, as it would, because I couldn't understand why she'd be filming me.
Is that the only time that you found out Miss Heard was filming or recording you without your knowledge, yes or no?
No, that is not the only time.
And can I ask you a few questions?
Just a minute.
I'm sorry, my lord.
Yes.
Can I ask you this, Mr. Depp? Was Miss Heard someone who rarely used her phone, moderately used her phone, and used her phone a lot? Oh.
I remember laughing at this.
Yeah.
I could see him rolling his eyes. Oh, no. Constantly. Yeah, all the time. So.
Constantly used her phone. Similarly, was Miss Heard someone who rarely took photos or videos of herself, or moderate amounts, or lots of photos and videos of herself?
I love this. Well, let's say lots. Quite a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Depp.
Thank you.
Can I take you then to the next topic that you were asked questions about, and that was the so-called term, the monster?
Yes.
And I'm not going to repeat every question and every answer you gave, because you said to Miss Wass, do you remember that one of the number of times you were asked about it, you said the word monster can mean many things. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Then you explained in that context, you said that when it came to arguments with Miss Heard, the word monster meant the side of you which, you would use rather than placate her and just say yes. Oh God, let me repeat that. Then you explained in that context, you said that when it came to arguments with Miss Heard, the word monster meant the side of you which, rather than placate her and just say yes, you would argue back with her.
Yeah. Yes.
And that, as a result, the arguments, you said, would escalate and get heated, and you would sometimes shout obscenities at each other. Is that an accurate reflection of that or not?
Yeah, it's quite accurate.
Okay. Can I ask you briefly to give the court an example of the kind of thing that would set off this kind of argument?
It could be anything. This is an odd example, but I think that is representative on the whole. So I'll take a very small incident. Miss Heard was in the habit when I would return home from work, sit down on the couch or chair, wherever, she would come over to me and take my boots off, unlace my boots, and pre-distress them for me, and take them off, which is kind of a beautiful gesture, so I thought. I always thought it was very kind, and loving gesture. At one point, I came home, sat on the couch, and she was doing something. I couldn't remember. So I took my boots off and just took them off and laid them aside. She approached me and goes, well, "What did you do?" And why did you take your boots off? That's my job. I said, well, you were busy. I just took them off myself. That made her quite upset, and that became an argument, believe it or not. And that argument escalated. So taking off one's boots is a very small, mundane issue to anyone else. So if anything were above that, you can imagine where that would go.
Thank you. You described taking off your boots as a loving gesture, and you said you were sitting on the sofa. When the two of you were sitting in the house on the sofa together, as you've said, you have talked about loving gestures. Were you close? Were you far apart? Did you interact? Just to give the court a flavor, what would happen?
Normally, when we were at home, we would have dinner in front of the television, lay on the couch together or sit in the couch together or whatever. And then she was normal for us. This was normal, and it was what we would do. But on occasion, out of nowhere, if my hand was not holding Miss Heard's hand, or if I didn't have my arm around her, whatever, she would reach over and grab my hand and put it on her thigh, so that I was then feeding the attention she wanted. She complained that she needed more affection, she needed more attention over and over, and it went on, from there to other various things.
When you say it went on from there, is this another example, or is this?
Well, it was almost as if there were rules. She has a routine, and if that routine is not met to her standards, then there's going to be a problem.
So if you removed your hand and you did not put it on her, and you were breaking the rule, what would happen then?
Well, an argument would ensue, of course, and all hell would break loose.
When you were asked another time about the word monster, you said to Miss Wass that it was something Miss Heard grabbed onto and clung on for dear life, that term. Can you just explain to the court again, very briefly, what you meant by that phrase?
The monster story was something that Miss Heard, well, she rather liked the idea that I was some kind of monster. And if someone is explaining, if you had an argument and you're trying to explain your position in an argument and things do escalate, so that for her, I'd somehow become the monster. Anytime I didn't comply with or agree with that was her position, and she would call it the monster. And then the monster grew from there into this, whatever she wanted it to be. And she used it quite a lot. She beat it to death.
Ms. Wass took you in this context to an email exchange between you and Mr. Deuters. It's file 8, tab 62E.
Just a minute. Oh, yes.
It's 62E and it's page IO.9.
Yes, sir.
And if you just turn over to IO.10.
Yes, sir.
You will see the start of this email exchange. We looked at this, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Mr. Deuter is writing to you at 10:45 in the morning. At the top of IO 10 says, "We are all set to leave here approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well, MD." You said that Mr. Deuters, you called Master Deuters?
Yeah, Master Deuters. It's kind of a strange name to pronounce.
Can we turn to page IO 9? Ms. Wass took you to what you responded, where you said, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here."
Just a minute. Where is this?
If you go to IO.9, your response to Mr. Deuters when he said, are you going to be ready? I hope you rested well, was to say, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here." Then Mr. Deuters replies, "Watch out for Mike Tyson." Do you know what that's in reference to?
Oh yeah. It was a reference to misheard.
Okay, and then
Oh, just a minute, please. Yes.
then you were taken to your response, particularly, I've had to kill a few of the animals for sustenance. When Mr. Deuters has asked you, "Have you eaten?" You said, "I've made quite a mess. There is blood and animal tracks everywhere."
Oh yes.
Then we have Mr. Deuters responding, "There's another joke in there about condoms, but I'm not sure I'm really going to read that out." Quote, "As for the beastly residue," says Mr. Deuters, "just where the first hole punch is." Quote, "I'll grab some kitchen roll and a can of Febreze. It'll be great." End quote.
Yeah. Yes. Boy, Sarah, you talk about comeuppance. You are reading. I mean, like the
No,
reading
that's okay.
imbalance now
That's
is
all right.
crazy compared to when we started as
That's all
Mr.
right.
Feeney and Tracy.
We're still not even there. Okay. Then he says, quote, "If all else fails, we'll point the finger at Nathan. He was so drunk last night, he would probably just assume responsibility anyway for the animals." End quote.
Yes.
Now, just to ask you this question, Mr. Depp, because it was put to you by Ms. Wass that this was a very serious statement. Was this as a serious statement, or was it, as you said, an example of dark humor messing around with your friends?
It was actually that. It was ludicrous exchanges.
I got to say, it's obvious, please. It's such a stretch
Yeah.
on that.
Yep.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, were you killing animals in your room?
No, sir.
Did you have hookers in there?
No, sir.
Did you? I do not need to ask you anymore. The one more topic before we break for lunch is this. Again, on the topic of how horrible and disrespectful you are, you were shown some text in file 6. Do you remember file 6, which has that composite text schedule in it?
Yes.
You can put away file 4. Can you just take file 6? To put this in context, it's tab 119, it's page 4. You were shown at some length on page 4, 697.4. Do you have that?
I do now, yeah.
We have 2013 as the legend.
Yes.
Then you have, quote, "Take some days, get yourself better. Do you need anything? Jewish penicillin," end quote, which I assume is chicken soup.
Yeah, some soup, yeah. Did you ever hear that? Jewish penicillin?
No, I've never heard
I mean,
that.
I'm from like ground zero for Jews in Long Island, tri-state area, and I know Jews like chicken soup, and it's incorporated into the deli thing. And I know chicken soup is known as medicine a lot of times, and people can't.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never heard that strung together. I'm gonna have to start using that.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
I know Jews probably. I wonder where he got that from.
I don't know.
That's crazy. Guy from Owensboro and
Probably Betty Sue.
Miramar. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Betty Jew.
No. All right, then we have a series of texts starting with, quote, I'll bring some cash over to pay and tip the bitch," end quote. Then the person you were texting says, "Yes, sloppy slut." Then you write back, "Fucking ugly fat whore." And then the person who was called Marino says, "Bring the cash and the whore." And you say, "For the idiot cow." And then you say, "Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry." Then did that something arrive? These are messages passed between you and Marino. And you will recall that Miss Wass said to you, you said that this you believed was Vanessa Paradis. Your other half?
Initially, I thought it was my sister Christy until Miss Wass was reading it. She said, Marino, or as you say, your sister replies with that, yes, sloppy slut. My sister I realized at that moment that it was not my sister because my sister has never said a crossword in her life.
And it's not the kind of joke you would have with your sister. Is that what you're saying?
She would never speak that way. So then I looked at the phone number and I realized it was Vanessa. And this was an exchange. Oh, just a minute.
Just take it a little slower because his lordship is making a note.
I'm going to guess that Marino is Dan Marino.
Okay.
I'm not kidding. I'm a dolphin legend, right?
It's hard to
Considered
type in
to be
your
the best
isotoners.
dolphin.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I don't think it's
But I don't
Dan
know.
Marino.
Like the nickname is like something. I don't know. There's no other explanation for the name.
Yeah, I don't know.
You-
Nickname. He has
realize
a world of weird nicknames.
I know. Oh, you too, sloppy slut. Oh, you
Yeah.
too.
I've said worse. 9-5.
You realize the phone number was the phone number for Vanessa Paradis? Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you something in a moment, but before I do, you will recall that Ms. Wass said to you at least 4 times, "Are you sure, Mr. Depp? Are you sure that you're texting here with Ms. Paradis?" Do you remember that she suggested that maybe you were lying about this?
Yes, sir.
Can I take you then to file 10, please? This is the last thing I will do before the adjournment, my lord.
File 10?
File 10, it's 095. Do you have page 95?
Yes, sir.
Just looking at some of the text, can you see the first one? In the third column, it has from Marino.
Just a moment, yes?
You will see these are messages passing with Stephen Deuters. Quote, "Hello, we have lost track of Jack's phone," says Marino. Can you explain to the court, it may not need it, who Jack is?
Jack is my son.
Your son with?
Sorry, my son is with Vanessa Paradis.
I know you know who it is, but it's just that the court needs to know too.
No, yes, I'm sorry.
If you look at the next text, Stephen Deuters is saying, "Hey, Vanessa, do you know who brought and set it up?" Talking about an iPhone.
Yes.
Okay, then if you go down to number 5, again, Marino. "Good morning. Did anyone read my email from Sunday about Jack's school?" Then you have got Mr. Deuters at number 6 saying, "Good morning, Vanessa. Yes, messages received."
Yes.
This is an exchange between Marino and Mr. Deuters, and having seen this, can you confirm to the court, Mr. Depp, the identity of the Marino you were having this conversation with about a sloppy slut and an ugly fat whore?
It is, in fact, Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children.
Thank you very much. My lord, I do not know if this is a convenient moment.
Yes. Now, Mr. Sherborne, you have my message saying that you were able to have an extra half day, either for further re-examination of Mr. Depp or for the cross-examination of Miss Heard, and she comes to give her evidence.
My lord, yes. Okay, let me skip ahead here because we have just conversation between the judge and Sherborne. I'll tell you the page number just a second. Okay, Mr. Depp, at the beginning of the second day on Wednesday, Ms. Wass challenged you when you said that Ms. Heard was not always entirely supportive in terms of the challenges you faced with alcohol and drugs.
Yes.
She read to you a paragraph of your witness statement. You do not need to turn it up. It's 18C, just for your lordship's
Sarah,
note.
can I just say while you're on that,
Mhm.
just to give you a break?
I don't
This is
need one.
why yet another reason why they're so incompatible. If he's trying to kick drugs and alcohol, he's at that stage. He's fucking now. He's literally pushing 60. He's gonna turn 59 in June, and she's in party girl mode all the time. It just doesn't work. This is what you get when you're in a pussy fog and midlife crisis, and you're trading in. And even Vanessa's solid 9 years younger than him. Not that that's a huge age difference at all, but this is just there's no compatibility at all. And this is just one of the many reasons. So what do you think's going to happen when you're in a midlife crisis pussy fog and someone's in party girl? You have a fucking perpetual party girl and you're trying to kick these things. It's just not going to work. I mean, why would you think it ever would?
I know. It doesn't. And what's the divorce rate for an age difference like this?
Oh God, that's a great question. The midlife rate, the robbing the cradle divorce rate.
Yeah.
God, that's a great question. I'm gonna have to ask Miss Burkhart that.
Your new friend.
Yeah, well, I like to see the legalese perspective because it seems like they're very much trying to rationally look at both sides, which the toxic positivity will not. I respect they put a call out to what's the pushback perspective? Like, we know what his fangirls think, who think they're going to be his next wife, and he's can do no wrong, and he's an angel. But wait, what's the other side saying? At least they're asking that, which nobody does.
Yeah, they go off into their own tangents of unbelievability, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
To not be blindsided when this all comes up again. I mean, I'm just going on a rant about what did you expect with this ilk and age difference, and in the midlife crisis, this is just. Did you not see this coming?
Yeah.
You know exactly what she is and who she is, and now you want her purpose to be facilitate your sobriety. She's a party girl. They're not going to do that. She's there for the party. She's with you for the Hollywood party. You said it yourself. Why would she facilitate your sobriety?
Yeah. All right.
God, I'm sorry.
That's okay. She read to you a paragraph of your witness statement. You do not need. I read that. Let's see. As I explained at the paragraphs below, although I was in recovery from drug addiction during significant parts of my marriage to Amber, instead of supporting my sobriety, she often encouraged me to drink alcohol and take drugs, even though she knew my relationship with alcohol and drugs was a difficult one for me. Now, it suggested to you that this was untrue. It would not be further from the truth, Miss Wass said. It was denied that she drank anything other than a very small amount of alcohol or took any real drugs at all. You started to give an example in response to Ms. Wass about how right from the onset of your relationship, when you were staying at Ms. Heard's apartment in Orange Avenue, I believe.
Yes. It's also to think, it's not like civilians, you or I, drinking and partying with. They don't have the risk. Their consequences are not what commoners have. They have chauffeurs and drivers and handlers and people to take care of and dot their I's if it all goes wrong.
Yeah.
There's not, when civilians get drunk and they got to drive home, so they're not dealing with DWIs, they're not dealing with getting around, they're not dealing with community and all the consequences that come with that. So it's much easier to stay in that state all the time. And now she has that luxury.
Yeah,
she doesn't deserve.
All right. That she would have whiskey in the freezer and you were stopped because Ms. Wass wanted to move onto a different question. Can you just explain to us what that example meant?
I wanted to give an example of simply that Ms. Heard kept bottle of whiskey, Willate bourbon, in her freezer for me. In a similar way, to the boots coming off, a shot would be poured when I arrived. Even if Miss Heard was asleep when I arrived, there'd be a shot of whiskey on the nightstand by her bed.
And Miss Wass said she was trying to stop you drinking. She was concerned. And you replied by saying, for someone who was saying she wanted me to stop, her actions were sometimes the opposite. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You were explaining that because while you were trying to stay sober, she was drinking. Ms. Wass asked you how much she was drinking, and you said 2 or 3 bottles, and it was suggested you were lying?
Yes.
And that she was drinking 1 or 2 glasses. Was it 1 or 2 glasses or 1 or 2 bottles, Mr. Depp?
Normally, it was 2 bottles a night. I should say, too, like for anybody who is a teetotaler like you, or just drinking unenthusiasts. A bottle of wine's not that. It's not a lot of alcohol. It's just not. You see the bottle pile up. Oh my God, a whole bottle. It really isn't a lot of.
But a
alcohol.
night.
It's very easy to go through.
Every night.
My sister's garbage pail looks like a recyclable plant. And
You're Italian, it's
there's
okay.
never been no, but it's never been a problem. There, no one's drunk. No one's. It's amazing how there's just no. It's just very easy to finish a bottle of wine. It's not a big deal.
All right. You would know. You're the expert on it. You're the drinking coach. Okay. So, and as far as the drugs were concerned, it was suggested that that several times that you were lying, and you suggested she took drugs. I'm not going to refer to the transcript, and I can give your lordship the references. I'm just going to give a couple of passages on Wednesday. It's page 181. It starts at line 18. This is Ms. Wass asking you questions. She said, "Where I want your help." And then she quotes from that paragraph of your witness statement I just read. "Instead of supporting my sobriety, she often encouraged me to drink alcohol and take drugs, even though she knew my relationship with alcohol and drugs was a difficult one. Do you maintain that was true?" You said yes. She asked, "So you were saying she was actually encouraging you to fall off the wagon at times?" You say, "I would say her actions were not of one who was supporting, not one of whatever." Okay. Then again, you said later on page 182, line 20, "I would say if that was supportive, it was a strange way to support me." Then it was put to you, "You would go around and take cocaine at her house, would you not?" Sorry, I should have been specific, at Orange Avenue. You said, "Quite likely on occasion." Ms. Wass put to you, "Can we be quite clear? Miss Hurd had told you that when she was 18, she was regularly taking cocaine. Do you remember that? Do you agree with that?" And then you said that actually she told you it was 16.
Yeah. Yes.
Ms. Wass said she was worried about the cocaine habit that she developed and she stopped altogether. Okay. And she never took cocaine ever in your presence or your company or, as far as you know, during the time of your relationship. Then you said, yes, she did. Ms. Wass challenged you, and then his lordship said that she needed to just ask the question again. Maybe I should be more careful, said Ms. Wass. And you said, no, I would like to say that she did, because there were many times in our relationship early on where not only did she chop the cocaine with a razor blade into lines, she would then take the cocaine on her finger and rub it into her gums. Then Ms. Wass
That
said,
horrible
and
lipstick.
it's gross. Yeah.
Ugh.
I suggest
God.
that she never took cocaine after she stopped taking it as a teenager. And you said, my eyes have seen the action. Now we looked shortly ago, just before lunch, at the notes, if you remember, of the registered nurse Erin Buren,
Yes.
where she said that Miss Hurd reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. She reports, abstained from cocaine for a couple of years, but was unable to report exact dates. And I'm going to show you some examples of Miss Hurd's use of drugs, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Can we start with, do you remember Hicksville? It was said to be around your birthday, and you said it had nothing to do, let me see. And you said it was not to do with your birthday. Do you remember in Hicksville in 2013, in June of 13, you joined Ms. Hurd and some of her friends?
Yes. That's hilarious. I'm sure this had gone on in the years they were together. They were only married 15 months, we should reiterate.
Yeah.
Of her foisting her own bullshit on him and pretending it's for him. Let's go to Hicksville with my friends.
I know.
For your birthday.
Well, if he goes, he's guaranteed to, hand the card over and pay for it.
That's right. That's exactly right. Like, he's not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I should say, though, not even in her defense, just being a 20-something. Like, you'd say to me, I'm with somebody, 23 years older than me, and sobriety is the name of the game. I'm not going to fuck that. I'm 20, 26. I'm with Bill W. here. Fuck that. He's got access to what and how, and I'm going to play sober.
Well,
I don't think so.
Also, if you're like managing a business, would you be more apt to treat this weird blonde woman, hyperactive blonde woman with her barnacle friends, give them the VIP treatment, or would you be more inclined to give this blonde woman with her weird friends and Johnny Depp the VIP treatment? So you got to drag him around to get the best treatment possible and to mooch as much as you can.
Reservations, right? You'd never get access to even something like this. I still don't really quite understand what the hell this thing is. It's like a campsite. It's like a
it's one of those kitsch like trailer
camping
parks.
Blackface where you're not camping.
Hold on. It's a trailer park where each trailer has a theme. So it's for people who go to like Burning Man. They'll go hang out. They'll be weird for the day and go hang out at this
Right.
trailer
Right.
park and rent it, for their group or have a birthday party there. It's so dumb.
Yeah, it's kind of how the rich roll.
I did
And
way
I
too
guess you'll
deep
never-
of a dive on Hicksville one day.
Did you? Yeah, you looked it up and everything?
Yeah, I'll put pictures here. Let me mark it down.
Okay.
It's so
What are the rates? Do we know?
way
all
too
this
much
costs?
for what it is.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Maybe
Because
you
it's
can print a
trendy.
rate sheet.
Yeah, it's trendy.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's go. Line 16.
Again, she just
Yeah, it's okay. Let's go. Don't feel guilty. All right. Can I just take you to a document? It's file 8, tab 163B.
Oh, I got a big line here. Oh, tab 163B.
Yes.
I don't see it in 8. We have tabs going up, not as far as that.
Maybe it's tab 63B. That is what I originally had. Does your lordship have 63B?
I do. Yes.
Oh, yes, it is there. I'm sorry. Do you have page 11.4?
I think the first page of the tab is.
I'm grateful. We see here at the bottom that this is an email from Nathan Holmes to Amber Heard and Kate James. That was Ms. Heard's assistant. In fact, you can see it's her assistant because if you look at Kate James' email address, it says Amber Heard's assistant at whatever. And I will not read out the rest, although I do not think it's a live email address anymore. There are plans, info directions to Hicksville for Thursday.
I don't care whether you say it's a live email address or not. Sure, I'm using it. I'm going to try it. I don't care. I'm trying every single email server with it. Amber Heard assistant at, and I'm trying everything. Gmail, MSN, all of it. Yahoo. I'm just going to see what happens. I think it's
Just
still
go
active.
reserve.
I don't believe you.
If it's not active, just go reserve it on all the platforms.
Yeah, Kate James's deposition is pretty good if you want to get a chance to read that.
It's very sad.
She it's kind of how an assistant gets abused, and it's a really good episode in itself.
Right.
I need to reread it too, and all I say is yes.
This is 2013. Then you see Amber Heard's email at the top to Kate James, and she says this: "Can you please send this email to the following people and ask that they RSVP?" You have Rocky, that is Raquel Pennington.
Yes.
You've got Sis, which is Whitney Heard.
Yes.
And Sean.
Yes.
Was Sean her boyfriend at the time?
At the time, yes.
You've got Helen. I don't know who Helen is. And Brittany Eustace and Christy. Is that Christy Sexton?
Yes.
And these are all friends of Miss Heard, or
what a crew! Well, not, and it's kind of like saying, "Yeah, these aren't your friends, right? You're paying for all this, and this is for your birthday, and who, what, where are your friends in all this?" It's kind of
gaggle
what
of mooch. Yep.
You're what? 25 years older than everybody here, and everyone's female. Yes.
And then it says this, and please include in the email to bring some food, booze, and drug of choice. Yay. Do you see that?
I do indeed. Yes, sir. Yes.
We'll come back to this on Hicksville. That's the first document I wanted to show you. Does this accord with your understanding of what Miss Heard and her friends like to do when they want to party?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Can I take you to another document? It's in file 10. It's 099, and it should be a series of text messages.
Yes.
And these are text messages sent from your phone to Raquel Pennington. Is that right, Rocky?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm going to ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Why is WB not bothered by this crazy drug addict on their film?
Oh, I know. It's a woman.
Why is Aquaman? Why is Mira allowed to do lines and lines of coke and dealing and having people? Why is that? Why is this okay?
I know.
Even though she's significantly younger than him, why is this not a physical health risk and insurance involved in everything?
That's
I guess
the only reason.
I don't understand why she's not culpable. Okay.
And she's probably, quote unquote, dated half of the producers of the film. And first of all, they all do it. So let's not be naive here. They're all doing that,
But
and
it's
much,
out, but
much
it's out
worse.
there. But it's
I
out there,
know.
and it makes everybody look horrible. That this is some kind of coke party going on in WB's Aquaman film, which is really meant for kids, is it
Well,
not?
let's also see how this goes this next week. We are either going to be completely thrilled with how this is going and the future
You
of her
can't
career,
shock
or
us anymore.
listen, or we are going to be absolutely devastated. So let's see how this goes. I don't know.
You can't shock us anymore. That's the point
I know.
of our
I
show.
think
We're not
I don't want to say
ignoring
that.
this stuff.
No, we're not. But I don't want to say we're not going to be
I know there's
devastated
more to
because
come, but I mean, I think we've
I
seen.
know.
I don't know how
I
much.
know. But if it goes a certain way, might be a depressed episode or two. We'll try to get through it though. But okay, let's get through this. We're almost done.
I'm not. Look, the result of the trial. I'm not affected
Mhm.
by this, and I'm not saying that from a selfish way.
I'm going to be
I
sad.
know what I believe. I know what I believe.
know. I know.
You're not going to change me. I've already formulated my opinion from all this stuff we've gathered. I know what he is. I know what she is.
Yeah.
Whatever I know.
I'm having like the eve of. I'm having those last minute doubts. Like I'm nitpicking every single detail, and I'm thinking, okay, what if
We're not getting a cut of the money. We're not. His name is. I know what he is. I know what I believe. You're not convincing me anymore. I'm already, and this isn't some arrogance. This is me, hubris. I've gathered all the evidence. I know what a lie is. I know what I believe, as if I'm on the jury. I don't want him on Pirates anymore.
I know.
We've wrung that bar rag out dry like it's the Viper Room in 2003. I don't want him doing Pirates movies. I don't care about Fantastic Beasts. I think that's strained as well. I want him back to the independent.
Well, you don't have to worry because he's not doing that anymore.
I know. Well, she shouldn't either.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so all right. Does your lordship have that? If you look at the first text, set up in context what this is, you will see from Rocky to you. Steve, it's Rocky. Steve was the affectionate name that Miss Heard used for you, and you used Slim for her. That's right, is it not?
Yes.
All right. Quote, happy birthday, dear sweet friend. This is from Rocky to you. Changed my life. Of course you did. Bead making doesn't pay the bills on a penthouse. Okay, changed my life. I'm so grateful you're in the world. Hope you have a wonderful day. It's quite clear from the response. I'm happy that you're happy, doll. That's all that matters. Slim and I just fucking adore you. And you're with Miss Heard?
Yes.
We didn't see a number of texts. Can I take you to text number 5?
Could you imagine his skin crawling, having that read back to him, and just remembering why did I say that, and what the mood he was in, and boy, was just thinking how fucking duped he was.
He's always going to have that.
To you.
He's always going to have that image of her coming out of the closet and being part of the scene set up before the security guards run in.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just he's hearkening back to the mood he was in then and going, what on earth was I? Well, we know what you were on. I mean, with no hyperbole, every drug on the face of the earth, and a pussy fog, which is the biggest drug of all.
The fog. All right. Okay. So we see a number of texts. Oh my God. Hold on. Perhaps look at 4 just above. No, number 5. Can you see the date there? It's the 6th of August.
Yes.
All right. 2014. This is just before you go to the Bahamas, is it not? Or maybe it's when you're in the Bahamas on your detox.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That is the time. Yeah, it was that period.
All right. Then on 5, it says, hey, just called you. This is from Rocky. Do you have any mushrooms? We're planning on cooking on the island.
Yeah, I see that.
And then that's the response from your phone from Rocky. Oh, that was you. Then we have a series of text on the next page. And then Ms. Wass jumps in. I think Mr. Sherborne suggested it was Ms. Heard. It was from him, it says. Yes, I understand. Mr. Depp, then if you carry on down to 17.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
If you look there, it's still the 6th of August, 2014, and it's from your phone to Ms. Pennington, yes?
Just a minute, 17?
17.
is the body. It's amber, and I always get what I want.
Exactly. Mr. Depp, can you help us as to who sent that text? It's Amber, and I always get what I want. Did you send that, or did Miss Hurd send that text?
Miss Hurd clearly sent the text.
On your phone?
Yes.
To her friend Rocky?
Yes.
So it's Amber, and I always get what I want. You're discussing here over this text going all the way from 517. There's some in the drawer. Do you know if we can have Steve and contact someone to procure more mushrooms? You will see that at 9. Where are yours? Don't you dare. Something money, and so on. This is Miss Hurd asking for mushrooms. Quote, it's Amber, and I always get what I want. Can I take you to the next document?
Sorry, was that a question?
Yes. Was this Ms. Hurd? What was Ms. Hurd asking for here, Mr. Depp?
It seems she's looking for, trying to acquire drugs, mushrooms, and such.
This is on your detox trip?
Beginning of August 2014.
Can I just take you then to the last document? Sorry to interrupt. The detox trip, according to Dr. Kipper's notes, began on the 8th of August. This is just a couple of days before you fly off to the detox trip.
Yes.
Sorry, the two dueling attorneys and my voice sound the same, so I apologize.
That's okay.
All right.
At least
Anyway,
we can understand them, unlike the pushback. What the hell is the appeal?
yeah. All right. You have seen reference there to the island.
Yes.
Okay. Planning cooking on the island. Can I then just take you to the last document about Ms. Hurd's supportive attitude on drug challenges? It's file 8, tab 76A1. Do you have 76A1?
Just a minute.
I'm told it is now in. Does your lordship have tab 94 in file 8?
Not in file 8.
No, neither did I. This is why I did wonder. It could be in file 9. I think there's a difference between the electronic bundles. No, it's not there.
Do you want to come back to the point, Mr. Sherborne?
Would your lordship allow me 1 minute to just find out? I'll come back to that, my lord. It should have found its way into the bundle. It was disclosed. Can we turn then to the first incident, the alleged incident where you were supposed to have been physically violent toward Miss Hurd? The first one was said to be about your tattoo.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about the allegations because they were merely, it was one of those examples where they were merely read out to you and you were asked to deny or accept every single one of them, and you denied them all. I'm going to ask you a few questions, though, because it was said that the argument arose from Miss Hurd criticizing your tattoo or making fun of your tattoo.
That's the allegation, yeah.
This supposed incident is said to have taken place in March of 2013. Am I right in saying that at the time you had been seeing Miss Hurd for at least 18 months?
Somewhere in that area, yeah. I'd say yeah. Yes.
Is the tattoo, which we're talking about, in a hidden place on your body?
No, sir. It was on my upper...
It's on your upper arm there?
Well, on my shoulder, up here, yeah.
Visible or not visible?
Visible if I have no sleeves or if my shirt is off, which you don't want to see. Trust me.
Yeah. By the way, this is a shout out to our podcast here from Sherborne. When did you get the tattoo changed from Winona to WINO Forever? Was it the beginning of 2013?
Yeah, about 19. No, sir. Tattoo is altered in about 1993.
1993?
Yes.
So throughout your relationship in the 18 months or so before 2013, that's the incident we're talking about. The tattoo had always read WINO Forever, yes or no?
Yes, that is correct. And also the name of my favorite podcast. Well, one of the names.
Thank you, Mr. Depp. I agree. Was March 2013 the first time Miss Hurd had ever seen your tattoo?
No, sir. Just a moment. Yes,
It is suggested to you, Mr. Depp, that this incident in March 2013, Ms. Heard teased you about this tattoo saying "WINO forever," and you got so cross that you hit her. As I said, 3 times, so hard that her eye almost popped out, is how she described it. By this time, can you explain how many times Ms. Heard would have seen your tattoo saying "WINO forever"?
By that time, it would be countless.
Countless times?
Endless times. I mean, my tattoos are not going anywhere. They're not moving.
Can I turn then to the second incident that is said to have occurred? Now here we have, and it was put to you, a new account as to the second incident. Originally, and there can be no dispute about this, it was said that there was an incident on the 8th of March where there was an argument about the painting, and you got so angry about this painting of Miss Heard's former wife hanging up in her flat that you hit her and busted her lip, as well as other injuries. That was an overnight argument which ended on the day you were meant to be on shoot with Keith Richards for the documentary.
Yes, sir.
It was put to you in the course of your cross-examination that they are separate incidences. So I'm going to come to the Keith Richards Day argument, if I can call it that, in a moment. But can we deal first with the opposing setting, the supposed setting fire to the painting?
Yeah, sure.
Now, it is said to you, Mr. Depp, that you were so extremely angry with Miss Heard for having a painting from her former wife hanging up in her flat that you set fire to it. And that's the allegation, yes?
I believe so. Yeah, yes, sir.
Can I just show you the painting so we know what we're talking about? It should be in file 7. Ms. Wass, my lord, may I make it plain? I know what you're doing. You're going to be shown. It was put to Mr. Depp. There were more than one painting. The painting that you're about to be shown is not the painting that was attempted to be. My lord.
Mr. Sherborne, you put the question in your re-examination?
Thank you.
Which tab? Volume 7?
It's tab 2B2.
Yes.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you some questions about what is written on it in a moment. Do not worry about what's written on it.
I'm sorry, which is...
Sorry, H234C is probably the best one, so there's the first one.
Yes.
Then, if you turn over the page, you get a very clear view. Now, looking at this painting, I will come to what is written in a minute. Did you at any stage set fire to this painting?
No, sir. No. It is suggested that I tried to light a wooden frame with a glass front on it on fire with a cigarette lighter. No, I did not.
Can you just explain? So you did not?
No.
You explain it suggested that you tried to set fire to a wooden frame with glass. Why did you make reference to the wooden frame with glass?
Well, I first heard the allegation that I tried to set the painting on fire. I thought it was, and the image in my mind was rather ridiculous. The idea of taking a cigarette lighter to a glass-framed picture.
So as far as you are aware, is this the painting that you saw that you raised some concern with and asked Ms. Heard whether she would think about moving it?
Yeah, yes.
And that is in your witness statement, and that was put to you.
Yes.
It was suggested to you by Ms. Wass that you upset Ms. Heard enormously when you disparaged her former wife, Ms. Von Ree, that this caused a massive argument. You said that, actually. Ms. Heard had some bad things to say herself, particularly after she had split from Ms. Von Ree.
Split? Here we go. Now they're using split.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She, when she broke up, she told me that Ms. Von Ree had become quite upset, quite angry, and changed the locks. And I kept all the furniture, all of her things, paintings, art, drawings, diaries, and yes, we were having trouble with Ms. Von Ree. She could not get her things out.
Ms. Wass challenged you when you said that actually Ms. Heard had some bad things herself to say and said that was nonsense. Can I take you back to H234B to establish what that is? These are texts that appear to come from Sis. Is Sis a reference to someone?
That is Miss Heard's sister.
Whitney Heard?
Shitney, yeah.
This is Whitney Heard texting to you. I love you, precious. Is that her to you or you to her?
That is me to her, I believe. No, yes.
Have a read of it. I think it's the other way around.
Just a minute, Mr. Depp, take the time if you would need to read it. It's not being put to you that the next text in the blue box is it being asked of you is who wrote that? I love you, precious. If you do not know, then you do say you don't know, and it's probably the best answer. But I'm thinking that I must have sent her the photo to her.
Yes, that's what I assume. The photo is on the left-hand side in the text. It does not matter much, to be honest. Who sent the photo? You to Whitney or Whitney to you?
I believe that I sent the photo to Whitney because Whitney, Miss Heard's sister, was not particularly enthusiastic about Miss Von Rhee, and they had problems over the years, and she hated her.
If you look at H23 4C, which is the second page, you send the photo. There's a photo saying, who wrote that? Taja Van P over the Rhee.
I wrote on the glass P.
And that's a photograph taken of something you did?
Oh, yes, it is.
Then there is the text saying, well done, my friend, well done.
Yes.
Then we see on the next page, do you have H23 4D?
Yes, I do.
Then there is a text saying, by the way, you never responded to my other text. The Van P painting earned you 20 points in my book, Canardo. What does that mean?
Canardo, I believe it's an affection term. I do not know what it means.
Is that your, let me see. Is it your word or Whitney Heard's word?
Those are Miss Heard's.
She's on the left saying, by the way, you never respond to my other text. That is her text about the Van P?
Yes.
Quote, earned you 20 points. Then you say, subtle, eh? Made me laugh as I was doing it. Thanks, sweetheart. Can't stand that hovering vulture. Then we have the response from Sis, from Whitney Heard saying, she's the worst. Did Sis notice the Van P yet? Who is the Sis in that?
That would have been Miss Heard. How many, the two of them going back and forth about
I know.
fucking Tasha Von Rhee, they're just, even that makes my skin crawl. And they're
Yeah, I
trying
know.
to, white knight Amber as the victim, and good God.
Yep.
I hate this whole world now.
Yep. All right. Amber
Von
Heard?
P's so clever. Amber Heard, yeah.
And this is your response. Oh, yes, she laughed her arse off.
He's even using British speak to
I know.
her sister. How much you want to
Well,
bet
the
talk
lawyer
British
is
now?
supposed to be British despite me, but maybe he just said arse.
No, but that's how he writes. He writes in
probably.
British speak.
Mm-hmm.
At the drop of he's starting to confuse now. It's no longer directed at like Paul Bettany, or he's just used. It's mum and arse. Somehow that's more of a punchline if you write a British pronunciation on a word.
Yep.
It's not ass isn't funny, but arse is.
Mm-hmm.
That Depp sense of humor.
Okay, so what are you saying there, Mr. Depp?
Mr. Sherborne, the text stands for itself.
I do not need to ask anything more. It was put to you, Mr. Depp, that you were insanely jealous of Ms. Von Rhee.
Yeah, that's put to me.
And that you upset Miss Heard enormously when you disparaged her. Do you accept that as correct or not?
No, it's not. It's incorrect.
Can I then turn to the second incident as it has been pleaded, just to remind you of what was has actually been the defendant's case? It says this. At one point during the incident, which went overnight and into the following day, Mr. Depp hit Ms. Heard so hard that blood from her lip ended up on the wall, and at various points, Mr. Depp grabbed her hard, shook her, shoved her into a wall. Ms. Heard's sister was asked to come over to try to intervene, which she did. So you were supposed to be on the set for Keith Richards' documentary, but you kept everyone waiting and were behaving irresponsibly. That's the allegation against you. Do you understand?
I do. Yes, I do.
And it is accepted by Ms. Heard that the incident took place on the 22nd of March, not the 8th of March, as she originally said. Now, on this occasion, you were, as you've said, in the middle of filming the Keith Richards documentary. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was put to you that there was some argument between you and Miss Heard that had happened overnight, and it was suggested it has something to do with someone called Marie. I can never say this.
Again with these names, right? Isn't it crazy? And they just keep
Mhm.
coming at you. Everyone. It's like they changed the names to fit this European pretentious artiste
That's who they're
community
talking. They're hanging out
cultivating.
with.
Oh,
Yep.
it's so crazy. They're all weird ass names. Please, am I crazy, or is every fucking
No.
name Henri de Villepin? Just
Yep.
it's so crazy. You can't
Thank you
pronounce
for the
them. You don't know.
pronunciation.
I don't know if it's right. I don't even know if we'll never
I
know
don't know.
if
I don't
it's right.
care. Okay, with something to do
Can't wait
with
to hear it
someone.
in court. I can't wait to hear the trial actually say it right.
Okay, so it was suggested it was something to do with someone called Marie de Villepin. You said it was not. It was a nasty argument, but it was not about that. You were not asked what it was about. Can I ask you to look at your third witness statement, please? It should be tab 11 of bundle 2. Sorry, tab 38 of bundle 2.
Tab 38 is the second witness statement?
Your lordship is right. It should be the third witness statement. I have it separately. Mr. Depp's third witness statement is 54. It's paragraph 11, so that should be page D175.
Yes.
You see there it says at paragraphs 57 and 60 of Miss Heard's statement, she says, quote, I was late for the filming of the Keith Richards documentary. She has denied that she used to be in the relationship with him, which I found out was untrue.
Oh, yes.
Can you explain to this court then what was the actual argument that took place over the night and into the next morning of the day that you were meant to be on set for the Keith Richards documentary?
Well, the night prior to Miss Heard had a dinner party with all her friends over here. And it was a Hispanic woman, a girl who was a friend of Amber's, and we struck up a conversation, and she started to speak of a mutual friend of theirs in Spain. I believe his name was Raphael. He was a police officer, but Miss Heard explained to me that he was an old friend.
Slow down slightly. His lordship is taking a note.
Pardon me. Miss Heard explained to me she was going to visit him in Spain at one point, and that he was just a friend and all that. Nothing to do, that nothing had ever happened between them, and she went and stayed with him for, I believe it was like 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that, on the night before the Keith Richards documentary day. I had, well, the young lady had told me of a...
This is the Hispanic friend?
Yes, I can't remember her name. I'm sorry. She had told me that she also, that he's a very nice guy. That she also goes and stays there as well. And then they all sort of slept in his bed. And Miss Heard was, as she put it to me, Miss Heard had been had an affair with him before. So I, for all intents and purposes, had found Miss Heard to be lying about the situation and her relationship with that man at that point.
And that was the night before. Did that give rise to a conversation between you and Miss Heard?
Yes, there was, because I had brought up the truth to Miss Heard at the time. Miss Heard was very upset. The young lady was very upset, and I thought we should sit and discuss it and get to the bottom of it, and so that I could now know the truth. I just wanted the truth. She was still very reluctant to give me that, so I wanted to stay until we got to the bottom of it. I called.
I was going to ask, you said you wanted to stay. It was put or suggested in the witness statement. And I'm not sure it was put to you, but it suggested in Ms. Heard's witness statement that you were deliberately keeping everyone waiting, and that was irresponsible. Did you or did you not have any contact with the film set?
Oh, I did. Once the argument had commenced, I called my first assistant director and my director of photography and the gent who pulls focus on the camera. And since it was not a day where I'd interview Keith Richards, it was a day of Keith Richards and Tom Waits were also at my studio when they were recording and playing, and we were documenting it. Yeah, Tom Waits is another guy who just say his name and it gives you some kind of cool factor. Johnny Cash, Tom Waits. It's this Hollywood kind of underground, hip alt rock. I mean, in the vein of, like I said, you just say the name Tom Waits and it's just got a cool factor to it. I'm not even sure what his big songs are. It's one of those names that makes you sound cool if you say you like it. Listen to him. Attach yourself to him. Like Lou Reed, Tom Waits, Johnny Cash. I'm going to be a bit late. All you have to do is point the camera and shoot. Just capture whatever Mr. Waits and Mr. Richards are willing to give you.
Okay. I will not take you to the next text as we do not need to go there. So that's the argument that you were talking about when you say the nasty argument in answer to Ms. Wass?
Yes.
You said that during the course of this, Miss Heard poured you a drink and cut you lines of cocaine, and it was suggested to you that was nonsense that she did that. Did you say that she did or she did not do that?
No, she definitely poured me whiskey. The lines of cocaine early in our relationship, again, was at that time, it was sort of very much like this Boots thing. She chopped the cocaine for me and she wouldn't ingest it through her nose. What she would do is the finger.
You did a gesture. As his lordship has said to you before, unfortunately, gestures are not picked up by the microphone.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. She'd rub it on her gums, and as I said before.
Was this an instance of her being supportive to you in relation to the consumption of drink or drugs?
She was helping me get something to drink.
Was there a reason for her helping you to get something to drink during this argument?
I do not know. I suppose she probably would like to. Mr. Depp, it's not helpful for you to guess it. So no guessing. If you know why she was doing something, you can say that to me. I do not know then.
It was suggested to you, Mr. Depp, that you said that you were not going to the film set, to the documentary set, unless Amber Heard and Whitney Heard came with you. You were not going to leave without them. Is that true or not true?
Not true, sir.
Did you ask them to come or did they ask you?
They just came.
And we have a photograph of that occasion. Can we turn to file 9? It's tab 94A and it's J10.1.
Just a minute, 94A? Yes.
Okay. Can you just identify who those 4 people are?
Oh, man. Sorry. I did the same thing. I just jotted off my page. 638 line
18.
18. Jeez, I can't believe I did the exact same thing here. That is Miss Heard's sister on the right-hand side. Whitney Heard. Shitney, as it were. And there's Keith Richards in the center of Miss Heard and her sister, and myself to the right of Miss Heard. I'm not a huge Rolling Stones fan. I think they're kind of tired of them, slightly overrated. Even as a kid, I never felt like the band was direct.
I don't care.
It was like older sister music or older brother music. In fact, I told you I went to Living Color and opening for them. You know, actually, to tell you another Depp connection. Corey Glover was in Platoon with Depp. They played on the Platoon band together. Corey Glover was the lead singer. Depp played guitar. Kevin Dillon played drums during the filming of Platoon. They had in the Charlie Sheen documentary. They go into it. Fascinating, great documentary. You're missing the boat on so many things if you don't watch this. I think it's on Amazon. And I think anybody who's like super into the Rolling Stones, or Depp at the same time, it's just like the Don Rickles thing I told you about, how the access she has to things she doesn't deserve or has no business being a part of, like the Don Rickles tribute, like this, her and her stupid doppelganger sister getting to post. That must piss off. If you're a Rolling Stones zealot, that's got to piss you off. That's just to see that these two morons have access to this.
All right. Now, Mr. Depp, the allegation against you was that on the night or in the early hours of the morning of that day, the night before the early hours of the morning, you hit Miss Heard so hard that it busted her lip, so blood was left on the wall as a result. That's what Miss Heard said.
Yes.
Looking at that photo, were you aware of any mark to Miss Heard's face at the time?
No, sir. There was no mark, as I remember it.
Miss Heard says in her account of this that everyone was so annoyed that the shooting of the documentary was held up, but they were too scared to say anything to you. Is that correct?
That is not correct. I was not particularly necessarily to be there. It wasn't necessary for me to be there on that day.
Can I ask you this, Mr. Depp? If Keith Richards was annoyed at you for messing him around, would he be worried to tell you that you had messed him around?
No. Sarah, let's stop you for a second. Do you believe this? Do you believe him?
They were probably annoyed.
I definitely. I think Keith Richards, more than Depp, never gets told the word no, and he's not used to be inconvenienced in any way, shape, or form. Now,
Correct.
granted, technically the succubus caused this, but he also causes this, and his constant routine pattern here of her causing him to be late for projects whether it's pirates or this, and there's a few, I think Black Mass as well, just constant things of him blaming her for causing him to be late for various productions and shit. But again, you, in the case of Pussy Fog, brought this into that world. She has no business being attached to these things on any level anyway. Don't take her there. Don't take her. This is on you.
Well, she just jumped in the car with her sister.
Right.
The
they
drug
shouldn't
lead.
be there.
I know. But
you're to blame.
There are many, many times he should have grown some balls and, put his boot down, and he didn't. All right. Thank you, Mr. Depp. Can I move on then to another topic? Perhaps this is a convenient moment, my lord, because it's the document. Because we now have copies of it that should have been in the bundle. It should be a 2-page email. Sorry, it's 1 page. I have a bit of addition on the bottom, with a little bit of addition on the
I
bottom.
would also love to see the exchanges between him and Keith Richards of Depp slamming Amber Heard to Richards after all this had gone down, apologizing and just, you think the Lord Byron speak is strong. I
don't know that they would go that personal, because I sensed that's just like,
I do.
I don't give a crap about your wife.
That could be. I don't know enough about his personality. Keith Richards did, if he gets deep and introspective.
It's very superficial to me, but who knows?
It could be. I don't know. He might get more credit than he deserves for being deep. Or empathetic, or he's just lost touch with all that stuff years and years and years ago.
This should be an email from Miss Heard. Just to remind you that this was one of 3 documents I was showing you when I was putting to you the suggestion that Miss Wass had made, that it was nonsense that Miss Heard took.
Just a minute. Rather than have loose documents, is that a convenient place for this to go, Mr. Sherborne?
Yes, I think it should be file 8. Let me just do the journey with you so that I can be sure. We originally had it in file 8, 76A1.
Just a minute. The numbers have now become rather complicated, but I have 76A1 on the first page of the labeled J10A. Are you suggesting I put this before that?
My lord, yes, I think that would be sensible.
Sorry, under 76A1?
Yes.
Put it under that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Depp.
Certainly.
Can you help us with this? This is an email from Ms. Heard from AH to a number of individuals, including her, if you look at the CC, it's the official organizers of the wedding. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
This is about your wedding in February of 15?
Yes, sir.
And it's CC to her friend Rocky Pennington and also to her sister Whitney Heard?
Yes, sir.
And this is the schedule for the weekend of your wedding?
Yes.
You have a schedule there, and if you go down to 7 p.m., rehearsal dinner?
Yes.
And then after dance party and drugs and music,
Ugh. Sorry, where is that now?
7 p.m. rehearsal dinner, if you look at the schedule for the weekend.
Just under the middle part of the binder, the top one. Just a moment. I have got 715. Sit for dinner. Should I be above there?
7:15. Oh, yes, quite a way above that, my lord. So if you go up about halfway down the schedule.
I see. Yes, it's a rehearsal dinner.
Rehearsal dinner after dance party and drugs and music.
Yes.
So this is misheard wanting to arrange drugs for her friends as part of the weekend wedding celebrations. Is that correct, or was there some other arrangement?
I'm sorry?
Is that correct, or was there some other arrangement?
This is... I certainly did not see this at the time. I was not copied on this, but that seems to be the plan.
Were there drugs at the wedding and the rehearsal dinner?
Yes, that's so interesting. He's not told about all this in his island, on his wedding, on his dime, and she just thinks, he doesn't need to know this.
It's her island now. There's even a beach named after her where they got married.
Have we got an update? Has that been renamed?
I'm sure it has
to Rochelle Hathaway Island.
Yeah, the Hathaway. We got to make it like a lagoon name, like you made the Heath Ledger
Hathaway with a
lagoon.
hyphen, right? Hathaway.
Yeah, Hathaway. There we go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Depp. It's 3:00. I do not know whether the sensible thing now would be to break off.
Well, yes, I was just wondering that. I was wondering whether it's realistic to even get the witnesses via video link after the break.
Yeah, hold on. I think this is discussion, so we're skipping ahead a little bit. All right. Bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, sir, please skip to page 667.
Did you say sir?
Yes.
You never do that. Wow, that's...
We're making progress finally, so skip.
Making progress. I was making 667. What line?
First line, very top.
Okay, and I'm
Nichols.
Line
8. Oh, line 8. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Depp, you'll not take it badly if I just ask you yes or no.
Yes or no is fine. I hate yes. Yes or no is fine. I would hate yes or no if I was a witness.
I know. I need to talk. Sorry.
I'd feel like I'm not getting my details or point across. I just don't.
Problem with this judge too. I know you gotta. It's the judge is like, well, we're on a time limit here.
Yeah.
Well, he's defending himself, or he's.
Well, that's what Depp said. Exactly right. That's what he screamed. He said, "He goes, this is my life. I don't care what time you're on.
Yeah, I know.
You can do this every day. This is the only thing I got. This is, this is my credibility. This is my life. This is my everything I am here, laid bare, reporting on every nuance of it. The only thing is not being, recorded here, but the transcript. I don't even know if he knew the transcripts were going to be out there at the time. Probably didn't. And sorry. I don't care if you want to go home and watch the
if
Jonathan
you got a golf
Ross
game,
show.
I don't care.
Yeah. You want to play cricket.
You got to go home and watch reruns of Jimmy Savile and pretend he wasn't what he was. Okay, sorry. Hopefully people know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say it. Okay.
Jonathan Ross is a Depp reference, British show.
Yep. All right. So, line 11. I understand we are in Hicksville. You said earlier that was a trip with Miss Heard and her friends. You were asked various questions by Ms. Wass about the use of controlled drugs and everyone's consumption, and you said everyone had their drug of choice. We showed you that email from Ms. Heard to Kate James where she says, please include the email to everyone to bring food, booze, and drug of choice. Then you were asked, therefore, questions about what you took. You were asked whether you had taken cocaine, and you said not at the time. Then you were asked about your consumption of MDMA, and you said it was a waste of time, so you did not do much of it. It was more Ms. Heard's drug of choice. When you said waste of time, can you just briefly explain why MDMA is a waste of time?
For me,
For you, yes.
MDMA is a waste of time because it does not affect me very much. It really just doesn't affect me so much.
Okay. So it does not give you the high in that?
Oh, not so much. I mean, also that it very little to go around, so I didn't want to waste what they were interested in. So MDMA is a form of ecstasy, right?
I
With you think
guess.
some kind of,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess real drug aficionados know this acronym. I'm not sure. I think we read it off earlier on. And to be such a heavyweight that this shit doesn't even affect you anymore. Could you imagine?
No,
I've
I
never
can't.
heard of that. I've never heard of someone going,
It would put
yeah,
me in a
it's
coma at
there's
this
no effect.
stage.
I
Yeah.
know. He's wet brain, they call it. That it just
Mm-hmm.
doesn't. This shit's just ineffectual. You got to do much, much worse than that for him to even flinch about it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's humble bragging there or what,
Mm-hmm.
to sound more Thompsonian.
Yeah. All right. You said the same about mushrooms. For you, they are largely a waste of time.
Largely, yeah. I mean, as I said, I had a few stems, but no effect.
I don't even know what that means. Okay. No effect on MDMA, no effect on mushrooms. Marijuana, you were asked about and the effect of that. What is the effect of marijuana on you? Why do you take marijuana?
Well, why even kick it if it doesn't affect you at all? It's like, what are you even
Mm-hmm.
affected by? What are you
Yep.
kicking if it doesn't do anything to you?
Because he wants
It's
it to do
just
something to him.
Marijuana, I find a far better replacement than prescribed medications. If you can avoid medications to calm yourself, to be calm.
It calms you. That is what it does.
Yeah.
Does it turn you into a paranoid tailspin?
No, not remotely. No. He
You
loves
said
not
although
remotely.
you said although not now. At various times you have taken cocaine. Does cocaine have an effect? Does it make you crazed and hyped up?
No, sir. My cocaine was really over a period of time with Miss Heard after kicking
The Roxy's?
detoxing off the roxycodone. It's a replacement in a way for serotonin and dopamine. So you have a choice as to whether he knows so much about drugs. It's crazy. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it is crazy. He's like some hillbilly pharmacist,
Mm-hmm.
hillbilly heroin pharmacist. It's crazy. He knows every term and everything, what they do and when they was insane. I'm not mastered it. Just a moment. Sorry. Yes. After having been addicted to roxycodone, I was not looking forward to taking Adderall as the answer to dopamine and serotonin. Oh, poor baby. As they are far more addictive than cocaine. You know, cocaine is not necessarily an addictive drug. What?
So it's a
He's the first person I ever heard say it.
mm-hmm.
I've never heard someone say that.
Yep.
That's all you hear. And he contradicts that
He's
in the million
coping.
interviews I've read over the years. I know.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
So,
it's a serotonin. So it's a
go ahead.
serotonin replacement. It keeps you happy.
Yeah, listen to this. Yeah, my body doesn't traduce it.
Yeah,
Traduce this.
yeah. You explain that. That is why I'm cutting it short because you explain that.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
No. We need to get to the various points we have to get through. Now, it was put to you that there was an argument that arose because there was a girl there named Kelly Sue, and you asked her to take her hands off your girlfriend because you said you thought it was inappropriate. You thought, let me see, you thought they were very high and were not necessarily realizing what they were doing. And the argument back in the cabin is what was then put to you. You explained to Miss Wass, the allegations were put to you, you denied them, and you explained to her that it started because Miss Heard was telling you off for embarrassing her in front of her friends, I presume?
Well, embarrassing her in front of her friends and for ruining everyone's weekend, supposedly.
Exactly. And there's no dispute that you caused some damage to a bathroom sconce, which is the light fitting thing.
Yes, sir. Okay, keep in mind, he's ruining her friends and her weekend on his birthday
That's the
celebration.
worst crime ever.
It's his
the
birthday.
worst crime. That's
He's
worse.
paying for it. It's
I think she would
so
rather
crazy.
been. Yeah, I think she would rather have been beaten than be denied anything.
Easily.
Okay, where we are. Okay, now you say that was out of frustration. Where were you in the bathroom, Mr. Depp?
The bathroom mirror and the sconce was in the trailer section, and then the bathroom would have been just the toilet. There was a door for just the toilet, and then there was a sink outside the bathroom, and that is where the sconce was.
I see.
It's in the proper trailer itself, not the bathroom.
And as with the hotel in the New York incident, did you admit what you had done, or did you deny what you'd done in terms of damage?
No, I admit it, of course.
Have you tried, as Ms. Wass suggested, to play down the extent of the damage that you caused?
No, not at all. No.
Can I move on then to the alleged incident, which is on the plane? The next alleged incident. That is the plane flight between Boston and Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Let me just say, when him and these hotels in Hicksville and the Mark in New York in 1994, and when you're that rich and someone's just kind of bailing you out, you just don't even think about consequences of wrecking things. It's just like, being someone of middle income, whatever, you did that, you'd be like terrified how much you would never do it because you knew how much money you would be stand to lose. You couldn't even. When you are. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. The last hotel I stayed in, they had candy laid out on the counter. I am obsessed with candy. I didn't touch a piece of candy. I didn't even put a fingerprint on it because they were going to charge me 10 times more for that candy than I could get at Walmart. So I didn't. Yeah, I'm so paranoid when I go stay anywhere.
This just, Lamar Odom took that candy. He stayed in that room after you.
If I had
No
the money,
problem.
my counter would look like Lamar Odom's counter in Chloe and Lamar. I hope people know what I'm talking about.
He doesn't have thoughts like that ever. There's no like, oh, I can't. What are the consequences here? I can't pay for this. It's just you just don't know. That's where you just lose all relatability of reality. Where you just go, I can't imagine staying in someone's thing like that and just thinking, just feeling I could just destroy everything because of the crowd or the mood I was in, and then that's cool. I would just throw money at the problem, and it doesn't. You're perpetually in that mindset. I could just throw money at every problem. There's no consequences, let alone something infinitesimal like that.
Yeah. Oh God, big word. Okay. And I think, to be fair to you, you said there may have. Oh, let me see. And there have been a number of. You were asked about an argument on that, and you said that there have been a number of arguments on plane trips.
Yeah, there have been. Yeah.
This one was said to be about Mr. Franco. I'm not going to ask any questions about that at the moment. Actually, maybe in the interest of speed, I will ask you about them now. At that point in July 2013, you said you were suspicious of Ms. Heard, and not because he was just a co-star, but because she had told you one thing and then another and was doing another. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
And that she was all friendly with him in July 2013, but before she described him in a certain way, and you used the word rapey. Do you remember?
Yeah, creepy, rapey, sexually aggressive. And if you see James Franco, you'll agree with every
As the face
adjective
of
he
someone,
uses.
yeah.
He just does. There's just no mistaking. He the opposite. All the charisma Depp has, Franco is the opposite. He's creepy. You don't trust him. And he's got the fake smile on perpetually tattooed on his stupid James Dean
And
doppelganger face.
I hate that he played James Dean, because James Dean, by all accounts, was a very sensitive soul and appreciated women. He may not have been attracted to women, but he appreciated them.
You love all old Hollywood teen idol legends. You love all of them. You do.
I do. There are a couple of his movies I like. Okay, let's get back to this. We're almost done. Okay, was that her word or your word?
Those were the words she used to describe him to me. Just a minute.
So the word rapey was to suggest sexually aggressive, made advances toward her?
Yes.
that were unwelcome, presumably?
That's what she explained to me at the time. Yeah.
The flight from Boston to LA is roughly how long, do you think?
4.5 hours, I believe. 4 or 5 hours. I think. Yeah, 5 hours.
How long do you think on a private plane? If you cannot give me a more precise time on that, do not worry.
I would say anywhere depending on headwinds. No Michelle Hathaway, pun intended. 6 hours, maybe tops.
All right, given the time, I'm not going to go through the number of people on the flight. Ms. Wass will no doubt cross-examine them. It was suggested that in time during the whole flight, you did not sit there drawing at all, and that's something you've made up. Is that correct?
That is what she suggests. I was drawing. I was sitting and drawing in my journal.
It was put to you that Miss Heard's account was, and that you denied it. Hold on. It was put to you what Miss Heard's account was, and you denied it. At some point, you went to the bathroom. Why did you go to the bathroom on the plane?
To escape Miss Heard's onslaught and to indoctrinate Rochelle Hathaway into the Mile High Club.
Take a dump. Okay. You want the details of that too? Sherborne? Okay. Is that a one-off thing? Is that the only time you've ever been to the bathroom to escape her onslaught?
No, I'm loath to say. I'm fearing loath to say, but I have slept on my many bathroom floors as a result of trying to avoid any violent confrontation.
Just as an aside for a second, because we were shown this photograph of you asleep on the floor next to a bed. Do you always sleep on a bed?
In fact, I prefer to sleep on couches myself. Me too, Johnny.
Do you sometimes sleep on the floor or not?
Yeah, I do. Me too, John. I love sleeping on the floor.
Ugh, my hips hurt.
If you're in a hotel room with a few people and you can't, I'm taking the floor.
I'm taking the bed
in
because
between the bed and the wall. It's that little kind of pod on the floor in between the bed and the wall. It's the most peaceful spot if you have sharing a hotel room with a few people.
Ugh.
I call that all the time.
Ugh.
And people never debate. I never get pushback on it.
Of course not. Okay. All right. Let me see. Okay, hold on. So you went to the bathroom. That's effectively how the flight ended. You were played about 30 seconds, I think that was, of someone making a moaning noise.
Yes.
And you were told by Ms. Wass that that was Miss Heard's recording. Had that ever been played to you before?
No, sir.
You've never heard that before?
No, sir.
So it was a recording made that was never played to you?
No, sir. I've never heard that before.
It was suggested to you that this came from the Boston flight. Now, I'm going to ask the court just to look at the metadata from that, because your lordship will recall that I stood up and asked during the course of Mr. Depp's cross-examination if we could have the metadata. Your lordship said, I would rather it was dealt with out of court. When we asked, we were told that we had been provided with it, and when I asked for a raw file, we were not given anything. This is all we have. There's no dispute about this. I wonder whether Mr. Depp can be shown a copy. This is the defendant's document. It was a document provided by Ms. Heard to them. All we have in the metadata, rather strangely, is just a year, 2014. I'm not going to ask any questions about that at the moment, but you did say, to be fair to you, when you were asked about this by Ms. Wass, that you were rather puzzled, and you said you did not know this was to do with the Boston flight. Given this says 2014, can you help us about where, if this was not the Boston flight, the moaning noise may have come from?
The year on this metadata on mine says 2019.
Oh, that's interesting. That's another question. The ones we have say 2014.
I do not know if you have got the same as me, but mine says 2014. It's possible you have been given a different document. I do not know. Just wait a minute, Mr. Depp.
It may have, let me see, it maybe you have been given a different document.
Let the witness be shown the document that you mentioned.
Does your lordship have a 2014 one?
I do. Do I have a bundle with 2014?
No, 2014 one. It says 2014 on it.
It does, yes.
Do you see there it says 2014?
Yes.
Okay, can you help us at all as to the moaning sound we heard? Is there any occasion in 2014 when that sounds familiar?
I realized after the tape stayed in my mind after we left the court, and I was quite confused about it. So then I realized where that would have been recorded, if that were me making that sort of animal-like sounds. I do not know. It sounds strange. That was, from when I was detoxing from the Roxy's in 2014 on the island.
So that would be the Bahamas?
Yeah, Bahamas, yes.
So when you're detoxing in the Bahamas?
Yes. Well, Mr. Sherborne, I have said that loose documents tend to get lost. Can you suggest a place where we might put this?
I'm going to ask those sitting behind me.
Come back to that at the end of the afternoon.
I will, only in the interest of speed, but it is firmly in mind. Just in the context of the flight, you were shown a document, a text that you sent to Mr. Bettany. It's in Bundle 6, Tab 119.
Yeah, I recall it.
It's page 13.4 of the schedule. You were taken through the first bit of it. Half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull vodkas in pills, 2 bottles of champagne on the plane. What do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. And it suggested to you that this is somehow demonstrated how you had been physical on the plane in front of, you denied it. You said in front of all the people who were there with me, the stewardess, the pilot, and so on. You denied it, but you were not taken to the part of the text. I just wanted to ask you about this phrase. Quote, I'm done. I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. End quote. What did you mean by the phrase, I'm too fucked up in the head to spray my rage at the one I love?
Sarah, let me just say that he rattles off the list of kind of humble bragging about the drugs and alcohol. Half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull vodka pills, and 2 bottles of champagne on the plane. What do you get? I want to put that up here too, if you can mark this time for me. There is, it's almost like a very similar, you know how we always say his life's goal is to just kind of mimic Hunter S. Thompson's speech and mannerisms and behavior. There's actually a line in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, a very famous line that's extraordinarily similar to that, about the substances they're ingesting on the Vegas trip. And it's kind of like in the very beginning of the movie and the book's kind of like almost like the calling card, kind of free quotable thing. And I'm going to put that in there.
All right.
There's probably a million memes and GIFs. It's everywhere as far as that very, very famous dialogue from the movie. Him just kind of humble bragging about the substances. It's just like that. It's eerie. I couldn't stop thinking about it. As you were reading it magnificently, I was sort of ruminating about Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and how similar that is. It's crazy. Everything he does is Thompson tinged.
Of course. He's a sponge.
Yep. Well, I felt I couldn't continue arguing, constantly continue going through the same arguments, same physical assaults, same verbal assaults. And I don't want to spray my rage, so I do not want to have to react verbally, so I just do not want to fight.
Were you suggesting that you had been physical at all with Miss Hurd on that flight?
No, sir, not at all.
You explained then in relation to the daughter's text that you were trying to placate Ms. Hurd at all costs because she was upset. I just want to show you the text exchange that we are looking at in the context on page 29 of the schedule.
Yes.
We have daughter's text above it, and then the third one down, we have your text to Ms. Hurd, which we've seen. Once again, I found myself in a place of shame and regret. I am sorry. I really do not know why it happened, and so on. And then 2 below that, I see that understanding and forgiveness ain't on the menu. I'm disappointed to see that, but not too surprised, I suppose. That's written to Miss Hurd. What did you mean by that?
She's willing. She's not willing. to discuss and talk and make things nice. So she just didn't accept my apology.
So she was not responding to the placation?
No, she was not.
Okay. Can I then move to the Bahamas detox incident? We can put, I think, file 6 away for a second. Again, I think we can take this quite quickly because you're describing this as being one of the lowest points of your life when you were trying to kick the drugs.
Yes.
Now, this was a trip that you went on with Dr. Kipper and Nurse Lloyd, and we know that Miss Heard was there too. Did you want Miss Heard there on the island with you?
Myself, initially, the plan was not to bring Miss Heard because of the potential problems that could have, be doing great damage to the process of unleashing the drug from my body. But Miss Heard was quite insistent on being there to take care of me, as it were. And so she did come along.
So the answer is no, you did not want her, but she insisted on coming anyway?
To take care of Mr. Depp?
Sorry?
Yes. Mr. Depp, she insisted to take care of him.
Yes, exactly. You explained that you were in a terrible state. I'm not going to take you over that. You said to Miss Wass, because she suggested to you that she was just following orders, that it was cruel not to give you the drugs at a time and when you were in a bad way. You described that you were in uncontrollable spasms, lying on the floor sobbing, and you had to throw yourself into a scalding shower to trick your receptors to the surface of your skin. Do you remember that? Yes or no?
I do, yes.
Can I ask you this? Given the condition that you were in, it suggested that you were angry. You kicked and pushed Miss Heard to the ground during that. You slapped her with an open hand. You grabbed her by the hair and so on. Did you do that? Yes or no, Mr. Depp?
No. Just a minute, Mr. Sherborne. I've heard the cross-examination and your re-examination. It is not necessary to ask Mr. Depp to come back over the same questions unless, of course, it's a precursor to the eliciting further evidence from him.
I was going to ask, in the condition you described, could you have done that? Yes or no?
When you're in that situation, when you are detoxing from a drug as strong as the opiates, you're incapable of, it's difficult to walk to the bathroom without every bone in your body to the very marrow. It is very painful and unpredictable. No, I was not in any condition to fight at that point.
All right, thank you. After a number of days, we have Miss Heard left on the island. Just yes or no, what was her idea of your idea for her to leave the island?
That was almost a group idea. I'd spoken to Dr. Kipper and Debbie, and they're starting to understand Miss Heard a little bit more by then. I suggested that this was not working and that they knew it wasn't working. So that I wanted to do was go back to Los Angeles and be alone in the penthouse and go through it alone without Miss Heard there. So I got her a hotel room with her friends.
A hotel room with their friends, did you say? Sorry, your voice dropped.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I asked Miss Heard if she'd go to the hotel. So I booked a little suite, or little house, as it were,
Jesus.
at the Beverly Hills Hotel for them and asked her to go there for 5 days so that I could detox by myself. Sarah, you, in fact, looked it up, right? I mean, you did the forensics work here.
It's bad. I don't remember the exact, but I think it came out to like $50,000.
Didn't we decide it was a teacher's salary for?
Yeah, it was about $50,000, I think. Just
like
for
a
her.
Police officer, teacher salary. Yeah, for her straight. Go ahead.
Yeah, for 2 people. She had a gaggle of friends. So, yeah.
5 days.
God. Yeah. This is a bungalow.
She didn't go to the Red Roof Inn or Holiday Inn Express. This is the premier hotel, one of the top 3, whatever, in the immediate area. Mm-hmm. Right. And he has how many residences that she couldn't even.
I know.
What is the point of that if you can't use it for this?
I know. Mm-hmm.
So there's 5 penthouses, and somehow he needs the whole compound. She can't, on any level, be there with 5 penthouses.
Well,
and then a freaking compound down the street. We have to get it separate.
She could go party without the staff watching.
That's right. Exactly right. That's exactly right, Sarah. Why would you need that unless you're worried about being spied on
Oh, and you also get a kick from having him spend tens of thousands of dollars on you just for a whim.
I actually think it would be cheaper. Think about this: to fly her friends to Deppstein Island for 5 days than it would be to do that, because we looked up the price, right? It would be, what is it, 20 grand for a jet fuel kind of thing, or
Probably, yeah.
typically in these situations,
now,
right? That's
yeah,
actually cheaper.
yeah.
I mean, you got, I get my skin crawls reading this.
Yep. All right. So just one last question about.
Mr. Sherborne, before you leave that topic, I have to understood that you wanted to be alone in the order to the detoxing? Yes, sir.
I think it's still you, Judge.
And that was why you booked Miss Heard in a hotel? Yes, sir. The wish was then for you to be alone so that you could go through the painful detox process on your own rather than with her. Is that right? Yes, sir. That's exactly the... Thank you. Motivation.
The hotel you booked for her was in Los Angeles. It was the Bel Air Hotel.
No, the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Excuse me, the wrong hotel. This is the last question about the Bahamas. There came a point, as we saw, where you were found in a bar area on your own, sitting quietly. Just in one sentence, why had you gone into the bar area?
I needed to get away from Miss Heard.
Thank you. Can I just move on then to Tokyo?
Yes.
That's in January 2015. You explained that you were on a trip to Tokyo and that you went not only with Miss Heard, but also with Lily Rose, your daughter, and Jack?
I like this. That is correct.
I think, to be fair, at that stage, I think Lily Rose would have been 15 or 16 and Jack 12 or 13.
Yeah, somewhere around that.
Do not worry. You said they were sleeping in an adjoining room to yours and Miss Heard's?
Yes.
How do you remember the time in the hotel with the children and Miss Heard? Did you all interact together, or were you very separate?
I was doing press. But when we were all together...
You were all together?
We were all together and it was fine, yeah.
It was in that context that it was suggested to you, and I will not read out the allegations again, that you shoved, wrestled her to the floor, grabbed her by the hair, yelled at her. Miss Heard said she was crying on the floor, and this happened in the hotel. Where would the children have been when you were in the hotel bedroom?
We were either in our room or their room, or in there at all times.
If Lily Rose Jack had seen any marks or injuries on Miss Heard's face or body at the time, would they not have asked about that, do you know?
Oh, no, certainly they would have, yeah.
It was in the context that you were shown a text. It's file 6. Sorry, in the context of Tokyo, I should say. You were shown a text from Adam Goff to Mr. Deuters. It's 6119, page 55.
Yes, sir.
You were shown a text 2 up saying, "Did you survive Japan? No monster attacks, I hope." It was put to you by Ms. Wass that this was 2 of your friends referring to your alter ego, the monster. Is that correct?
That is what they were saying, yeah.
Were you referring to the giant monster in Japan?
I believe it was a joke about being in Tokyo, Japan, and the giant monster films, Godzilla versus, Mothra.
We see a text from Mr. Deuters to Mr. Goff saying, "I wish I had been eaten by a monster, probably much more enjoyable in comparison to how this month has panned out." Just before we turn to Australia, you were asked about the film London Fields, which was the film that Miss Heard was making in London. It was put to you that that was one of the films that Miss Heard made, which created this conflict, you said, between, on the one hand, her saying she wanted to avoid being objectified sexually and do meatier acting roles, and yet when it came to it in practice, she was doing all this nudity on screen. Do you remember that? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah.
You were asked about this and what you described as the bullshit actress thing, and it was put to you that you were trying to control Miss Heard. You said, I only interfered when I was asked to give advice. Do you remember those exchanges with Miss Wass?
Yeah, very, very well.
In that context, it being said you tried to control Miss Heard and you disapproved of the London Fields film. Can I ask you, the film London Fields, did you have any role in that film?
I love this. I did, yeah. And they had lost.
Sorry, can I pause? Were you always meant to be in that film or not?
No, sir, not at all.
Why did you appear in that film?
I love this. Um, well, Miss Heard had presented to me that the actor who was to play the role had not shown up for work somehow that day. He's apparently quite inebriated and was unable to work. So they needed someone to do that part. So she spoke to me about it, and I said I agreed to do it. I could do it in a day, I think. Send me the pages so that I could have an earpiece put in and read to me. So I thought I could help out somehow. Simply just help out.
You appeared in a number of scenes in that film.
Yeah, more than I'd imagined, yes.
Only this question. Did you choose to be in the film, Mr. Depp, despite your misgivings because you were being unsupportive or controlling of Miss Heard?
I was trying to be supportive of her and the film she's doing.
Okay, 2016, we're moving on. Sorry, 15. We're moving to Australia. But just before I do, this was just before the wedding was meant to be in February. It was in February?
Yes.
All right, just before the wedding. I'm not going to take up lots of time about this now, but the issue of prenup came up. We heard about?
Yeah, yes.
And yes or no, is this something you wanted her to sign?
Yes, it was.
Did she sign one or not? Yes or no?
No, she did not.
It's only fair. Perhaps I suggest this to you because the case put against you is that you were controlling and overbearing of Miss Heard. In that context, can I ask this? When she said when she did not sign the prenup, did you want her to sign one, but she chose not to? Or was there some other explanation as to the reason why this was not signed?
I do not recall exactly why it wasn't signed. It just seemed to be she just didn't sign it or didn't get around to do it or whatever excuses were at the time.
Given she did not sign it, did you refuse to marry her and call the whole thing off?
No, sir. The idea of a postnup was now brought up to me.
Did she end up signing that or not?
No, sir. We had the argument of March 8th, the Sunday, I believe, where I lost my finger. And that's where the argument was born, from phone call to my attorneys, where I reprimanded them. And the lawyer who was misheard said I'd made her cry and told her that
You told us that. We do not need to rehearse all of that because you told all that yesterday. So just summarizing, you wanted her to sign a postnup and she did not want to do so. And it became a massive source of an argument between the two of you on that particular day, the 8th of March. We're in Australia now.
yeah, suddenly it became that I didn't trust her now, and I didn't love her enough, and she's not in the will, and we didn't have credit cards together, etc., etc.
You were asked then about coming to Australia. You were asked about this. It was described as a 3-day hostage situation by Miss Heard.
Yes.
You described the time it took as part of one day, the 8th of March.
Yes.
Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes.
The details of it were put to you by Ms. Wass, and you denied them?
Yes.
Given the time, I'm not going to take you through the tape and the various references, but just the mirror. Can I ask you a question about the mirror?
Yes.
Perhaps I do not need to take you to it in the interest of time. You were quite clear, Mr. Depp, in your evidence that you're writing in black, and we saw in the mirror. First in the blood from your finger in red, and the writing in black.
Yes.
Then we see in red lipstick, there's written the words, I think you said it was a Carly Simon song?
It is a reference to a Carly Simon song, You're So Vain.
Do you know why? And if you do not, then please say you do not know. But do you know why Miss Heard put a Carly Simon song on the mirror?
Well, in my experience with Miss Heard, it was her practice or obsession to always have the last. She had to speak last, or she had to have the last word. So she had to say the last. She had to have the final say.
Your evidence said that was the lipstick. Let me see. Your evidence, you said, was that the lipstick goes over the was the last thing on the mirror.
That lipstick was not there when I painted on the mirror.
Thank you, Mr. Depp. Now it was suggested to you that in relation to what happened to your finger, that somehow you invented the fact that it was Miss Heard who was responsible for it, and that you never said it to anyone. You've never said it to anyone. Can I ask you to look at file 6 again? Sorry, it's in front of you.
Yes.
Then we will look at schedule 119 and the page. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have lost my reference. I think it's page 64. If you look at it, we look at this, but you were taken away from it just before you answered. It's 4 lines down. Do you see there's a text from you to Paul Bettany? This is the 18th of March. I love you so much, so very much, my Polly, my brother, my friend. So just as the tip of me finger lopped off, as it happens, my all J. Then Mr. Bettany writes back, fuck me, how? Or perhaps not for text. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Bettany, not on text, about your finger?
Yes, I did. Sarah, even in this, like, the finger's cut off and he still can't help but go into British patronizing mode in the text. He goes, because, where is it goes? I love you so much, Mr. Paulie, my friend. Me finger just got locked off as it happens, Mr. J. And it's
You
like,
gotta give him,
really?
you have to give him credit, though. He's bilingual. It doesn't happen often in civilization. Okay. All right.
My finger just got lopped off,
I know.
Mr. J.
I know. Going to his favorite pub to get me a order of fish and chips. All right, let's move on. Okay. What did you tell him? Just in one sentence, what did you tell him about it?
I explained the argument and where it landed.
Can I take you to one reference in the transcript, one of the recordings that was made? It's file 5 and it's F972. I do not know if your lordship, it's file 4, tab 155.
Mine, 4155.
Mine is definitely in file 5. I know that we had this problem before.
Which would you like me to?
I'm going to take a lucky guess. I think it's in file 5, my lord.
I have mine in file 4.
Yes, I think that's the difference. I think the witness box 1. Do you have tab 155? Jesus.
155. I think it's tab 4.
I'm sorry. Then we are at cross purposes. I'm sorry. It's file 4, tab 155, and it's page F972. Just to set the scene, this is a recording of a conversation between you and Miss Heard, which I think is said to be July of 2016. Do you have F972?
Yes.
Do you see between the 2 punch holes, do you see where it says Amber?
I do.
All right. Quote, Amber, I lost the fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can, a can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose, end quote.
Yes.
Do you see Miss Heard does not deny it? She says, please tell people it's a fair fight. See what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them I, Johnny Depp, I'm a victim too of domestic violence. What were you referring to there when you said, I lost a fucking finger, man?
Lost a fucking finger, man. Because she was talking about, I mean, she has brought up something that she's accusing me of. And she thought she'd been in fear of her life, and she's very surprising to me, and it wasn't true. I was just trying to bring the reality of the situation, the gravity of it, the reality of losing part of your digit in an argument with the one you love.
The reference to throwing a mineral can?
Oh, on the island of the Bahamas, not time of the wedding. Prior to that, Miss Heard and I again there was an argument. She
there was oil painting materials, and she grabbed a can of mineral spirits about yay high, about 12 inches, from 12 inches by 4 inches, I think, and threw it at me. Hit me just above the right on the bridge of my nose.
So these were a list of the things she had done to you?
Yes.
Can we just then turn to Los Angeles?
Oh, just a minute.
Sorry, my lord.
Mr. Sherborne, it is 25 to 5. I do not know how much you have, but it suggested that you were about to turn to a different subject. I'm wondering if that's a convenient point for us to break for the evening.
My lord, I'm trying to work out how much longer I have. I do not know whether your lordship would rather break it off now. Obviously, one would prefer for the witness not to have to be still, in effect giving evidence over the weekend.
Mr. Sherborne, you are in Los Angeles, and there's still quite a bit you might want to cover, I'm anticipating, but I hope not unreasonably.
Okay, anyway, the rest of this looks like it is just a conversation about how much longer. There's probably a few minutes that we still need to do, but that is a different day. So we might do this, the last few minutes, like on a different episode. Okay, so we have quite a few comments on our last video and some on the Radio Gunk thread. Do you have those? And I have an email.
Would you like me to go over this blind item that I just
Oh, yeah,
found
yeah,
before
go
we
ahead.
do? So this just came in while we were doing the marathon transcripting. And again, this all makes sense. I believe this now more than I don't. Blind item number 4. This is, I guess, from that I don't know. How many people, you know this site better than I do. How many people do this? How many people participate in this?
I don't know.
Crazy days and nights gossip site.
I don't know it that well. I only know it like when something big hits, and that's it. I don't know who's on staff or what.
And so the guy, kind of the main guy, Enti, tried to has a soporific monotone podcast where you will go into REM sleep within 90 seconds if the thing is just not the most salacious thing. And he kind of whispers and mumble. I mean, it's like the whisper acting I complain about in these dramas where there's two people in a 700,000 feet mansion and they're whispering to each other in the dark and there's no one around. Like, nobody ever talks like that, ever.
No.
And he does it in this style, and it's it's not like this. She makes you sound like Sandra Bernhard.
I don't even want to be anywhere near. I know your point, but I don't.
She makes you sound like Courtney Love, and yeah.
She makes me sound like Sandra Bullock. Did you say Bernhard or Bullock?
He makes you sound like Sandra Bernhard.
Oh, Bernhard. I'm on Bullock. Okay, let's go. We've been here way too long. My brain's fried. I'm going to shut up while you do this.
Because this is from Crazy Days and Nights, and they release a gossip thing, and you're supposed to guess what it is. And what is it? The next day they release the answer. Is that how it works?
I guess they do reveals whenever they feel like it.
It's whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, I don't think there's.
I can never understand. Yeah, we're all going to know exactly what this is, right? This just came up. There has been a lot of burning up the phone lines this weekend to try and get a settlement between the former A+ list, mostly movie actor, and this A- list actress X. Guess
A-?
Who could this?
Winona Ryder.
It's Mimi Rogers and Tom Cruise.
Oh my God. Okay, let's.
No.
Right.
There are dozens. I know that could be Winona Ryder, right? That's still. There are dozens of different entities, no NT pun intended, working behind the scenes to make this happen. There's also talk that this universe will give this former A+ lister a role in its universe. I'm marveling at what the answer to that could possibly be. And who made that happen? I'm downy with the person who made that happen.
So are they saying she's calling? Do you take it she's calling him, or he's calling her? Because that's very important.
I'm taking this as she and her people, probably via Elon Musk, fronting this through some weird foreign. What's the term when you hide your money overseas, or when they can't poke at your finances? Whatever Trump's doing.
5.5 hours in. Let's
Laundering,
see.
money laundering.
Well,
like money
laundering is when you are running it through a business, a legit business.
I pardon my financial ignorance. I'm not exactly Neil Cavuto.
I'm not
over
either,
here.
so I could be wrong too. We know what everybody knows what we're talking about or trying to talk about.
Oh, my Lou Dobbs over here. Anyway, so I'm sure he has some German Swiss bank account hocus pocus that he can do to make it seem like. So this is my take is she's offering a settlement to him. The way she wrote the thing, I guess we're going into it tomorrow. The declaration of she's going offline, and it sounds like her best scenario, and who knows, it's Elon Musk is always everybody's first choice, to throw money at him to make this go away, and lawyers are going back and forth about it's not good for either one of them to air out their personal shit like this. It can only hurt their career. There's no way anybody's coming out of this good. You all know what you think. I don't think Hollywood wants a thing to do with either of them after this.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just quash this whole thing and go our separate ways, let the dust settle and wade back into the waters, Mira. And I think Depp is like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. All the pomp and circumstance I've put into this, I'm going to have my day. There's no way. And if she pays him, I mean, wink, wink, it looks like she's admitting she's in the wrong.
Yeah, and if I'm him, I allow it on the basis or the stipulation that she admits she lied. I did not hit her, and she will seek help. I'll even take that throwaway line.
Do you remember all the Fox News sexual misconduct allegations and lawsuits that had come down with O'Reilly and Roger Ailes, and it's all those broads, and they all like collectively sued them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of it all, it was like, okay, well, I guess, and then O'Reilly just did a show, and it's like, they paid them off to go away, and they're no longer at Fox. And it's like, you're admitting just by paying them with an NDA or whatever, the gag order to make it go away. You're basically admitting you did it.
Mm-hmm.
The public looks at that as like, there's no way you can't win. So you settled with them because you know you did it. And then he just got to be that same anchor again. He's not with them, and something else came down. But that's the way that looks. Once she just decides, let's settle, and I'll give you blah, 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 and it'll just be like, que sera, sera.
Mm-hmm.
Wink, wink, I'm in the wrong here, but we're not going to melodramatically declare anything with a magnificent statement. We'll just let your fans continue to believe what they've already believed.
Yeah.
And we'll go our separate ways. Our careers can be restored, as well as our people in time will forget this like they forget everything. I don't think they will forget it. Unfortunately for him, you look at him, and all the novices, we talk to people all the time who aren't as immersed in this as we are, and they say, it's 99% of the culture. That's the thing with when you bring Depp's name up, they just immediately go to now. Oh, that's the thing with that ex-wife of his, Amber Heard, and their back and forth and the crazy abuse. I don't know. Like that's now overtaken his film career.
Mm-hmm.
With her, she likes that. Like with her, of course it does. She's never not been synonymous with anything else of being attached to him. That was her plan all along. I need to be attached to him to be synonymous. When he comes up, I come up too. That's all a fame grab. But with him, the last thing he wants is where she's completely, utterly synonymous with him in every way, shape, and form. That you're not even thinking about his career anymore. All you think about is her. That's the worst thing. That's the cancerous succubus nature of this. That's the only thing. That's probably the worst part of it. Mm-hmm. She's going to sully his whole soul and persona and name for the rest of his life. I don't think there's ever anything washing this off.
No, I don't either. She did go into a little rant on Instagram, which she admits that she will always have love for Johnny, and the piece she wrote was not about him. However, her lawyer slipped up and admitted that in court documents. That's the basis of this entire case, that she wrote that op-ed piece in the Washington Post about him, not naming him, but it's clearly about him. So I don't know. I'm getting like I'm nervous now about this case, even though, like you said earlier,
You should be.
It's not.
You should be. We
Okay.
were highly mistaken in the UK.
Mhm.
You know, like I was ridiculous. I was like running around pompous and thinking it was a slam dunk, and I'm like, what the hell? 12 out of 14, and I followed it all along. I read the transcript virtually every day, and I'm just still going, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I was kind of taken aback, just awestruck at some of the things I didn't even know about him. But still, never once did I believe. We have the audio footage and everything. So I just, when they came down with that edict and 12 out of 14 cases, and then he appealed it and lost it, like mightily lost again, just like backslapped him away. It was like, I couldn't believe it. I'm still not really, hasn't hit me yet fully.
Mm-hmm.
That you're kind of clinging to the U.S. trial and all the stuff with the corrupt courts in the U.K. and everything, and all that. What happens when there is no next time?
Yeah. We'll see. We're going to be talking about it all next week and maybe the week after, doing live shows every night, Monday through Friday. So if you hear this episode before then, or even after tomorrow, click the notification bell and you will get the notification as to when we're going live. Should be fun, actually.
I'll try. Well, the nature of that is I'm going to cherry pick screen recorded moments from court TV. You can't stream the whole thing. It's not. I don't know, unless it's public domain. I mean, is it like a educational thing because it's a court case?
It's possible. I don't know how other channels are doing it. This is how we're going to do it.
I'm going to try to cherry pick screen grabs from the day and go over them each day, and I'm sure we'll do a crazy,
Wednesdays and Fridays
compilation.
Wednesdays and Fridays are probably going to be extended live shows for us. The other days we're going to be a little bit limited in time, but we'll be on Monday through Friday.
So back to the CDAN, just to put a cap on that. So my take is her people threw a certain amount of money at him to make it go away. And they would write some very fluffy, banal statement out that goes, remember the original one that she wrote, it's always bound in love. We had our ups and downs, that kind of thing that you heard her people wrote in the beginning. They're going to write another version of that where they make it go away and they just settle. That settle time is probably past, 3 years ago. He probably would have done it 3-4 years ago, and now it's just they're so knee deep in it, so far gone. There's no going back. All these people loaded for bear. Zellner is in his ear saying, "Look, we got this. I don't represent anybody that loses."
That's what I'm banking everything on. So they have to have something that we don't know yet. That is.
Oh God, yeah.
They think is going to just blow this case out of the water. Or not blow her case out of the water. So.
Yeah, I mean, not that any of us feel sorry for her, and it's your choice to be on social media. I mean, you talk about an attention whore she is, to get pummeled every day from these crazy Depp fangirl wives who think if this trial goes the way we want, when all the dust settles, I will be his next wife. Literally, that's in the back of their mind. Make no mistake. Some of the delusions run so deep that it is that. When the dust settles and all this, he will find out that I'm the girl for him. He will contact me on Twitter and thank me for all the defending I've done on, retweeting and going after. And Amber Heard's on Twitter and she's on Instagram. Her Instagram comments are as limited as you can't say anything. I mean, literally, she only publishes celebrity likes.
Well, she has
I
to be
think is what-
following you for you to comment.
That's something we should get for tomorrow. Like, I'm gonna look at her Instagram and see what celebrities are thumbs upping this or liking this, just to see who's in her camp. There's a few, and I'll write them down.
Okay.
But Depp has Barbara Streisand in his camp, and that's all that fucking matters.
I think he has quite a few other celebrities in his camp. They just can't say they're in his camp yet.
I am the woman in love, and I'll do anything to get you into my world and hold you within. This is right out of the trial, right? This next line. It's a right I defend over and over again. What'll I do?
My ears just blew out.
Bad.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay, let's go to the comments.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want me to read that email first?
I want you to read that email first while I pull these up.
This is from Mr. A. Smith, a great listener,
what a great
emailer.
Email they wrote last.
Okay, this is to you, so I kind of feel bad reading it. All right.
No, it's not. It's to both of us.
It kind of is to you. You'll see in a second. Ha ha ha. When you said the 90 Sons, I died laughing. I was there the night and saw Mike Tyson jumping on cars in the parking lot. I clank drink glasses with the Lindsay Lohan. My dad did 10 years in a federal for trying to smuggle drugs in a motorhome. So when he went in, I went underground with what was in storage and got as much money as I could. I'm on the straight and narrow and appreciate you saying you're glad I escaped. I had a good role model about how to get caught, my dad. So with that being said, I was always so careful. I had 3 girls that I could text and would pick me up or drop me off anywhere in Arizona that I wanted. I would get to the pre-going parties before they started and ask the host how many they think they'll need and would give me that set amount to the host and get the money. I wouldn't be patrolling and advertising why I was there. I would just hang out, play pool for an hour or so and leave to go to the next spot. I've been in some crazy situations and am very fortunate to have not been caught. People who had cell phones like Blackberries, but they weren't constantly recording shit. One of my girls had a T-Mobile Sidekick. Oh God, I used to sell those.
Oh my God, I used to love that phone.
No, it's a piece of garbage.
I thought I was too long in the tooth to have it. I thought it was I loved the keyboard. Remember the keyboard was such this massive keyboard? I have big hands.
Flipped out. It is a piece of garbage.
Yeah. But I had big hands, so I needed something to
it's a nice brag there.
I wasn't slut. No. Like I can't be this small. That's not Brad. Beth is Princess Manhand, so I can't call her that if I'm bragging about it. That I have these great Otis Thorpe mitts that I can palm a basketball and throw an outlet pass to Kenny Smith with. Is that really a brag?
Yes, it is. I'm glad you don't know that that's a brag, though. Okay. I had prepaid AT&T SIM cards and Motorola talk about. That drug dealing lifestyle is so detrimental to the human race. It's crazy how drugs can change people so quickly. I would not want to deal with the so-called cocaine and Molly fentanyl that they have today. Like I said, I'm not proud of this. And this is the best part of the entire email. Just kidding. Sarah is so precious, and she works hard to put up with the YouTube.
Oh, this is about me. Remember a minute ago, this is just to you. I don't want to read it
because
it's just addressed to you. No, listen to this part. This is the best part.
I just saw this. Okay. Just let her know this. I hope you two have a great weekend. And you too. I appreciate that. I wish it was just YouTube. That was the hassle here. The editing sucks. The YouTube part is at least I can get up and go do something while that's happening. So anyway, that's my complaint. I appreciate the compliment at the very end there. And once again, a great email.
I love that email almost as much or just as much. There's so much in there. I think he's talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Mike Tyson comment. I think he might be talking about the 93 Suns and the Bulls finals.
That makes sense. Poor Barkley.
Or it could be the next generation of Steve Nash and Stoudemire against the Lakers in the Western Conference Final. But I think it's the 93 Suns he's talking about. I want to invite A. Smith when we do this because I think there's no better person to. When we do the talk through commentary on the movie Blow, Would
Okay.
you care to sit in with us and school us on the ways of Boston George Young and his 85% responsibility for the cocaine influx with Pablo Escobar and all the thing? I also want to know what you think of Blow, and I want to know what you think of the Blow book, which is kind of, it's like what we said about Donnie Brasco. Like, the book is, again, the Blow story could be like Donnie Brasco, where you could make it into a mini series on one of the streaming services and do far more justice to the book. Like in the movie, they don't. They kind of skip to him at 21
Mm-hmm.
when he moves to California. I kind of want to see more of the childhood and teen years. You know, he's a really good football player.
George Young.
Yeah, he was like a running back.
Okay. Well, not anymore.
So in the book is I listened to an interview with him like 3 years ago. He's dead now, as you know.
Yeah.
I was kind of sad by that. I don't know why.
You're
I
connected
don't
to
know
him.
him. And yeah, I don't know. He's this weird outlaw charm, which is what Depp's
Mhm.
attracted to. He did an interview with somebody. They were trying to do a series on him, and I don't know where it went. They were trying to do a reality show with him, which I thought was phenomenal. These two dudes picked him up, and they were pretty wealthy, like independently wealthy dudes. They picked him up, and they kind of got him started and stuff and set him up, and they were going to shoot a reality series, and he was so far gone and kind of prickly and not really compliant, which is part of the entertainment,
Mm-hmm.
that I don't know where it went. I don't know if they were able to complete anything with it, but there's some footage of it running around on YouTube, which you could watch. When he got out of prison, he was living in Sacramento in an apartment, and he what the hell was I going to say? He couldn't get, he sort of was being called upon for interviews as he got out of jail. So, oh God, what was it like? And because so much time had gone by. I mean, he was in there for, I think, the mid 90s. So he got a full sentence.
Mm-hmm.
And he came up with his stories and stuff, and he was trying to restart something and continue off of this, and it looked like it was going places, but he had so much substances in him, and he lived such a rough life that he just died.
Yeah. It's too bad. I mean,
And
it went from such highs, no pun intended, to an apartment in Sacramento and an strained relationship. Actually, I think she disowned him.
that's the gist of kind of what the reality show was, and his mentality, kind of people's curiosity about, like, how do you go from basically being Pablo Escobar's, lieutenant to, I mean, you have to be hearkening back to the days of mansions and jetting on private jets and just living literally the Depp's lifestyle. Say before he lost the 650 in 2013 or something.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Just
and
having
also
that same access.
I think
go ahead.
he also died with a permanently damaged relationship with his daughter too. So
Right, and then there's the Emma Roberts won't talk to him. I mean, his daughter won't talk to him.
mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I think that was kind of rickety. I don't know how much in contact. I could never figure out. Everybody's curious about that because the movie leaves off where he goes to jail and his daughter, does she visit him? Does she not visit him? Is he hallucinating? So everybody's curious because of the movie about his relationship with his daughter. And but yeah, I would love for A. Smith to tell us how accurate that is, and his commentary on the movie and the book, and does he have any connections through connections? 6 Degrees of George Young is another way, but it's a fascinating life. And his dad, think about what you just said about his father.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's a family affair.
Oh God.
Sins of father, they say. Like, that's the cliche. Every television show has a title of an episode called Sins of Father. No matter what the show is, there's no show that doesn't use that as an episode title. And I guess that's what, I'll say again, I am no one to judge. If my father went down that route, I probably would be very tempted to follow in his footsteps.
Of course.
And like I said, the days I had balls of my ass, and
Mhm.
somebody said, take this package, take it down the street to this parking lot.
Here's $100.
It's totally, no risk at all. Just, we do this all the time. I'll give you $4,000. To get out of a hole. No doubt there were times I would have done that.
I would just imagine myself over and over tripping, and the items spill out from the package as I hit the pavement, and I would imagine that so many times until it actually happened.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I could. Would I?
You remember that
honestly,
scene in Blow you remember that scene in Blow where George Young, Depp, is walking through the airport and he's doing the inner monologue, and it's something like, I imagine a sexual encounter, a great party, I transcendental meditate myself out of the scene. And I guess that's what dealers do when they want to just look confident and not suspicious, and you learn these little kind of visual optic techniques to not look obvious. It's a fascinating world he had access to. And I wonder if this is a cliche question. I don't care. I guess I'm answering it. Ask it anyway. Do you miss that life on any level? Now, are there times during the day where you just go, man, in 1998 I was doing this, and now I'm
I don't think he
edging.
does. I didn't get the gist from his email that I think he's happy to
fertilizing
be out of it.
2:30 in the afternoon with the Diamondback game on.
Yeah. Okay, what else we got?
Okay, so John Smith is on here, and John Smith writes comments. And I collected a bunch that from back videos, so I kind of throw them in the same email. I try to read them. If I missed anybody, I apologize. I eventually will see it and read it. Don't think that just because it's backlogged, I won't get to it if you're expecting it to be read. I mean to read everything. It's just sometimes I don't like the way
we get
the alerts
notifications. Sometimes we don't.
And the alerts don't identify every single comment that comes in. I don't understand it. It's not accurate. They skip things. It's weird. It's selective. I blame you. John Smith.
That's all right.
John Smith writes, hey, Depp, could have implied that the drug use was exaggerated. He's commenting on one of the reenactments we did. Depp could have implied that the drug use was exaggerated. The smashing of the hotel was performative for publicity. Instead, he just buries himself in Bettany. Well, you can't say he's not honest. No, John, we can't. I know. He lies like we all do, but he tries to cloak himself in this cowl of honesty, and he's not 100% honest, but he is honest at strange times, almost to look more like a hellion. Like, look at how insouciant I am. I don't give a shit. I'm going to tell you the truth at a time when you don't think anybody would. But we've caught him lying a million times. We've busted him so many times. Everybody lies. He just thinks if he tells the truth at strange times, that's more honest than someone. And he's more honest than he's dishonest. Make no mistake about it. I mean, the mantra of him is, I'm a truth teller and never fear truth. And I'm just like Connor S. Thompson, who calls it like it sees it. Doug Stanhope is my favorite comedian, calls it like he sees it, which we just went over. But nobody is 100% transparent. Nobody is. I've caught some people who they go to they're churchgoers, and they think they think they're abiding by commandments, and they lie their asses off all the time. You catch, you're not the altar boy you claim to be. We've caught you lying. Everybody lies. But he's got some good points here. Imagine saying that it was performative for publicity back then. Like, okay, it's an okay. People have gotten away with worse. Instead, he just buried Bettany. The Paul Bettany thing. The more I dwell on it, we read this stuff where he backs away from it and acts like he doesn't know them during their marriage. Talk about lying. That is maybe the worst. What is it? Porky Pig? Porky Pie?
Porky Pies.
Porky Pie. We've read so far. He is Disney boy dancing for them is the vision, and he is terrified that's all going to go away.
Mm-hmm.
And when they unleashed all those texts, Depp's got nothing to lose. He's already been dropped by Disney. But as Robert Downey, the gossip it appears Downey's trying to get involved and bring him in. Depp can play a million different
I hope
Marvels.
so.
Doctor Doom, anyone? Doctor Doom has not been used
Oh, that'd be
in any of
great.
the Marvel movies. The penultimate Marvel villain, who's everybody's enemy, from the Avengers to the Fantastic Four to somewhat the X-Men. Him as Doctor Doom would be great. He's wearing a mask the whole time. He could complete chameleon. That's so Depp. I think he could play the Red Skull. I think if they bring the Red Skull back, he could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've recasted it. I think he could play Red Skull if they want to do that. There's so many. If you watch him in Before Night Falls, he plays a German officer interrogating. That's the Red Skull. When I watch that, I'm like, oh my God, it's the Red Skull. I could see.
I think even if they had it casted, they would throw them out the door with the dishwater and to bring him in.
Yeah. Yep. So great comment, John Smith. John Smith writes again, I love Donnie Brasco. Depp's fantastic in it, but you know what? The violent scenes, it just wasn't buying it. Depp is on the level of these movies where women are one shot knocking grown men out. He's pretty waifish and pretty to do that. I don't know, John. You know, I've thrown this by people, like real alpha male wrestler, football player types, and I said, does he look convincing as a badass? And they said, yeah, he does. He's a weird thing he can do where he can amp himself up, and the Brasco swagger. I understand people wouldn't buy it, but take him. What I ask you, John, is Depp is a tough guy versus Leonardo DiCaprio is a tough guy. Who do you buy more? Depp is Donnie Brasco or DiCaprio in any Martin Scorsese film?
Depp looks like he has at least gone through puberty, so he's already got a one-up on DiCaprio.
It's also in Depp's eyes.
About DiCaprio. Yeah.
Depp's got an intensity in his eyes. And come on, John. You tell me you didn't buy him as Whitey Bulger? In the violent scenes in that? He was menacing. I'm as cynical as anyone, and I'm not intimidated physically much. But he was absolutely terrifyingly menacing in Black Mass as Whitey Bulger. And Sarah, you saw it. How scary was he?
The greatest scene I've ever witnessed in a movie was him strangling that girl.
Everything he does is do not fuck with this guy.
I am so cynical when I watch movies.
Yeah.
Shocking. But that scene got me. It's the greatest scene in the history of my movie.
Felt very convincing. It felt we were going to do, this is us being just assholes. When we started this, we were going to do a medley. We talked about doing a medley of him just punching women or in movies. It was like the Donnie Brasco slap of Van Heesh, the choke outs in Black Mass. There's a few of them that you could. I think he fights a chick in The Ninth Gate. Is it Lena Olin or something? And we just throw them together of just him fighting women, just to be assholes, just to be funny. But I totally respect your opinion about that, and it's a great argument. I would love to do a poll on that to see how convinced, is Depp convincing as a mafioso undercover tough guy in Donnie Brasco? Do you buy him? Because the real Joe Pistone is a certifiable badass, like physically and everything else. Like he is someone you don't want to. I mean, obviously he's in his late 70s now, but then it was like just. He's FBI trained and he's street smart and the whole thing. He's one of those guys you look at him and go, don't fuck with this guy. Mm-hmm. Like I said, the ultimate thing would be Donnie Brasco investigating Whitey Bulger, and Depp plays both roles.
Yeah, I'm good.
We got Cowtown Drive, a new listener. Welcome to the Deppening family, Cowtown Drive. Finally getting around to the Deppening. I don't care about this guy at all, but you two are awesome. Also, F. Howard.
Thank you.
So he's the radio gunk enthusiast.
All right, thank you.
Monique mentioned she's going to do something. She might be doing something with Stuttering John tomorrow, and about Fred. I don't know what that. It's strange. I don't know how that. It's maybe gossip or something. Hopefully, something good.
Okay.
John Smith again. I love Donnie. Now I wrote it already. David C. goes nuts and all that. David C. goes back and listens to every show and then writes comments. And we gotta go fish him out. They're always usually really good. And I so appreciate the fact that you're going back to watch the archives listen to the archives, listen, because they are, many of them, very underrated, and we got a start where people are finally getting around to it. So yeah, please do go back and binge them all. There's a lot in there.
Yeah, leave as many comments as you want. It looks good for us. So
I'm not sure what he's referring. I can't remember saying this. It's
Okay.
probably addressed to me, right? It's, the phrase you're talking about is "she belongs to the streets"
I
or "she
vaguely
for the
remember that.
streets." I don't know what I meant when I said that.
I
She
don't either.
belongs to the streets. Did I say the streets are watching?
Something. I think you're on the right track. Yeah.
A lot of my black friends say when you need to keep yourself in check, to keep you honest, that the streets are watching.
Mm-hmm.
To keep it real, right? Is that what that means?
I think so.
I try to say it all the time. I look for opportunities to say the streets. People can't take it seriously when I say it.
Mm-hmm.
The streets are watching. I love the streets. David C. writes again, "Hey, Arm, are you psychic? You just made a comment before the Oscars about people being offended by the Oscar host. It's exactly as you ranted about a week before it happened. LOL, you were absolutely right on the nose." You remember that? We talked about the Oscar hosts and how they can't take any criticism, and
Yeah,
there's
of
nobody
course.
that can host it because they're offended by everything, and you have to kiss their ass, and no host is good enough, and there's always somebody offended. We were talking about on Radio Gunk, I had brought up, I think I brought it up here too, the thing with Sean. Remember Chris Rock hosted, and he made a joke about Jude Law being in too many movies or something. And Sean Penn couldn't take, it's a stupid, innocuous joke. And Sean Penn couldn't take the joke. It was so stupid.
Of
It was
course he can't.
nothing. It was nothing. And he walks on stage and goes, "I'll tell you who Jude Law is. Jude Law is one of our finest actors we have
Oh my
today.
God.
That's who Jude Law is." And he got this horrible, cheesy, applause, what do they call it? The
Polite applause.
pandering to the crowd. Yeah, pandering applause and typical fucking. They just the more famous you are. See, that's why the whole Chris Rock. Well, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Everybody, God, I don't know. We don't need any more
I'm
takes.
so tired of it.
Let's just say this. That's why, it's obviously Hollywood is high school with money, right? I mean, so I just thought there's no way in hell the more famous person, the more movie-friendly famous person internationally in every situation is right, no matter what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Like no matter what the thing is, the guy who's more famous and who has the bigger movie career is right in every situation, which surprises me that the tide turned to Chris Rock's favor. That's the most shocking thing, because usually
I'm happy, but to put a bow on the package, Will Smith is now locked away in the Scientology Center, hooked up to the e-meter cans, telling his deepest, darkest sexual secrets. So good luck to him. I'm done talking about it.
Will Will Smith join the ranks of our future Depp-episode of actors Depp has never worked with on your wish list?
No.
Oh, I mean, he's one of them. He's one of the big
That's
actors.
Great.
He's never worked with.
I don't wish he would, so he wouldn't make my list.
It's funny. It's become, ironically, ballsier. It is more edgy to defend Will Smith now than it is Chris Rock. It's actually not at all provocative. Like initially, like in the beginning, it's like, oh, I got Chris Rock's back, and everybody thought they were so badass, and oh my God, this is such an avant-garde opinion. Look at me, I'm going against the big movie star for the comedian.
Yeah.
But now it's actually become edgier if you defend Will Smith. It's like a controversial take.
Everybody knows what she is.
Yeah.
And,
we know what they are.
Yeah.
They're Scientology kooks that think they can do no wrong. They are miscavige fucking Dianetics kooks. Yep. They always have been that. Shouldn't surprise anybody. They think they can do whatever they want. And ban John Travolta from the Actors' Wife. All the people that hugged him and attaboy, that goes for you, Denzel Washington. Ban them all because they advocated it.
Every person that stood up to applaud him should not
They
be
all
invited
did.
back next year. I
Right.
know.
The
So
whole damn
they
place.
will. The place will be empty. I don't
Yep.
care. I don't watch it anyway. It's a
Um,
piece of garbage, and it has been for 25 years.
You are not, ma'am.
I'm
You
aware
are
of
not.
this. That's why I can say that.
That's why you have the Kevin Cowies of the world ogling you every week. You're cool. You're this. You're that. You'd fit in the grunge scene. I can't believe.
I know. I'm gonna. I am going to quote the great Stassi Schroeder. I'm just kidding. She's not great. She's horrible. But I am the devil, and don't you forget it. Okay, let's move on.
Is that the writer? Is that the gossip columnist for the Daily News, Linda Stassi?
No, you know who Stassi Schroeder is.
A-
Don't even deny.
AJ Benz's mentor.
You know that show you watch, Vanderpump Rules?
Yeah, it's my favorite show.
It's a secret.
How about a show called Vander Depp Rules? And we just
The Viper
Depp
Room?
opens a restaurant. Yeah,
All right.
and Lisa Vanderpump is to.
No.
Well, she can't be in it.
She can't be in it.
She's a British accent. Depp can use all the Paul
Okay.
Bettany lingo to use on her. Porky pies.
All right.
Me mum.
God. Every time you say that or we read it, I want like a meat pie, like an English meat pie.
Yeah, they have one food, right? What is it? Shepherd's pie?
No, they don't have one food, but it just sounds
It's
good.
fish and chips and shepherd's pie every night.
Yeah, that's it. All right, let's go.
David C. Again, I've been binging the show. It's amazing seeing your thank you. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I've been binging the show. It's amazing seeing your subscribers jump to 1.6 thousand. You guys are worried about 500 at one time. Oh my God! Rochelle Hathaway commented.
I still worry that we're going to fall to 500, so that's fine. But no, it's amazing. It's great, and our last few videos have just exploded. So
I'm curious if without the Deppubus stuff, does it grow on this level, or is that
Maybe
so
not.
strong? I don't know, because we were doing this. I'll say it again. We were doing this without that.
Mm-hmm.
It's so ubiquitous.
And we're going to return to this without that. So
Like we
if
were
it drops,
saying
it
before to
drops.
A. Smith about the Blow show and all that stuff. That was the original plan. A 21 Jump Street series and the Blow show and all. And then this just has taken over to such a degree that we just can't. It forced our hand.
Yeah. So it is what it is. I know you like that phrase.
Yeah, it's my favorite term.
I know. Whatever happens, happens.
The Is What It Is podcast. Where you just the whole time you just go, I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's me half of our shows. So
it is what it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
It is what it. You don't do that. You know?
Yeah, I do. I just say, yeah, okay. All right, let's move along.
David C. writes, it can't be good, Johnny, talking about drugs in foreign countries. I know. Well, he's, this is where he's going. He's going exactly where I thought he was going. Johnny's boy was talking about reckless in his text messages, but that's how he'll get his Keith Richards moment, by being escorted out of Australia. Yeah. You wonder, and you really get deep into the psychology of Depp with his idolization of Thompson and Richards and Marlon Brando and all these kind of counterculture outlaws. Does he get off on a moment like that? Being escorted out of Australia is a badge of honor. Is a humble brag in his world. Is he really deep down like that? He likes being in handcuffs in 1994 from the Mark Hotel. You could just be compared to all these. I really think deep down he likes that. And actually, Sasha Wass threw that in his face a few times. Why would Johnny be jealous of Clive Barker? Clive Barker is gay, says David C. David, that is a phenomenal point. I was thinking the same thing. I'd be more jealous of Len Barker, pitcher for the Indians. I think if he's jealous, and this is just me spitballing, and I think I know the succubus pretty well, and I know Depp really well, better than I know myself. I think he's jealous of the access Clive Barker has compared to him. It introduces the succubus to a different world of Hollywood Vipers, and she's known to cheat any chance she gets in social
Mhm.
climb. So I think he doesn't want her around whatever party guests Clive Barker has. It's not so much him. He's not worried about the fruit basket. He is worried about the grapes in and around the fruit basket.
Oh God. And the Clive Barker thing, yeah, he is gay. I know somebody who says that they had an encounter with him. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it was just throwing a name out that she knew would
I
get a
think
reaction.
he's worried about the party guests and the access he has, that she's going to get sucked into some,
Mhm.
who take your pick, whoever, Channing Tatum, James Franco, that ilk, whatever, at this party, some musician that she claims to, she's a fame whore and will latch on to whatever, Miss Right Now is in her face. And I think he doesn't trust her he probably knows more about Clive Barker than we do as well. He probably knows some secrets about him and shit, and just doesn't trust him and her in what he has access to, bringing around.
Yeah.
It's almost like he
You're right.
doesn't trust her more than him.
Mhm.
And he's got more of a jealous side than people want to ever admit.
He does, with good
Look,
reason in this case.
look, someone admits, if you admit you're jealous, that's half the battle. Most
Mhm.
people don't. It's a hard thing. It's like you're saying you're admitting an inferiority complex to someone that you might otherwise doesn't deserve to be thought of as inferior.
Mhm.
You can't
It's
be.
double for him. It's double. I don't want to say pain, but it's double maybe the struggle with the jealousy, because she is attracted to both men and women. So he
That's
can't
another
trust
right.
her. He
That's
can't
right.
trust her to go out for a night with the girls dancing. He can't trust her to go out with the guys.
Double the options. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and
That's
she
double the
will
worry.
flow in any direction she needs to get
And
what she
brags about it.
wants. Yeah, absolutely. Throws it in his face constantly.
You actually wrote back and you wrote, "Hey, agreed.
No.
She forgot a few details concocting her Pecos Bill tall tales.
Pecos Bill.
I was hoping for a Anthony Mason moment on the stand with her, but I fear she's too far gone mentally to break, and may have even convinced herself these things happen. Yes, they do. Great comeback, Sarah.
That's how you get
Histrionic,
through this. That's how you get
borderline
through something like that.
personality. That's right.
Yeah, you convince yourself. Anyway, go ahead.
No, well, borderline personality disorder, histrionic hussies usually do have that ability to do. David C., you are blowing my fucking mind. I'm 40 minutes in. Johnny cheated on Vanessa now? Yes, he did, David. At least once. Well, actually twice, right? Once with Scamber, and once with Rochelle Hathaway. At least once. At least twice.
So yes. Trying to go back over the time frame.
You got to remember something, David. Just switch places with Depp for a minute. You have 7 residents. You are access to private jets and God knows what, people doing your bidding for you and assistants covering your tracks and your paper trails and shit. You know how you see these legions, gaggles of fangirls online. You know how much shit he has access to? That the temptation's always there. They always say guys are only as faithful as their options. Well, this man has,
every option.
More options than a Xbox 360. And sorry, you still with us?
No, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to get a drink.
And eventually you're going to, especially if things don't go magnificently your way all the time. This is a guy who's not used to the word no. He has had a charmed existence for years and years and years. And adversity isn't something he deals with very well. And so if things aren't going swimmingly with Vanessa or the succubus, you know how easy it is for him to satiate his oats?
Multiple residences in multiple countries.
Right.
Yeah.
And a staff of yes men that will cover every track he has. Every destroy any paper trail and lie for them, and that's the job.
No,
If you're transporting drugs on a regular basis, hard drugs, that'll get you 20 plus years in jail. You don't think they'd lie for him to
every day,
his
at least
spouses
about something.
So it shouldn't surprise anybody. I mean, especially in that world where Johnny always struck me as the guy in high school who him and his girlfriend are always up each other's ass, like Howard and Beth. They don't deal with anyone else. But he does have that about him too. When you do see it with Winona Ryder, it felt like that with Kate Moss and serial monogamy. It started to wear off with the French albatross, as he calls her in text.
Marino.
He does have that. The guy always had a girlfriend, and they're around each other too much, and you can't get him alone, and she's just clingy, and he does have that on the other side of it. You're absolutely right. And very, very few moments in his life where he hasn't had a girlfriend. I mean, literally, maybe 3 years where he wasn't married or attached to someone monogamously. Maybe 3 years.
Yeah, he still was getting what he needed, but
of course, there's never not right. There's never without options. The side piece, Rochelle Hathaway, is always, and for Christ's sake, she is a private jet flight attendant. Does everybody realize this? That's how this goes down. She's a private jet flight attendant. She's all, ebullient and friendly and the opposite of what he's dealing with at home. He goes away for 3-4 months. She's the private jet flight attendant on the flight to go film whatever he's doing or go to the location somewhere. And she's having problems with either Vanessa or Amber, and she's right. You don't think eventually that develops, and that's her deal too. I mean, you don't become a private jet flight attendant without hoping that leads to something.
Of course.
You think that's just some entry-level thing? Well, oh, this is what I've always wanted to do. No, you're hoping it makes you famous. You're hoping you run into some rich dude and it makes you famous and rich. That's what you hope. That's what's in the back of your mind. You're running around doing Instagram weird bikini shoot. I don't know what you're even selling. No one's buying any of that. Like what are you selling with these bikini shoes? Who is that too? Well, yeah. Well, that gun thing was she was MVDV showed us that she was she decried gun use, gun violence. Okay, good. That's noble. It's we have a problem in the U.S. with guns, but you took the job in the first place as their spokesmodel. Give her the money. Give them the money back.
Yeah, sure. About those
gun
black
magazine,
trousers for a stewardess job.
David C. again. Sarah has fantastic taste in music. Antichrist Superstar is an amazing album.
Yes, it is.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. And someday you will agree with that. Of course, it's about me, and it's positive. Of course, I agree.
The gentleman who did Antichrist Superstar, does he play any instruments? Or
Trent Reznor? Yes.
Right. How many?
Trent Reznor? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
You want to know
this? Is it like
this?
Prince and fucking
yes, it is.
Beck, where they play like 6
Trent
instruments?
Reznor does vocals, backup vocals, keyboards, guitar. He also plays bass and drums. Let me know if there are any others that you need me to list there. Flute. Oh my God.
How about Tom Hansen saxophone?
You know what? He did play. He played
does he?
saxophone in the early days. And I think there's footage of him doing so. But the saxophone died a quick death in music.
Saying you're into 9 Inch Nails and Trent
great.
Reznor
I won't apologize.
is about the coolest thing you can say to give yourself like a fast food cool factor. In the 90s and some of the 2000s.
You're not even going to know what this means. This tells you how into 9 Inch Nails I am. Hopefully at least one person knows what I mean. I owned at least 22 Halos. And you have no idea. I love that. And I saw 9 Inch Nails 3 times live. And I don't know what else. I've got like bootleg VHS tapes that I bought it in the back rooms of
No,
record
you're hardcore.
stores.
I mean, you visited him. Is that why you went to LA? Is that the sole?
I
is
love
that
Nine Inch Nails.
No, but when you went to that trip, you that talk about when you went to his studio, that unnamed No Frills studio, which wasn't Dave Grohl's playing drums in the background. Who was that addressed to, by the way? Who asked that question?
I don't remember. I'm sorry. But if I can I'm going to find a picture of that building.
But was that
And
the
I'll post
sole
it at some
motivation
point.
for you going to LA that time?
No, we were going there anyway. It was just a trip with my roommate in like 2004.
Okay.
A girl. We went to
I'm
Disneyland.
trying to think. Is 04, was he still, was Nine Inch Nails still
He was
a
recording
thing?
the album with Teeth with Dave Grohl. That was the last great album in my opinion.
Oh my God! You remember that fucking thing? Howard thinks it's about him, which makes me I just want to suplex him every time I hear this. Anytime he attaches himself to any hip alternative music in some way, when it's always brooding, and the list is on it. We've gone over this one, but when he goes, "I'm afraid of America. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't." The lyrics wrong? Well, isn't that what's the video with is it? It's David Bowie and Trent Reznor running around.
David Bowie and Trent Reznor. They did the video for the remix of
yes,
I'm Afraid of Americans with Trent Reznor singing.
I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the
plays Johnny, and Johnny is this
Johnny,
illusion in David Bowie's mind in the video. So great song.
Johnny's an American.
You know what sucks though? I bought that David Bowie album. And that version isn't even on the album.
There's nothing. There'd be no worse interview. But we talk about we would have fun with this for weeks of Howard interviewing David Bowie or Trent Reznor about the lyrics to that song, and him trying to project it onto himself and all his pop psych 101 bullshit, but again, thinking the song is written about him, that he somehow relates to it, hiding out in the Hamptons, and I'm afraid of Americans, and there's just nothing worse. There's an elitist thinking everyone's out to get it. There's just nothing worse. There's hearing him interview either one of them and kissing their asshole. Could you imagine him interviewing Trent Reznor right now with the obsequious, horrible, restrained, ass-kissing interview style he does now? Is there anything worse than that?
My fear with that is Trent Reznor has had like a Disney makeover in the last maybe 10 years.
Yeah.
And maybe he would go on Howard Stern, but the old Trent Reznor never would go on Howard Stern.
Has he ever brought him up? They've been trying to, and that was one of Howard's dream guests for years. He never could get him on. He would get close. He would be in the orbit, the tertiary
it's like,
adjacent,
Howard,
like Marilyn Manson and all those people, and then it never happened.
Well, Howard, remember in the old K-Rock studio, the small one, Howard had a Nine Inch Nails sticker on the door.
Yes, thinking that was going to draw him in.
Yeah, of course. That was as much as he knew about Trent Reznor. But he calls the song Closer. He calls it I Want to F You Like an Animal. So he doesn't even, it's like Jeremy spoke. He doesn't know the names of songs.
He's the biggest poser on the planet. Everybody knows
him and Robin, who's also this fake rock and roll fan.
Oh, Korn, you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. But they keep making references to Closer was the only song Nine Inch Nails ever had. Not true. I mean, he had a great follow-up album that had a couple of hits on it. But they know nothing about it. I don't expect him to ever go on Howard Stern. Thank God. He's not going to betray me like Eddie Vedder did.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know why I do.
If Vedder could do it, he could do it. It's kind of like that's how they're pitching it to him. I'm sure they go, look, Eddie Vedder did her show. It's okay. He's into, he's just like him. He gets you. It's okay. I mean, the Nine Inch Nails stuff at K-Rock, the radio station, that's who plays their shit. So he had an in, and he still couldn't get him on. I mean, that's their flagship New York radio station playing Nine Inch Nails music. That's what. So there's already the connection of the radio station playing his music, and if you still can't book him, he probably hates your guts. I mean, I don't know of any interactions they've ever had. And I know they've been pursuing him for years to try to get him on the show, to try to give Howard some kind of cool factor he never had and never will have.
Nope. Please, Trent, don't do it. Don't hurt me.
Okay, so now we're on to, again, I'm sorry if I missed anything that's buried in the past archives. I will get to it. I will see it eventually. So from the last one, this is our new listener. Welcome to the WINO Forever Depping family, Famke Schouten.
Okay, hi.
That's Famke's an American.
Presumptuous there. Go ahead.
No, I'm just kidding. That's probably not. Who knows? Doesn't matter. We're international here at the Depping. Great podcast, and thank you, Famke. Thank you. Welcome to the Depping family. Keep the comments coming, positive or negative. We will read them. David C. again, commenting on our "Who do you want Depp to co-star with that he hasn't? What names in the wish list?" And this is like the perfect name. Samuel Jackson, of course. Dude's brilliant. David, I couldn't agree with you more. That might be my number one choice.
Oh.
Usually it's a black actor, and I think I'd like his filmography to be a little bit blacker. It's a good start with City of Lies is a really good addition to that. And the Hughes brothers directed From Hell, but it's a very white movie other than that. Samuel Jackson is certainly in my top 3 choices. Couldn't agree more. Closest he's got is Morgan Freeman in Transcendence.
Mm-hmm.
And remember Charles S. Dutton? You love Fox and all their programs. Remember Rock?
I do. He's a garbage man.
Rock. He's a guy who got out of jail, right? He was an ex-con.
I think so.
Charles S. That's a friend of Depp because he's been in Secret Window and Nick of Time.
Mm-hmm.
He's great in Nick of Time. He plays the shoe shine guy.
Oh, that's right. He does.
Take a load off. Have a shoe shine. Take a load off. Hi, Mr. Johnny.
I don't even. I'd have to. It would take me days to think of a list, even a top 3.
I've seen Nick of Time like 25 times.
I'm sure you have.
You know the gimmick of that, right? It's the original 24 that it's all in real time.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think it's
I thoroughly enjoyed that movie, and I recently watched all of his scenes in Once Upon a Time in Mexico. I fast
Well, that's
forwarded.
my avatar, Gene Watson. See it?
Yeah, it is.
He's sitting down getting his shoe shine from Charles Dutton in that picture.
Looking straight ahead like he's traumatized.
Looking straight ahead. That's my dream look for him in Fairfax.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, God. I don't have much
Andrea
hope for the
Burkhardt
look.
agrees with me. He needs... Yeah, well...
All right.
By the way, the girl... Oh, I'm trying to think of... never mind. It's not a big name. No one will know. Okay. Kevin Cowie, your groupie, writes, honestly, I have mad respect for Depp saying Snoopy dance in court. Agreed, Kevin. Agreed, Casey. I thought that was great. I wonder if that got a laugh. We'll never know, right? Because it wasn't televised. You can only hear the audio on the Depping. Did it get a laugh? Do they know what Snoopy is in London?
No.
In the UK? Did that pop culture references lost on them entirely?
Their judicial wigs are on too tight. They don't understand much. Maybe they can't hear.
Sarcasm. Brown Eyes. Welcome to the Depping family, Brown Eyes. Just found and subscribed to your channel. I cannot wait to binge it all. Please do get back to us. Let us know what you think. I can't wait. Some of the underrated older episodes we've done. As the listeners and subscribers continue to grow, don't just get the shiny new thing. Go back and listen. I highly recommend the Tracy Jacobs series, because if you don't hear his ex-manager of 30 years that was fired and her scorched earth mentality towards him, you're missing the boat on so much about him and where this trial is going. She slings and again, I don't know how people don't immerse themselves in that. If you want to know where this is all, you need to listen to that, or at least read the transcript.
Or turn it on and, like some of our listeners, just to go to sleep. I don't care.
Go to sleep to it. Put it on a playlist.
It doesn't offend me.
Kylo Sierra Alpha our friend, writes, just started listening, guys. Amazing as always. Sarah and John, I can't tell you how much enjoy your podcast. Thank you. Thank you, KSA, for all your kind words in the Radio Gunk comments as well. For years now. We've been doing Gunk since 2015.
Wow.
Believe it or not. It's about 7 years. Can you believe that?
That's older than my cat.
7 years. And this is the spinoff. This is David C. That's why Jim Carrey is loved by black people. He has a hoodie pass like you, Arm. I bet he has a hoodie pass or any hoodie pass in America and then some. I agree, David. You know what the great thing about I'll finish this first before I go into my... For being on Living Color, you get one. You're also right about Lorne Michaels. He's the Lou Pearlman of comedy. He's got to be fucking Pete Davidson at this point. I don't know how he's elevated. So true, David. So true, David. My problem with comedy and music as well, and why sports needs almost more credit. Sports has its problems. One problem sports doesn't have is it's merit-based. The best of the best are truly doing it and getting paid to do it. You pretty much are 98% sure that the best of the best is risen to the top of their field. In this shit, there's no best comedian. There's no best actor. It's just whatever connections you made. And a guy like Pete Davidson, they decided he's going to be our little new Jimmy Fallon dating guy. And who cares if he can't do any impressions or characters or can't act? He's just a personality, and we're gonna have publicists and PR people hook him up with actresses and turn him into this serial dater. Who was it? You were comparing him to John Mayer.
A much more pitiful,
kind of
sickly version.
Right. But he just kind of get attached to one starlet after the next.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here? This has to be a PR thing. How is that? This is no way. And
John Mayer seems to be resting his junk for a while, so he'll get back in there soon. But until then, we're stuck with
some modicum of talent, I guess. And I guess he's a good guitarist. People say he can't sing. He sings like he's a Dave Matthews knockoff. He thinks he's Dave. That's without question.
But he was nice.
He was trying to establish.
We don't bash that man because he was nice to me once.
He's actually a smart guy. I've seen interviews with him and quotes and stuff, and I felt he's more of a intellectual maybe than he gets credit for. He had a great comment on Fame. He said something like, this is what we're talking about, how everybody, when you're a musician, you think you're an actor all of a sudden, you have this all access pass to the other things. He's like, being a guitarist doesn't mean you're an actor. That's one thing. Just because you're, have a respect for your craft. You're not automatically an actor because you're a musician. That's the dumbest thing. There's no crossover. You don't get an all access pass to the other things. Stay in your lane is what he's saying. But what was I going to say? Yeah, but so Saturday Night Live's, and it's very easy to bash and say it sucks and everything. And there were years where it was phenomenal. The Dana Carvey, Phil Hartman years, for one, were almost impeccable. It's as good as sketch comedy is ever going to get, the dream team of. But Saturday Night Live's problem is, and I think anybody that worked on the show will tell you, Lorne Michaels is interested in fame. He's interested in starfuckery, talent, and all that. Being good in sketches and impressions and is not the priority. It's can we market this person for films after the show? Can we create a personality? It's not about the best people on that show. The Dana Carveys, the chameleons, Daryl Hammond, Billy. They don't really translate to the other forms of show business because they are so good at what they do. They're chameleons. You can't market a chameleon as a personality. And what that show is supposed to be, the sketch comedy, is not. It's the antithesis. He's a fame whore. He's a star fucker. He's a star maker. He's not interested in the art of sketch. Is the least of his concerns. That's the problem with that show. They're not after talent. They're after fame.
I can't even speak to it. I try to avoid that show at all costs. But I get what you're saying. I agree.
I will acknowledge a great sketch when it happens. I've always said with that show that by the way, I wish Depp would host Saturday Night Live. I would. Maybe
when he's on the Joe Rogan
for years. When we get Stephen Williams on, I want to ask him or Patrick Hasberg did they ever reach out to the Jump Street cast and try to get them to host when Fox first launched. No, because
Maybe.
Christina Applegate hosted it.
Mm-hmm.
Ed O'Neill hosted it. So I have to think at least Depp got an offer. He had to have.
Yeah. It's maybe.
Late 80s and throughout. I have to think he's so good. He's such a great chameleon that he's born to do that show. He is born. He could be easily a cast member on that. Easily could be a cast member on that show. Easily. It's not even a question what he can do. What he can do when he wants to as a chameleon.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to think they've reached out to him a million times. He actually has ties to the show. The guy who did the Trump movie, The Art of the Deal. Jesus Christ, What is his name? He is a SNL former writer and producer, and Will Ferrell is a producer of the Funny or Die series that they did. So it could be set up, and I'm sure it's been offered, but it just hasn't happened. He hates, he's got that weird selective stage fright, which I don't quite get. But I wish he did. I would. It's the best thing ever. There's so much you can make fun of too in his life. To parody, self-parody, beyond just him just playing shit, because you realize how talented he really is when you let him loose, impersonation-wise. Here's A. Smith again. I started my quest to kill as many orcs as brutally as possible in my newest game, Shadows of Murder, on Monday. I have to thank you and Gunkcast family, except for the New Zealander Bruce Springsteen. Bon Springsteen. He'll love this. I don't know if they have it, if that's sarcastic or not. We love Bon.
I don't know.
But he calls him, instead of Bon Jovial, I think it's sarcastic. He's trying to piss him off. Bon Springsteen instead of Bon Jovial. The two New Jerseyans with southern accents.
Mm.
The two New Jersey cowboys, Bon Jovi and Springsteen, both have a southern accent. For so much entertainment throughout my day, and next week you guys will be live.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the plan. We'll see how that goes. Hasn't been perfected, but we'll see how it goes.
I think we're ready to go. I've tested. I've done everything. We're ready.
He says, yeah, starting Monday. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And again, thank you all for your hard work. Peace and love. Peace and love. Thank you, A. Smith. Thank you for your candid as fuck emails about your life. It's almost a movie in there. Yeah, there's another blow in there in a way. The A. Smith movie. Depp could play A. Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot there with his dad. That's a life. I have to say, I'm jealous of that life. I truly am.
Yeah.
And so are you. We all need to take risks like that. I mean, that man lived. That A. Smith lived. He lived 10 lifetimes in just 5 years that we'll never see.
And he's going to have lots of games to play for this episode alone because we're over 6 hours. Hint, hint.
A. Smith, just one last question on your Constitution. And because of those years, can you just drink forever? Like, does alcohol just go right through? It doesn't bother you at all? Because we're hearing about Depp, how these drugs go. What was it? Ecstasy goes. What was it? MDMA goes right through him. Is that you?
Yeah, mushrooms and MDMA.
Yeah. Do you have a Constitution like that where you could drink 1.5 liters of vodka or tequila and it just does nothing to you? I'm guessing you do. And that's all I have. And we got our new send off. I love that send. By the way, at the end of your send off, Sarah, can we bookmark it at the end with my foreword as Depp for Stanhope? So you play it there, and then again at the end. Can we end with it after your send off? You know how
Sure.
You don't mind?
It doesn't matter.
It
okay.
matters a lot.
Yeah, right. I don't have it in front of me. My send off. Okay, all right. This is Sarah for ARM. Okay, shush. This is Sarah for ARM saying no time is a good time for goodbye.
Dear reader, he is a depraved, reluctant, visionary, and debauched, accidental guru who wears old suits that were likely once some dead fucker's Saturday night prowling outfit. He is a man of the people who says what must be said, for no one else will. Total honesty. Consequence be damned. No fluffy outside, no creamy inside. You get what you get and deal with it. He's our savior. For here in this life, where the only guarantee is the ceasing of breath and a healthy death tax for our loved ones, he is the one man who dares to plunge the cold dagger of truth deep into the collective brain-dead psyche of our species for the ultimate benefit of all humankind. And certainly not since my dearest friend and mentor, Hunter, have I known an individual with such a profoundly strong sense of moral justice. It makes me sick, so I suppose I must ultimately admit that I do not like this man I speak of. I fucking love him. Him being Doug Stanhope. Johnny Depp, Los Angeles, California, 19th of February, 2016.